house. Paint peeled near the gutters. The lawn needed mowing. Shane used to care about that kind of thing. The front door was unlocked. It swung open before Michael could knock, and the smell hit him first, something sour, like milk left out too long. The living room TV played static, white noise that filled the space where voices should have been. Then he saw Sophia. She lay on the carpet near the coffee table, curled on her side. Her lips had a blue tint that made Michael's stomach drop. Her chest moved, barely, each breath shallow and wrong. Sophia. Michael crossed the room in 3 strides, dropping to his knees beside her. Her skin felt cold when he touched her cheek. Sophia, can you hear me? A phone screen glowed from the couch. Amber sat there, thumb scrolling, earbuds in. She glanced up, annoyed. What are you doing here? Michael stared at her. What the hell happened to Sophia? Amber pulled out one earbud. She threw a tantrum. Needed to learn a lesson. She waved her hand toward the child on the floor. Don't get all dramatic about it. She's not breathing right. Michael's fingers found Sophia's pulse, weak but there. He pulled out his phone. I'm calling 911. You don't need to. Shut up. The words came out flat and cold. Michael dialed, watching Sophia's chest rise and fall with effort that shouldn't be there. A 5-year-old shouldn't have to fight for air. The operator's voice crackled through. 911. What's your emergency? I need an ambulance. Child, 5 years old, unconscious, breathing but weak. Michael rattled off the address while Amber stood up, suddenly animated. This is ridiculous. She's fine. She's just stay away from her. Michael positioned himself between Amber and Sophia, phone still pressed to his ear. The operator asked questions. How long had she been unconscious? Any visible injuries? Was she responsive to stimuli? Michael answered what he could, his free hand resting on Sophia's small shoulder, feeling each fragile breath. Sirens wailed in the distance. Amber paced now, texting someone. My father's going to hear about this. Good. Michael didn't look at her. He focused on Sophia, on the faint flutter of her eyelids, on keeping his own breathing steady when everything in him wanted to grab Amber by the throat and demand answers. The paramedics arrived in a blur of motion and professional calm. A young woman with dark hair pulled back in a tight bun knelt beside Michael. Her name, tag, read Janelle. She checked Sophia's vitals with quick, practiced movements. How long has she been like this? Janelle asked. I don't know. I just got here. Michael moved back to give him space. 2 other paramedics brought in equipment, talking in low voices about oxygen saturation and pupils. Janelle looked past Michael at Amber, who stood by the doorway with her arms crossed. Something shifted in Janelle's expression, recognition, then a tightness around her mouth. She leaned close to Michael and whispered, We've been here before. Child services never stuck. The words hit like cold water. They loaded Sophia onto a stretcher. Michael followed the paramedics out, leaving Amber in the house. She didn't try to come with them. She just watched from the doorway, phone still in her hand. Michael climbed into his truck and followed the ambulance through empty streets, red lights flashing ahead of him like a warning he'd ignored too long. The denial of the emergency room at Sacred Heart smelled like antiseptic and burnt coffee. Michael sat in a plastic chair in the waiting area, his hands clasped between his knees, watching doctors and nurses move past in their scrubs and tired faces. An hour passed. Then 2. Shane finally showed up just after midnight. He looked terrible. Hair uncombed, shirt buttoned wrong, eyes red. He spotted Michael and stopped. Where is she? They're running tests. Michael stood, crossing his arms. Where were you? I was at Jerry's, playing poker. Shane ran a hand through his hair. Amber called me. She said you overreacted. Sophia was unconscious on the floor. Blue lips. Could barely breathe. She has asthma sometimes. She doesn't have asthma. Michael stepped closer, voice dropping. What the hell is going on in your house? Shane looked away. It's complicated. Before Michael could respond, a doctor approached, an older man with gray at his temples and deep lines around his eyes. His name tag identified him as Dr. Miles Haggerty. Are you family? Dr. Haggerty asked. I'm her father, Shane said. This is my brother. Your daughter has a concussion, dehydration, multiple contusions in various stages of healing. Dr. Haggerty's tone stayed professional, but his eyes held something harder. The injuries aren't consistent with a fall or accident. Shane's face went pale. What are you saying? I'm saying we're obligated to report this. Someone hurt this child, and it wasn't the first time. No. Shane shook his head. No, it wasn't. Amber wouldn't. Amber. Michael's voice cut through. Your wife did this. You don't understand. Shane's voice cracked. She just loses her temper sometimes. She's been struggling. After the miscarriage last year. She hasn't been. She's torturing your kid. Michael grabbed Shane's shoulder, forcing his brother to look at him. And you're making excuses. Shane jerked away. You don't get to judge me. You don't have kids. You don't know what it's like. I know you're letting your daughter get beaten while you play poker. Dr. Haggerty cleared his throat. Gentlemen, we're admitting Sophia for observation. CPS has been contacted. They'll want to speak with both of you. He glanced at his tablet. And with the child's mother. Her grandfather is Judge Gerard Volkin, Shane said quietly. Retired circuit judge. Something flickered across Dr. Haggerty's face. Recognition, maybe, or resignation. He nodded once and walked away. Michael watched him go, then turned to Shane. Tell me everything. They sat in the waiting area, two brothers separated by 3 feet of space that felt like miles. Shane talked, words spilling out in broken pieces. How Amber's temper had gotten worse over the past 2 years. How she'd push Sophia, or grab her too hard, or lock her in her room for hours. How Shane tried to intervene, but Amber would threaten to leave, to take Sophia where he'd never find her. Her father covers for her, Shane said, staring at the floor. Last year, a teacher reported bruises. CPS came out. Gerard had it reevaluated, called in favors, made it go away. Why didn't you call me? Because you would have done exactly this. Shane gestured around the hospital. Made it public. Made it worse. Michael leaned back in the chair, jaw clenched. Through the emergency room doors, he could see an ambulance pulling away, lights fading into the night. Somewhere in this building, Sophia lay in a hospital bed, small and broken and 5 years old. I need to see her, Michael said. They won't let anyone in yet. Michael stood anyway. He walked to the nurse's station, where a woman with kind eyes and gray hair looked up from her computer. I need to see Sophia, Marin, he said. Are you immediate family? I'm her uncle. She's resting right now. Doctor's orders. Michael nodded and returned to his chair. He'd wait. He had nowhere else to be at T3 in the morning. A nurse finally led them to Sophia's room. She lay in a bed too big for her, for in her arm, monitors beeping softly. Her face looked peaceful in sleep, unmarked except for a bruise along her temple that made Michael's hands curl into fists. Shane stood by the door, crying quietly. Michael approached the bed and sat in the chair beside it. He reached out and touched Sophia's hand, small, warm, alive. Never again, he whispered. Amber arrived the next morning with tears already streaming down her face. She swept into Sophia's room wearing a pale blue dress and carrying a stuffed bear, playing the role of devastated mother with practiced ease. Oh my God, baby. She rushed to the bed, reaching for Sophia. Michael stood up, blocking her path. Don't touch her. Excuse me. Amber's tears vanished. That's my daughter. That's the kid you left unconscious on the living room floor. It was an accident. She fell. Amber looked past Michael at Shane. Tell him it was an accident. Shane stood by the window, silent that a nurse poked her head in. Is everything okay here? Fine, Amber said, voice sugary again. She turned back to Michael, lowering her tone. You need to leave. Family only. I am family. You're nothing. Amber stepped closer, eyes hard. You think you can come in here and play hero? My father will have you arrested for harassment. As if summoned, Judge Gerard Volkin appeared in the doorway. Tall, silver-haired, wearing an expensive suit despite the early hour. A man in his 60s who carried authority like a weapon. Behind him stood a lawyer, younger, sharp-eyed, carrying a briefcase. Michael. Gerard's voice was smooth. I think you should go home. This is a family matter. Your daughter abused a 5-year-old child. My daughter had an accident in her own home. The hospital called me, concerned about potential defamation. Gerard smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. We're pursuing a private review of Sophia's care. Sometimes well-meaning medical staff can misinterpret normal childhood injuries. Michael looked at Shane. Are you hearing this? Shane stared at the floor. The lawyer stepped forward. Mr. Marin, any further interference in this family's private affairs could result in legal action. I suggest you leave now. Michael didn't move. He looked at Sophia, still sleeping, still small. Then he looked at Amber, who watched him with a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. You're not getting away with this, Michael said. I already did. Amber turned to the nurse. Can you please remove this man? He's upsetting me. Security came. 2 men in blue uniforms who asked Michael politely, but firmly to leave. He did, because fighting here wouldn't help Sophia. But as he walked out, he caught Gerard speaking quietly to the lawyer, and he caught one phrase, under family supervision. Michael drove home and sat in his truck in the parking lot, hands gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles went white. Then he pulled out his phone and called his mother. Ruth Marin answered on the 3rd ring, voice thick with sleep. Michael, it's 6 in the morning. Sophia's in the hospital. Amber hurt her. Shane's covering for her. And Gerard's burying it. Silence. Then, oh God. Michael told her everything. Finding Sophia, the hospital, the bruises. Ruth listened without interrupting, and when he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. What do you want me to do? She asked finally. Help me get custody. Help me protect her. Michael. Ruth's voice carried the weight of years. Decades of being the family peacekeeper, the one who smoothed conflicts and kept everyone talking. Don't make things worse. Sophia needs stability, not chaos. If you start a war with Gerard, it'll destroy this family. The family's already destroyed. Michael closed his eyes. Mom, she could have died. I know. And I'll talk to Shane. I'll talk to Amber. But you charging in there like some vigilante isn't going to save anyone. It'll just make Gerard dig in harder. So what? I'm supposed to let it go. No, you're supposed to be smart. Ruth sighed. Come to dinner on Sunday. I'll get everyone together. We'll talk this through like adults. Michael wanted to argue, but he learned long ago that fighting his mother was pointless. Fine. Sunday. And Michael, Ruth's voice softened. I know you love Sophia, but be careful. When you fight monsters, you risk becoming one. Michael hung up and stared at his phone. Then he opened his notes app and started typing everything he could remember. Times. Details. The blue tint to Sophia's lips. Janelle the paramedic saying they'd been there before. What Sophia needed was safety, and he'd make sure she got it. Whatever it took. 0.5 days later, Amber posted a photo on Instagram. Sophia sat on the couch at home, smiling at the camera, a new doll in her lap. The caption read, My sweet girl, recovering beautifully. So grateful for everyone's prayers. Hashtag blessed, hashtag mom life, hashtag family first. Michael stared at his phone screen, jaw clenched. 37 people had liked it already. Comments poured in. She's so precious. Glad she's okay. You're such a good mom. He screenshot the post, added it to his folder. Over the next month, Michael became a ghost in his own family. He called Shane 5 times. Shane never answered. He texted Ruth. She replied with variations of give it time and let me handle this. He drove past Shane's house 3 times a week, watching for signs of trouble, seeing nothing but the normal suburban facade. And Amber kept posting. Sophia at the park. Sophia eating ice cream. Sophia doing crafts. Every photo carefully framed to hide any marks, to sell the story of a perfect family recovering from a scary but innocent accident. Michael saved every single post. In the 3rd week, he got a call from Tara Velasquez. She introduced herself as a CPS caseworker assigned to Sophia's case. Can we meet? Tara asked. Somewhere private? They met at a coffee shop on the edge of town, the kind of place where nobody paid attention to other people's conversations. Tara looked to be in her 40s, with tired eyes and shoulders that carried too much weight. She ordered black coffee and got straight to business. I need you to understand something, she said, keeping her voice low. We know what Amber's doing. We've known for a while. Then why is Sophia still with her? Because her father's money buries everything. Tara wrapped her hands around her mug. Judge Valkin has connections in the police department, in the district attorney's office, in family court. Every time we try to move forward with a case, it gets reevaluated. Evidence goes missing. Reports get lost. Witnesses suddenly change their stories. Michael felt something cold settle in his chest. What about the hospital report? Dr. Haggerty said the injuries weren't consistent with an accident. Dr. Haggerty's report was reviewed by a private medical consultant hired by Fokin's lawyers. The consultant found that the injuries could have resulted from normal childhood play. That's garbage. I know, but it's official now. Tara met his eyes. CPS is overworked. We have 200 active cases in this county. The police don't want to cross a judge, even a retired one. And Shane covers for Amber because he's either too scared or too complicit to do anything else. So nothing happens. Sophia goes back to that house, and nothing changes. I'm sorry. Tara looked like she meant it. I've been doing this job for 15 years. I know the system's broken. I know it fails kids every day, but my hands are tied. Michael sat back in his chair. Around them, other people laughed and talked about weekend plans and sports scores. Normal people living normal lives where children didn't get beaten while judges made evidence disappear. What would you do? Michael asked quietly. If she was your niece? Tara was quiet for a long moment. Then, document everything. Dates, times, photos, recordings. Build a file so solid that even Vulcan can't make it vanish. And when the moment comes, because it will come, these situations always escalate. You'll have proof. She pulled out a business card and wrote something on the back. That's my personal cell. If you see something, call me immediately. Don't go through official channels. Michael took the card. Why are you helping me? Because I'm tired of watching kids get hurt while powerful people pretend nothing's wrong. Tara stood up, leaving her coffee half finished. Be smart, Michael. Don't do anything that'll get you arrested or give Vulcan ammunition. Just be ready. After she left, Michael sat alone in the coffee shop and opened his phone. He created a new folder, Sophia. Started organizing everything methodically. Hospital records he'd photographed when no one was looking. Screenshots of Amber's social media. Notes from conversations with Shane, with Ruth, with the paramedics that he stopped trying to appeal to justice. He started building proof. Ruth scheduled the family dinner for the third Sunday in June. She called Michael on Saturday to confirm. Everyone's coming, she said. Shane, Amber, me. We're going to talk this through. Amber's coming. She's part of this family, Michael. We need to clear the air. Mom, 6 o'clock. Don't be late. Ruth hung up. Michael almost didn't go, but he thought about Sophia, and he went anyway. Ruth lived in a 2-story house she'd bought after their father died 10 years ago. The kind of place that smelled like vanilla candles and fresh-baked bread, where family photos lined the walls and doilies covered every surface. Michael's childhood home had been like this too, warm and comfortable and full of Ruth's belief that love could fix anything that he arrived at 6 exactly. Shane's car was already there. So it was a BMW that had to be Amber's. Ruth opened the door wearing an apron and a forced smile. Thank you for coming. Inside, the dining table was set for 4. Shane sat stiffly in one chair, staring at his plate. Amber occupied the seat across from him, looking relaxed and polished in a cream-colored sweater. Michael, Amber's smile didn't reach her eyes. So glad you could join us. Michael didn't respond. He took the seat next to Shane and looked at his brother. Shane had lost weight. His face looked hollow. Ruth brought out pot roast and mashed potatoes, playing the role of cheerful hostess even though tension filled the room like smoke. She served everyone, making small talk about the weather and her garden and how the neighborhood was changing. Finally, Michael spoke. Where's Sophia? With a babysitter, Amber said smoothly. We thought it would be better to have this conversation without little ears around. You mean without witnesses? Michael, Ruth's voice held a warning. We're here to talk. Civilly. Fine. Let's talk about how your granddaughter ended up in the hospital with a concussion and dehydration. Shane flinched. Amber set down her fork. That was an accident, she said. She fell. Kids fall all the time. Kids with concussions and dehydration and bruises in various stages of healing. That's not falling. That's abuse. You don't know what you're talking about. Amber's voice stayed calm, but her knuckles whitened around her knife. You come into my house uninvited, make wild accusations, turn my own family against me. I found Sophia unconscious on your floor while you scrolled through your phone. I was monitoring her. You were ignoring her. Michael pulled out his phone and opened the folder. Want to see the photos the hospital took? The bruises? The records showing this wasn't the first time? That's privileged medical information. You stole it. I photographed it. Ruth stood up. Stop. Both of you, just stop. She looked at Michael. This isn't helping. What would help, Mom? Pretending everything's fine while Amber keeps hurting her. I have never hurt my daughter. Amber's voice rose. I'm a good mother. I love Sophia, but she's difficult sometimes. She doesn't listen. She throws tantrums. And yes, sometimes I lose my patience. But that doesn't make me a monster. Michael laughed. A short, harsh sound. You locked her in her room for 6 hours. Shane told me. Shane's head snapped up. Michael, you told him that? Amber turned to Shane, betrayal on her face. After everything I've done for you, you went running to your brother? I didn't. I was drunk. I didn't mean. You're pathetic. Amber threw a napkin on the table. Both of you, sitting here trying to destroy me when all I've done is try to hold this family together. Michael leaned forward. Then let me ask you something. Why did the paramedics say they'd been to your house before? Why did CPS have a file on you that your father made disappear? Amber's face went cold. My father protects this family. That's what good fathers do. He protects you, while Sophia suffers. Sophia is fine. She's happy. She loves me. Amber pulled out her own phone and thrust it toward Michael. Look at these photos. Look at her smile. Does she look abused to you? Michael glanced at the screen. More perfectly staged shots of Sophia in cute outfits, holding toys, grinning at the camera. A smile doesn't mean she's not terrified of you. Ruth sat back down, head in her hands. Please, can we just know, Mom? Michael reached into the bag he'd brought and pulled out a manila folder. He spread printed pages across the table. Hospital reports, photos, a timeline he'd created. This is what actually happened. Not Amber's Instagram version. The truth. Amber stood up so fast her chair scraped across the floor. You're obsessed. You know that. You're literally obsessed with destroying my life because you can't stand that your brother has a family and you don't. This isn't about me, isn't it? Amber laughed. You've always been jealous of Shane, and now you finally have an excuse to come after me. I don't need an excuse. Your daughter had blue lips when I found her because she was sleeping. She was dying. Enough. Ruth's voice cracked like thunder. She stood, face flushed, hands shaking. I will not have this in my house. I will not watch my sons tear each other apart over what? Michael turned to her. Over a child being abused? That's what we're talking about here, Mom. Not a disagreement. Not a misunderstanding. Abuse. Ruth's eyes filled with tears. I know you think you're helping, but you're not. You're just making everything worse. Michael looked at Shane. Say something. Shane sat frozen, staring at the table. Shane. Michael's voice dropped. She's your daughter. Stand up for her. You don't understand, Shane whispered. What don't I understand? That you're too scared to protect your own kid? That you'd rather let your wife break her bones than deal with Gerard? What exactly don't I understand? Shane looked up, and his eyes held something broken. You're right. I don't understand how you can let your wife break your daughter's bones and sleep fine. Amber hissed. You think anyone will believe you? With your history, your drinking, your job that barely keeps you afloat. She leaned across the table toward Michael. You're not family anymore. You're just some bitter man with too much time and a savior complex. Michael stood slowly. He gathered his papers, putting them back in the folder. Then he looked at Amber with an expression so cold it made the room feel smaller. I don't need anyone to believe me, he said quietly. I just need her to stop breathing near that child. The silence that followed felt like ice. Ruth gasped. Shane went pale. Even Amber took a step back, something flickering behind her eyes that might have been fear. Michael walked to the door. Ruth called after him, voice breaking. Michael, wait. He didn't wait. He left his mother's house and sat in his truck for a long time, hands trembling on the steering wheel. Through the window, he could see Ruth standing in the doorway, crying. Shane appeared behind her, then disappeared back inside. Michael started the engine and drove home. That night, he lay awake staring at the ceiling, replaying the look on Ruth's face when he'd threatened Amber. The horror, the fear, not of Amber, of him. 6 days passed. Michael worked his shifts at the warehouse, moving through the hours like a machine. He didn't call Ruth. He didn't try to see Sophia. He just waited out. On Thursday night, someone knocked on his apartment door. Michael checked the peephole and saw Shane standing in the hallway, swaying slightly as he opened the door. Shane stumbled in, reeking of whiskey. "What are you doing here?" "I tried to leave her." Shane collapsed onto Michael's couch. "Yesterday. Told Amber I want a divorce. Told her I'd file for full custody." Michael closed the door and waited. Gerard showed up an hour later. Shane laughed, a wet, broken sound. He sat me down, explained how it would go, how he'd make sure I never saw Sophia again, how he'd ruin me at work, destroy my credit, make it so I couldn't get hired anywhere in the state, how he'd tell everyone I was an alcoholic who beat his wife. "You're not, I know." But he said he'd make people believe it. Said he'd make me disappear. Shane looked up, eyes red. "You don't get it, Michael. She's all I have left. If I lose Sophia, I have nothing." Michael sat in the chair across from him. "You're losing her anyway. Just slowly." "I know." Shane's voice broke. "I see the way she looks at Amber now. Scared. Careful. Like she's always waiting for something bad to happen. Then help me stop it." "How?" "Gerard controls everything. The police won't touch it. CPS backed off. Even your evidence. He'll just make it disappear like everything else." Michael leaned forward. "You know what Amber's doing. You've seen it. If you testified, I can't." Shane shook his head. "She's poison, Michael. I know that. But she's the only thing keeping me from falling apart completely. If she leaves, if Gerard destroys me, what happens to Sophia then? She gets away from a mother who hurts her and a father who won't protect her." Shane flinched like he'd been struck. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Shane spoke again, quieter. "What did you mean?" "At dinner, when you said Amber needed to stop breathing near Sophia." Michael met his brother's eyes. "I meant what I said. You'd kill her. I'd do what needed to be done." Shane stared at him. "You're serious?" "If it comes to that." Michael's voice stayed level. "If there's no other way to keep Sophia safe, yes. I'm serious. That's insane. That's the difference between us." Michael stood up. "You'll watch your daughter suffer to protect yourself. I'll do whatever it takes to protect her, even if it means becoming exactly what Ruth's afraid I'll become." Shane struggled to his feet. "You're scaring me." "Good. Maybe you should be scared. Maybe fear will make you finally do something. And if I don't, if I can't." Michael walked to the door and opened it. "Then stay out of my way." Shane left without another word. Michael locked the door behind him and stood in his quiet apartment, listening to his own breathing. He wasn't proud of scaring his brother, but he wasn't ashamed either. 2 days later, Tara called. Her voice was tight with controlled anger. "Sophia's back in urgent care. A fall, Amber says. Bruised ribs this time." Michael's vision went red. "When?" "An hour ago. Providence Medical Center." Tara paused. "The hospital didn't report it. Gerard's people showed up before they could file. I'm on my way." "Michael, wait. You can't just..." He hung up and grabbed his keys to be by the time he reached the hospital, Sophia was already being discharged. Michael watched from his truck as Amber led her to the BMW, one hand on Sophia's shoulder in a grip that looked painful. Sophia moved carefully, like her ribs hurt. Michael took photos, added them to his folder. Then he sat in the parking lot and made a decision. The law wouldn't save Sophia. The system was broken, corrupted by money and influence, and people who looked away rather than fight. CPS couldn't help. The police wouldn't act. Even his own mother preferred peace over justice, which left one option. Michael drove home and spent the next 3 hours organizing every piece of evidence he had. Hospital records, photos, social media posts, voice memos from conversations with Shane, dates and times and details documented with careful precision. He created a timeline so clear that no one could misinterpret it. Then he searched for investigative journalists in Eugene. Found one who ran a local podcast called Behind Closed Doors, Mara Deacon, known for exposing corruption and abuse. Her most recent episode had covered a city councilman's embezzlement scandal. Michael wrote an email. Attached everything. Wrote, This is happening in our community. A retired judge is using his influence to protect his daughter from accountability while a child suffers. Someone needs to tell this story. He read it twice, made sure every fact was accurate, every claim supported by evidence. Then he sent it and waited. The email sat in Mara Deacon's inbox for 3 days. Michael checked his phone constantly, wondering if she'd read it, if she'd care, if anything would come of it. He went to work. He ate meals. He existed in a state of frozen anticipation. On the 3rd day, Mara called. Is this information accurate? No introduction, no small talk, just a question. Every word. Can I verify it? I have physical copies of hospital records, photos with metadata, recordings with timestamps. Everything's documented. Silence. Then, I need to meet you. Somewhere public. They met at a diner on Highway 99. Mara was younger than Michael expected. Maybe 35, with sharp eyes and an intensity that made clear why she'd built a reputation for not backing down. She brought a laptop and recording equipment. Walk me through it, she said, beginning to end. Michael did. He showed her everything. The photos he'd taken of Sophia that first night, the hospital reports, the screenshots of Amber's social media posts staged to look perfect. He played the recording from the family dinner where Amber had defended herself, where Ruth had begged everyone to stop fighting. Mara listened without interrupting. She took notes. She asked clarifying questions. When Michael finished, she sat back and rubbed her eyes. Judge Gerard Volkin. Christ. She shook her head. You know what you're starting here? Yes. This will destroy your family. It's already destroyed. I'm just making sure everyone else sees it. Mara studied him for a long moment. Why you? Why not let CPS handle it? CPS tried. Gerard buried it. And you think exposing this publicly will change anything? I think sunlight's the best disinfectant. Michael met her eyes. I think if enough people know what Amber's doing, Gerard won't be able to make it disappear. And I think Sophia deserves someone willing to burn it all down to keep her safe. Mara nodded slowly. I'll need to verify everything independently. Talk to sources, get confirmation from the hospital, maybe interview CPS off the record. This takes time. How much time? 2 weeks. Maybe 3. Michael wanted to argue, to demand she move faster. But he understood the need for thoroughness. Okay, one more thing. Mara leaned forward. Once this goes public, there's no taking it back. Amber will know you did this. So will Gerard. They'll come after you with everything they have. Let them. The podcast episode dropped on a Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. Michael woke to 17 missed calls and 43 text messages. He lay in bed listening to his phone vibrate against the nightstand, not reaching for it yet. The episode was titled When Justice Looks Away, the story of a child, a judge, and a system that failed. Mara's voice, clear, measured, relentless, walked through every detail. She interviewed Tara Velasquez anonymously. She'd gotten Dr. Haggerty to confirm the nature of Sophia's injuries on record. She'd even tracked down Janelle, the paramedic, who stated for the podcast that she'd responded to calls of the Marin household twice before the night Michael found Sophia. And Mara had dug deeper. She'd found 3 other cases where Judge Volkin had intervened to protect his daughter from consequences. A DUI that disappeared from court records, a college incident involving assault charges that never went anywhere, a previous CPS investigation from 5 years ago. The evidence was damning. The story was airtight. Michael finally checked his phone. Texts from numbers he didn't recognize. 3 voicemails from reporters. 2 from lawyers. 1 from Ruth. What have you done? Nothing from Shane W.Y. Noon. The podcast had been shared 40,000 times on social media. Local news outlets picked it up. Television stations ran segments. Eugene's newspaper posted an editorial calling for an investigation into Judge Volkin's conduct. Amber's perfect Instagram facade crumbled. Her most recent posts, Sophia smiling at the zoo, Sophia doing crafts, Sophia being a normal happy child, filled with comments. Hundreds of them. How could you? That poor baby. You should be in prison. Your father can't protect you forever. Michael sat at his kitchen table watching it unfold on his laptop. The story had escaped containment. It was everywhere. And with it came the scrutiny that money and influence couldn't deflect. The police department announced they were reopening the investigation. The district attorney's office released a statement promising a thorough review. Even the mayor, who'd attended functions with Gerard for decades, called for accountability. Michael's phone rang. Ruth's number. He let go to voicemail. She called again. He turned the phone off. Outside, the world continued its slow-motion collapse around the Vulcan family. And Michael sat alone in his apartment, feeling nothing close to victory. Just a cold satisfaction that Sophia might finally be safe. The restraining order arrived 3 days later. Amber had filed it claiming Michael was harassing her family, making threats, causing emotional distress. A judge, not Gerard, granted a temporary order pending a hearing. Michael crumpled the paper and threw it away. The order barred him from contacting Amber, Shane, or Sophia. It didn't matter. The damage was done 0.4 days after the podcast dropped. Ruth showed up at Michael's apartment. She looked smaller somehow, like the weight of everything had compressed her. She didn't wait for an invitation, just walked in and stood in his living room with her arms crossed. They arrested her this morning, Ruth said. Michael had been expecting this. Good, good. Ruth's voice cracked. Your brother's wife was taken away in handcuffs. Sophia saw it happen. That's good to you. Sophia, seeing her mother face consequences for hurting her? Yes, that's good. Ruth sank onto the couch. Shane's falling apart. He's not eating, not sleeping. Just sits in that house, staring at walls. He made his choice. He's your brother, and Sophia's his daughter. Michael stayed standing. He could have protected her at any time. He chose not to. So yes, he's falling apart. That's what happens when you enable abuse. You sound so cold. Ruth looked up at him. When did you become this person? When I found a 5-year-old unconscious on the floor while her mother scrolled through her phone. When the system did nothing. When our entire family decided keeping peace was more important than keeping a child safe. Michael's voice stayed level. You want to know who I am now? I'm someone who does what needs to be done, even if it makes you uncomfortable. Ruth wiped her eyes. Amber's screaming that you're a psychopath, that you orchestrated all of this to destroy her. I didn't destroy her. I exposed her. There's a difference. Is there? You sent that podcast everything. You knew what would happen. You wanted this. I wanted Sophia safe. This was the only way. You could have talked to me first. Let me try to... To what? Michael cut her off. Smooth it over? Convince Amber to be nicer? Ask Gerard politely to stop covering for his daughter's abuse. He shook his head. I tried the family way, Mom. I came to your dinner. I listened to Amber lie and watched Shane sit there silent. Nothing changed. Ruth stood up slowly. I raised you better than this. You raised me to do the right thing. That's what I did. The right thing doesn't destroy families. The family was already destroyed. Michael walked to the door and opened it. You just didn't want to see it. Ruth stopped in the doorway. When this is over, when Sophia's safe and Amber's punished and everything settles down, you'll have to live with what you've done. With the fact that you hurt people who loved you. I can live with that. Ruth left without another word. Michael closed the door and stood in his quiet apartment, listening to his own breathing. His mother's words echoed. You'll have to live with what you've done. He already was. That evening, Shane called. His voice sounded hollow, scraped clean of anything but exhaustion. CPS took Sophia this afternoon. Emergency protective custody. Michael's chest tightened. Where is she? With a foster family. Tara said it's temporary while they investigate. Shane laughed. A broken sound. Investigate. They're finally investigating. That's good, Shane. Is it? My daughter's scared and confused. Living with strangers because her mother's in jail and her father's a coward. Silence. Then, you were right. About all of it. Michael didn't know what to say. I couldn't do it, Shane continued. Couldn't stand up to Amber. Couldn't protect Sophia. Couldn't even admit what was happening. I just watched and made excuses and hoped it would somehow get better on its own. You can still help her now. How? Tell the police everything. Every time Amber hurt her, every time Gerard made evidence disappear, every detail you've been too scared to say out loud. Give them what they need to make sure Amber never gets near Sophia again. Shane was quiet for a long time. Finally, okay, I'll talk to them. Tomorrow, I'll tell them everything. Shane's voice steadied slightly. It won't fix what I did. Won't make me less of a coward. But maybe it'll help. It will. Michael. Shane paused. Thank you for doing what I couldn't. Michael hung up and stared at his phone. His brother's gratitude felt strange. Too little, too late. But something 3 days later, Shane went to the police station and gave a statement. 27 pages detailing years of abuse, cover-ups, and fear. He named dates. He described incidents. He admitted his own complicity in failing to protect his daughter. The detective who interviewed him leaked portions to the press. The story exploded again, this time with Shane positioned as both victim and enabler, a man who'd watch his child suffer rather than face his father-in-law's wrath. Public opinion turned vicious. Comment sections filled with rage. People called Shane weak, complicit, nearly as bad as Amber. And they weren't entirely wrong, but the statement gave prosecutors what they needed. Combined with Michael's evidence and hospital records and CPS documentation, they built a case that even Gerard's lawyers couldn't dismantle. Amber was formally charged with multiple counts of child abuse and endangerment. Gerard was investigated for obstruction of justice and witness tampering. His reputation, decades of respected service, crumbled in weeks. And through it all, Michael stayed silent. He didn't give interviews. He didn't respond to reporters. He just went to work and came home and waited for news about Sophia. 8 weeks after the podcast aired, CPS scheduled a hearing to determine Sophia's placement. Ruth was granted temporary custody pending the outcome. Michael was allowed supervised visits, 1 hour per week at a CPS office with Tara present. The first visit was awkward. Sophia sat in a small playroom filled with donated toys, drawing at a table. She looked up when Michael entered, and for a moment, he saw fear in her eyes. "Hi, Sophia. Uncle M." Her voice was soft. She didn't get up. Michael sat across from her at the table. "What are you drawing?" "A house." She held up the paper. A simple structure with a red roof, blue walls, a yellow sun above. "Miss Ruth's house. She lets me help with cookies." "That's nice." They sat in silence. Tara watched from a chair near the door, giving them space but staying close. After a minute, Sophia spoke again. "Mommy got in trouble." Michael chose his words carefully. "Yes." "Because she hurt me?" "Yes." Sophia nodded like this confirmed something she'd been thinking. "I don't want to see her anymore." "You don't have to. Promise." Michael met her eyes. 5 years old, carrying weight no child should know. "I promise." Sophia went back to coloring. She added flowers around the house, green grass, a tree with apples. Normal things from a childhood that was just beginning to understand what normal meant. The visits continued weekly. Slowly, Sophia relaxed. She started talking more, laughing, asking Michael to play games with her. She called him Uncle M and told him about school and her therapist and how Miss Ruth taught her to make pancakes. She never mentioned Amber. It was like her mother had been erased. In October, the court finalized the custody arrangement. Ruth was granted permanent guardianship. Shane was allowed supervised visitation twice a month. He'd entered rehab and started attending therapy, trying to rebuild himself into someone worthy of being in his daughter's life. Amber remained in jail awaiting trial. Gerard faced multiple investigations. His former colleagues distanced themselves. The judge who'd once commanded respect in Eugene became a cautionary tale about corruption and privilege. Michael attended none of the hearings. He didn't need to watch the system finally do its job. He just wanted to know Sophia was safe. One afternoon in November, Tara called. "Amber's lawyer wants to meet with you." "Why?" "She's considering a plea deal. Part of it includes asking for statements from family members about potential rehabilitation. They want to know if you'd be willing to write a letter supporting eventual supervised contact with Sophia." Michael laughed. "No, I told them you'd say that. Just wanted to pass it along." "Tara." Michael paused. "Do you ever regret how far this went?" She was quiet for a moment. "No, I regret that it took a civilian burning everything down to get my agency to act. But I don't regret Sophia being safe." After they hung up, Michael sat on his couch thinking about regret, about his mother's warnings. about Shane's broken apologies, about Amber screaming in Ruth's house that he destroyed their lives, that he didn't feel guilty. He didn't feel triumphant. He just felt tired. That weekend, Ruth invited him to Sunday dinner. Just the three of them. Ruth, Sophia, and Michael. No Shane this time. No extended family. Just the people who remained. Sophia had grown in the months since Michael first found her unconscious. She looked healthier, fuller in the face, less careful in how she moved. She talked about her teacher and her friend Emma, and the kitten Ruth was considering adopting. After dinner, she asked Michael to read her story. They sat on Ruth's couch, Sophia curled against his side while he read about a bear who was afraid of the dark but learned to be brave. When he finished, Sophia looked up at him. "You're brave, Uncle M. Why do you say that? Miss Ruth said you fought monsters to keep me safe." Michael glanced at Ruth, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. She didn't turn around. "Something like that," he said. "Are all the monsters gone now?" "Yes." Sophia smiled and snuggled closer. "Good." Later, after Sophia went to bed, Michael helped Ruth clean up. They worked in silence for a while. Him drying dishes, her putting away leftovers. Finally, Ruth spoke. She asked about Amber sometimes. "What do you tell her?" "That her mother made mistakes. That she's not ready to be a mom right now. That some people need to be far away so the people they hurt can heal." Ruth set down the container she'd been holding. "I never say what Amber did. Sophia's therapist thinks she'll remember on her own when she's ready." "Will you let her see Amber? Eventually?" "I don't know." Ruth turned to face him. "Would you?" "No, not even if Sophia asks. Especially not then. Amber doesn't get to be part of her life after what she did. Not now. Not ever." Michael met his mother's eyes. "I know that sounds harsh to you. Unforgiving. But I watched Sophia stop breathing. I saw the bruises. And I don't care if Amber spends 20 years in therapy and becomes a saint. She doesn't deserve access to the child she tortured." Ruth's expression was complicated. Sadness and understanding and something that might have been acceptance. "You really won't forgive her?" "No." "Or Shane?" "No." "Or me?" Michael paused. "You didn't hurt Sophia, but I didn't protect her either. I chose peace over action. I asked you to wait, to let me handle it." Ruth's voice wavered. "I'm as guilty as Shane, just in a different way. You have custody now. You're keeping her safe. That matters. Does it? Or am I just the least bad option?" Ruth wiped her eyes. "I lie awake at night, wondering if I kept pushing earlier, kept insisting something was wrong, whether Sophia would have suffered less, whether the family would still be intact. The family was never intact. It was just pretending." Ruth nodded slowly. "I'm starting to understand that. Doesn't make it easier." Michael dried the last dish and set it in the cabinet. "I need to go." Ruth walked him to the door. Before he left, she caught his arm. "Do you ever regret how far you went?" Michael thought about Sophia on the couch, asking if the monsters were gone. About her smile when he'd promised she'd never have to see Amber again. About the way she slept peacefully now, without fear. "No," he said. "I regret that I didn't go further sooner." Ruth let him go without another word. Michael drove through quiet streets back to his apartment. Inside, he sat at his kitchen table and opened the folder on his laptop labeled Sophia. Months of documentation, evidence of abuse and cover-ups and systemic failure, but he closed it, backed it up to 3 different drives. Then he archived it. The fight was over. Sophia was safe. The house where the screams had echoed stood empty now. Shane had moved out, unable to live there anymore. Michael had one. But the victory tasted like ash and cold coffee and the knowledge that winning had required him to become something his family feared. He didn't forgive Amber. He never would. He didn't forgive Shane for his weakness, or Gerard for his corruption, or Ruth for her willful blindness. Forgiveness felt like permission to forget, and Michael refused to forget. But he slept that night knowing Sophia was safe in Ruth's house, learning to make pancakes and draw pictures of homes with red roofs and yellow suns. Learning what childhood could be when adults finally did their jobs. That was enough, not forgiveness, not healing, not the restoration of family bonds or the peaceful resolution Ruth had always wanted. Just safety, just the knowledge that a small girl wouldn't grow up terrified in her own house. Michael closed his eyes and let himself rest. Not a hero, not a villain, just a man who'd done what needed to be done when no one else would. The house they'd all pretended was fine had finally fallen. And from the rubble, maybe Sophia could build something real. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Jack Maddox stood at the kitchen counter, staring at the coffee maker like it held answers he didn't have. 3 months. That's how long it had been since Amber died on that hospital table, her hand going cold in his while the doctors worked to save Noah. 3 months since he'd become a single father to a newborn and a 6-year-old who still asked when Mommy was coming home. The clock on a microwave read 7:43 a.m. Late again. June, he called up the stairs. We need to leave in 5 minutes. He heard her small feet padding across the hallway above him. Jack poured the coffee into a travel mug, burning his thumb on the metal rim. He swore under his breath. The doorbell rang. Lena Harrow stood on his porch, her nursing textbooks tucked under one arm, and that same cheerful smile she always wore. 24 years old, and somehow still optimistic about everything. Jack envied that sometimes. "Morning, Mr. Maddox," she said, stepping inside. "I know I'm a few minutes early. Hope that's okay. Call me Jack," he said for what felt like the 100th time. "And yeah, that's perfect. Noah's still asleep upstairs. Bottles are in the fridge. He'll probably wake up hungry in about an hour." Lena set her books on the side table and shrugged off her jacket. "Don't worry. Go get June to school. We'll be fine." Jack grabbed his keys from the hook by the door, then hesitated. Something felt off, but he couldn't name it. Just the usual anxiety, probably. The fear that lived in his chest now, constant and heavy. "Text me if he fusses too much." "Okay. I always do," Lena said, already heading toward the stairs. Jack called for June again. She came down wearing her purple backpack, her blonde hair pulled into a messy ponytail. She looked so much like Amber it hurts sometimes. "Ready, Bug?" he asked. She nodded but didn't smile. June hadn't smiled much lately. They got into his truck, and Jack pulled out of the driveway. The morning traffic on Powell Boulevard was already building. He merged into the left lane, keeping one eye on the clock. If he could get her there by 8, he'd make it to the job site by 8:30. "Dad." "Yeah, Bug." June's voice came out small from the back seat. "Can we listen to Mom's song?" Jack's throat tightened. He reached for the radio, found a station that played the oldies Amber used to love. Some ballad from the 80s filled the truck. They drove in silence for 3 blocks. Then June went rigid in her car seat. "Dad, we have to go back." Jack glanced in the rearview mirror. June's face had gone pale, her eyes wide with something that looked like terror. "What's wrong?" "Dad, please." Her voice cracked. "Right now. We have to go back." "June, we're already late. Noah's crying." She was nearly screaming now, hands pressed against the window. "He's scared. He needs us." Jack felt his pulse spike. They'd left only 10 minutes ago. Noah had been sound asleep in his crib. But something in June's voice, that raw panic, made him hit the turn signal. "Okay," he said. "Okay, we're going back." He made a U-turn at the next light, ignoring the horn from the car behind him. June was sobbing quietly now, her small body shaking. "It's okay, Bug," Jack said, trying to keep his own voice steady. "We're going home. It's okay." But it wasn't okay. He could feel it now, that wrongness he'd sensed at the door. His hands tightened on the steering wheel as he pushed the truck faster through the residential streets. Their house came into view. Jack's stomach dropped. The front door stood open. He slammed the truck into park and was out before the engine finished shutting off. June tried to follow, but he held up a hand. "Stay in the truck. Lock the doors." "Dad, now, June." He ran toward the house. The morning air felt too quiet, too still. He pushed through the open door. "Lena." No answer. The living room looked normal. Lena's jacket still hung on the side table. Her textbooks lay where she'd set them. But the house had that empty feeling like all the air had been sucked out. Jack took the stairs 2 at a time, his work boots heavy on the wood. "Lena." Noah's nursery door stood ajar. Jack shoved it open. The crib was empty. Noah's blue blanket, the one Amber had made while she was pregnant, lay crumpled on the floor. The mobile above the crib still turned slowly, playing its tinny lullaby. And there, by the changing table, Lena's phone lay in pieces, its screen shattered like someone had stomped on it. Jack's world tilted. He ran to the window. The backyard gate swung open in the breeze. Fresh tire tracks cut through the mud beside the fence where someone had driven through his neighbor's yard. "No," Jack whispered. "No, no, no." He grabbed his phone, hand shaking so badly he nearly dropped it. Dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? "My son," Jack said. His voice didn't sound like his own. "Someone took my son." The next 2 hours passed in a blur of police officers and questions, and June sitting on the couch with a blanket around her shoulders, not speaking, not crying, just staring at nothing. Detective Marla Quinn arrived 40 minutes after the first patrol car. She was mid-40s, with short gray hair and eyes that missed nothing. She walked through the house like she owned it, taking notes, asking the same questions the other officers had already asked. "You're sure you didn't argue with the sitter?" Quinn asked, standing in Noah's nursery. Jack stood in the doorway, his jaw tight. "She was like family. People we trust are often the ones who hurt us most," Quinn said, examining the shattered phone. "How long has she worked for you?" 6 months. Since before Noah was born. "And you left this morning at what time?" 7:40. "Came back at 7:50. Maybe 7:52. Quinn made another note. "That's a narrow window for a kidnapping." Jack felt anger flare hot in his chest. "You think I'm lying? I think it's interesting that you came back so quickly." Quinn looked at him directly. "What made you turn around?" "My daughter." She said Noah was crying. "From the car? While you were driving?" Jack knew how it sounded. "Yeah." Quinn's expression didn't change, but something shifted in her eyes. "Does she do that often? Hear things that aren't there?" "No." Jack stepped into the room, and she wasn't hearing things. "Someone took my son. We'll do everything we can, Mr. Maddox." Quinn closed her notebook. "In the meantime, I need you to make a list of everyone who's been in this house in the last month. Everyone who knew your routine. Everyone who knew about the sitter." Jack nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Quinn handed him her card. "Call me if you think of anything. Anything at all." She left, taking half the officers with her. The ones who remained started setting up equipment to monitor Jack's phone in case someone called with a ransom demand. Jack sat on the couch next to June. She curled into his side, and he put his arm around her. "Is Noah coming back?" she asked quietly. "Yes," Jack said. He had to believe that. "Yes, Bug. I promise." By evening, the police had found Lena's car.it was abandoned in a dirt lot outside Gresham. Keys still in the ignition, driver's door hanging open. No blood, no signs of struggle. Just an empty car that explained nothing. Jack stood in his kitchen after the last officer left, staring at the fridge where Amber had hung June's drawings. There was one of their family from last Christmas, 4 stick figures holding hands. Amber had written their names above each one in her neat handwriting. His phone buzzed. Jack pulled it from his pocket. Unknown number. The text made his blood run cold. "You should have listened to Amber. Some secrets don't stay buried." Jack read it 3 times, his mind racing. Who would send this? Who knew about Amber? Then it hit him. There was only one person bitter enough, angry enough, to say something like that. Tessa, Amber's sister. They hadn't spoken since the funeral, and even then, Tessa had barely looked at him. She'd blamed him for Amber's death, said it out loud to anyone who would listen. Said Jack pushed her to have another baby when her body wasn't ready. Said he should have known better. Jack looked at the text again. Some secrets don't stay buried. What secrets? He grabbed his keys. "June!" He called up the stairs. "Pack a bag. We're going for a drive." Tessa Whitmore lived in a townhouse 40 minutes south in Oregon City. Jack had been there once, years ago, before everything between Amber and her family fell apart. He remembered the neighborhood, the way the houses all looked the same with their gray siding and white trim. June sat in the back seat, still quiet. Jack had called his foreman and told him he wouldn't be at the job site tomorrow, or the next day, however long this took, that he found Tessa's townhouse and parked across the street. Lights were on inside. Her car sat in the driveway, a silver sedan with a dented bumper. "Stay here," Jack told June. "I'll be right back. Dad, I want to come with you." "No." He tried to soften his voice. "I need you to wait here. Keep the doors locked." He got out before she could argue and crossed the street. The porch light flickered as he climbed the steps. He knocked, harder than necessary, footsteps inside. The door opened. Tessa looked older than he remembered. Mid-30s but tired, with lines around her eyes that hadn't been there at the funeral. She wore a faded college sweatshirt and jeans, her dark hair pulled back in a bun. When she saw Jack, her expression went flat. "What are you doing here? Did you send me a text?" Jack held up his phone. "About Amber's secrets?" Tessa stared at him for a long moment, then stepped back and opened the door wider. "You'd better come in." Jack glanced back at his truck, made sure June could see him, then followed Tessa inside. The townhouse was small and cluttered. Magazines covered the coffee table. Dishes sat in the sink. A cat watched him from the top of the bookshelf. "I didn't take your son," Tessa said, turning to face him in the middle of the living room. "But maybe if you treated Amber better, she'd still be alive." The words hit like a punch. Jack felt his hands curl into fists. "You have no idea what our marriage was like. I know she called me 3 days before she died," Tessa said. Her voice was sharp, cutting. "I know she was scared. I know she said things weren't right." "What things?" "She wouldn't tell me." Tessa crossed her arms. "But she made me promise something. She made me promise that if anything happened to her, I'd make sure you didn't raise that baby alone." Jack felt the air leave his lungs. "What?" "She didn't trust you, Jack." Tessa's eyes were hard. "Not at the end. That's bullshit." Jack stepped closer. "Amber loved me. We were fine. Were you?" Tessa moved to the kitchen counter and picked up a folder. She threw it at Jack. Papers scattered across the floor. "Then explain that." Jack bent down and gathered the papers. Insurance documents. A life insurance policy in Amber's name. One he'd never seen before. He read through it quickly, his confusion growing. The policy was worth $200,000. But the beneficiary wasn't him. It was Lena Harrow. "What the hell is this?" "That's what I want to know," Tessa said. "Amber took that policy out 8 months ago, right after she got pregnant. She named the sitter as the backup beneficiary. Not you. Not our parents. The girl who watched your daughter." Jack's mind raced. Why would Amber do that? Lena was just a neighbor, someone they'd hire because she needed the money for school. They barely knew her before June started kindergarten. "Where did you get this?" Jack asked. "Amber's lawyer sent it to me last week." Tessa sat down on the couch, suddenly looking exhausted. She left instructions. Said if anything happened, I should make sure certain people knew about certain things. "What people? What things?" "I don't know, Jack. That's all I got." Tessa rubbed her face. "But I'll tell you what I think. I think Amber knew something was wrong. I think she knew someone was going to hurt her. And I think she was trying to protect that baby from whoever it was." Jack felt sick. He looked down at the insurance papers again. $200,000. That was a reason to take a child. That was a motive. "Did Lena know about this policy?" he asked. "I don't know." Jack pulled out his phone, called the Tang 4 times before she picked up. "Maddox, I need you to find Lena Harrow," Jack said. "Right now. I think she's involved. We've been looking. Her apartment's empty. Neighbors say they haven't seen her since yesterday morning." "She knew about a life insurance policy," Jack said. He explained what Tessa had shown him, his words coming fast. "She had a reason to take Noah. 200,000 reasons. Send me pictures of those documents. I'll get a warrant for her financial records." "Where would she go?" "If she's smart, somewhere we won't find her." Quinn paused. "But people in a panic make mistakes. We'll find her, Maddox. And when we do, we'll find your son." Jack hung up and looked at Tessa. "I need to take these papers." She nodded. "Take them." He gathered the documents and started for the door, then stopped. Did Amber ever mention her parents? Ruth and Howard? Tessa's expression changed. Something dark moved behind her eyes. She cut them off years ago. Said she had reasons. "What reasons?" "She never told me the details." Tessa stood up. "But I know they tried to take June once, when she was 2. Amber called the police. Got a restraining order. After that, she refused to talk about them." Jack felt cold. "Why didn't she tell me?" "I don't know. Maybe she thought you'd do something stupid." Tessa walked him to the door. "Or maybe she thought you were part of the problem." Jack stepped outside. The night air bit his face. "I loved her." "I know you did," Tessa said quietly. "But love doesn't always mean safety." She closed the door. Detective Quinn called at 2 in the morning. Jack had been lying awake in bed, staring at the ceiling. June was asleep in the room next to his. He'd checked on her 3 times already. We found Lena Harrow, Quinn said. She's alive. Barely. Someone beat her pretty bad. Jack sat up, his heart pounding. Where is she? Providence Hospital. I'm here now. Quinn's voice was careful. She says she can explain what happened. Says she knows who took your son. Jack was out of bed and pulling on clothes before Quinn finished talking. He called his neighbor, Mrs. Chun, and asked her to come sit with June. She arrived 15 minutes later in her bathrobe, asking no questions, just hugging him and telling him to go. The drive to the hospital took 20 minutes. Jack broke at least 3 traffic laws getting there. He parked in the emergency lot and ran inside. Quinn met him at the elevators. 3rd floor, room 314. But Maddox, she grabbed his arm. She's in bad shape. Broken wrist. Cracked ribs. Face looks like someone used it for punching practice. Let me ask the questions. Where's Noah? She says she doesn't know. Says they took him and left her for dead in a warehouse near the airport. The elevator ride felt like it took hours. Quinn led him down a hallway that smelled like disinfectant and old coffee. They stopped outside room 314. 5 minutes, Quinn said. That's all I can give you before the nurses kick us out. Jack nodded and pushed through the door. Lena lay in the hospital bed, her face purple and swollen. Her left wrist was in a cast. Bandages covered her arms. She looked up when Jack entered, and something broke in her eyes. Mr. Maddox, she whispered. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Jack stood at the foot of the bed. He wanted to yell, to grab her, and shake her until she told him everything. But Quinn was right behind him, watching. Who took Noah? He asked. His voice came out flat, Dad. They said. Lena's voice cracked. They said they just wanted to see him. That's all. They promised they'd bring him back. Who? Amber's parents. Lena started crying. Tears ran down her bruised face. Ruth and Howard Whitmore. They showed up at your house 2 months ago while you were at work. They said Amber had promised them they could visit the baby after he was born. They seemed so nice, so sad. I felt sorry for them. Jack felt his chest tighten. You let strangers into my house. They weren't strangers. Lena's voice rose, then broke into a sob. They show me pictures. Amber as a little girl. Amber at her high school graduation. They knew everything about her. And they were crying because they never got to say goodbye. So you gave him my son. No. Lena shook her head frantically. No, I just let them visit. They came 3 times, always when you were at work. They held Noah. They brought him toys. Ruth would rock him and sing to him. It seemed harmless. Until yesterday, Quinn said from the doorway. Lena nodded miserably. They showed up early, before Mr. Maddox left. They were parked down the street, watching. When he drove away, they came to the door. Ruth was different. She wasn't smiling anymore. She had this look in her eyes, like nothing was going to stop her. What happened? Jack asked. She pushed past me, went straight upstairs. I followed her, tried to stop her, but Howard grabbed me. He was stronger than he looked. Lena touched her broken wrist. He twisted my arm until I heard it crack. Then he hit me, kept hitting me until I stopped fighting. Jack's hands were shaking now. He shoved them in his pockets. Ruth came back down with Noah in her arms, Lena continued. She was smiling again. So they were taking him where he'd be safe, where he'd be raised right. Then Howard dragged me to their car, threw me in the trunk. I passed out. When I woke up, I was in this warehouse, tied to a chair. They left me there. How did you get out? Quinn asked. Some homeless guy found me this morning, cut me loose, and called 911. Lena looked at Jack. I swear, I didn't mean for this to happen. I thought they just wanted to know their grandson. I didn't know they'd take him. She never told you they tried to take June before, Jack said quietly. She never told you they were dangerous. No. Lena's voice was barely a whisper. She never told me anything about them. Jack turned to Quinn. Do we know where they went? Working on it. We've got units checking their house in Beaverton. So far, nothing. Check their phone records. Bank accounts. Credit cards. Already on it, Maddox. Jack looked back at Lena. She was crying again, her body shaking with sobs. Part of him wanted to forgive her. She was young, naive. She made a mistake. But Noah was gone because of that mistake. You gave my son to strangers, Jack said. His voice was cold, controlled. You think sorry fixes that? Mr. Maddox, please. Jack walked out. He didn't look back. I in the hallway. He leaned against the wall and tried to breathe. Quinn came out a moment later. We'll find him, she said. When? I don't know. But we will. Jack pushed off the wall. Give me Ruth and Howard Whitmore's address. Maddox, give it to me. Quinn studied him for a long moment. Then she pulled out her phone and texted him the information. Don't do anything stupid. Jack didn't answer. He was already walking toward the elevator. Ruth and Howard Whitmore lived in a small ranch house in Beaverton, 45 minutes west of Portland. Jack arrived just before dawn. The street was quiet, all the houses dark except for a few early risers turning on kitchen lights. The Whitmore house was dark too. Jack parked down the block and watched it for 10 minutes. No movement inside. No cars in the driveway. He got out and walked up the street, tried to look casual. Just a guy out for an early morning walk. When he reached the house, he cut through the side yard. The back door had a simple lock. Jack pulled out his pocket knife, the one he used for work, and jimmied it open in under a minute. Not his proudest skill, but useful. The house smelled like old people and baby powder. Jack moved through the kitchen quietly. Dishes sat in the drainer by the sink. A pot of cold coffee sat on the counter. But what caught his attention was the kitchen table. It was covered in baby supplies, diapers, formula, bottles, a package of newborn onesies still in a wrapper. And in the center of it all, a folded piece of paper. Jack picked it up and unfolded it. A handwritten note in shaky cursive. Noah's feeding schedule. 6 a.m., 10 a.m., 2 p.m., 6 p.m., 10 p.m. Likes to be rocked after the afternoon feeding. Doesn't like loud noises. Amber's handwriting. Jack's hand started shaking. Why would Amber write this? When? He searched the rest of the house quickly. The living room had an old couch and a TV that probably hadn't been replaced since the 90s. The bedroom had 2 single beds pushed together, covered in a faded quilt. On the nightstand sat a framed photo. Jack picked it up. Amber, maybe 18 or 19, smiling at the camera. She wore a summer dress and stood next to a man Jack didn't recognize. He was maybe 30, with dark hair and an easy smile. His arm was around Amber's waist, too comfortable, too familiar. Jack felt something cold settle in his stomach. Who was this? He pocketed the photo and kept searching. The spare bedroom had been converted into a nursery. A crib sat against one wall, already made up with sheets and blankets. A rocking chair sat in the corner. Boxes of toys were stacked by the closet. They'd been planning this for a while. Jack heard a sound outside. Voices. He moved to the window and looked out. An older man stood in the neighbor's driveway, talking to someone Jack couldn't see. The neighbor was maybe 60, wearing a bathrobe and holding a newspaper. Jack slipped out the back door and circled around the side of the house, staying low. He waited until the neighbor went inside, then walked up the driveway like he belonged there. The neighbor was locking his front door when Jack reached him. "Excuse me," Jack said, trying to sound friendly. "I'm looking for Ruth and Howard Whitmore. They live next door." The neighbor turned around. He had a weathered face and suspicious eyes. "Who's asking? I'm a friend of the family. Haven't been able to reach them." Jack pulled out his phone like he was checking for messages. "Do you know if they're home?" The neighbor studied him for a moment. "Haven't seen them since yesterday morning. They packed up their car and left around 6. Ruth said something about heading to the coast for a few days." "The coast?" "Yeah. They got a cabin up near Cannon Beach. Go there sometimes when Howard's arthritis acts up. Says the ocean air helps." Jack felt his pulse quicken. "Do you know where exactly?" "Nah, just somewhere north of Cannon Beach." The neighbor narrowed his eyes. "You sure you're a friend? Because you don't look like the kind of people Ruth and Howard usually associate with." Jack forced a smile. "Thanks for your help." He walked back to his truck before the neighbor could ask more questions. Once inside, he pulled out the photo he'd taken from the house and stared at it. Amber and the mystery man. Her smile looked genuine. Happy. Who was he? And why hadn't she ever mentioned him? Jack thought about Lena's words in the hospital. "She never told me anything about them." And Tess's voice. "She didn't trust you." Not at the end. How many secrets had Amber kept from him? He looked at the photo one more time, then shoved it in the glove box. He'd deal with that mystery later. Right now, he had a location, Cannon Beach. North of town, a cabin by the coast. Jack started the truck and pulled out his phone. He didn't call Detective Quinn. Didn't call anyone. Some things you had to handle yourself. He put the truck in gear and headed west. The drive to Cannon Beach took an hour and 40 minutes. Jack pushed the truck hard, barely staying within legal speed limits. He called Mrs. Chun and told her he'd be gone most of the day. She'd asked no questions, just told him June was still asleep and she'd make her breakfast when she woke up. The coastal highway was empty this early. Jack watched the sun rise over the mountains in his rearview mirror while he drove toward the ocean. The forest pressed in on both sides of the road, dark and dense that he thought about Amber the whole drive. Tried to remember if she'd ever mentioned her parents, really mentioned them. But he couldn't recall a single conversation. She'd shut down every time he asked about her family. Said it was complicated, said she'd tell him later. Later never came. Now here he was, chasing ghosts and secrets, and a baby who should have been safe in his crib. Cannon Beach appeared through the morning fog like something from a postcard. The famous Haystack Rock jutted out of the ocean, dark and massive against the gray water. Tourist shops lined the main street, all still closed at this hour. The beach was empty except for a few people walking dogs. Jack drove north out of town, following the coastal road. Vacation cabins dotted the hillside, tucked back among the pine trees. Most looked empty, their windows dark. He didn't know which one belonged to Ruth and Howard. There had to be hundreds of cabins along the stretch of coast. Jack pulled into a gas station and went inside. A bored teenager stood behind the counter, playing on his phone. "Help you?" the kid asked without looking up. "Yeah, I'm looking for a cabin rental up the coast. Belongs to Ruth and Howard Whitmore." "You know it." The kid finally looked at him. "Dude, I don't know every cabin." Jack pulled out his wallet and set two 20s on the counter. "How about now?" The kid's eyes went to the money, then back to Jack. "What's this about?" "Family emergency. I need to find them." The kid picked up the 20s. "There's like 3 property management companies around here. Try Coastal Retreats first. They handle most of the private cabins. Office opens at 9. Jack checked his watch. 7:30, he couldn't wait that long. "Thanks," he said and left. Back in the truck, Jack pulled up a map on his phone and started marking every cabin visible from the road. There were dozens, but most were clearly occupied or clearly abandoned. He needed something in between, a place someone would go to hide. He drove slowly, checking each driveway. Looking for a silver sedan with a dented bumper. An hour later, he found it. The cabin sat a quarter-mile up a private road, barely visible through the trees. Jack almost missed it. But there, parked beside a weathered garage, was Tessa's car. No, not Tessa's. He looked closer. Silver sedan. Dented rear bumper. Ruth and Howard's car. Jack's heart started pounding. He parked his truck on a main road and got out. The morning fog had burned off, leaving everything sharp and clear. He could hear the ocean from here, waves crashing against the rocks below. He started up the driveway on foot, staying off to the side where the gravel wouldn't crunch under his boots. The cabin was small, maybe 2 bedrooms, with siding painted gray, a stone chimney. Smoke curled up from it, dissolving into the sky. Jack moved to the side of the house and looked through a window, his breath caught. Noah lay in a bassinet by the fireplace, wrapped in blankets. Asleep. Ruth Whitmore sat in a rocking chair next to him, knitting something. She looked like every grandmother on earth. Silver hair pulled back in a bun, reading glasses on a chain around her neck. A soft smile on her face as she watched Noah sleep. And she was humming. The same lullaby Amber used to sing. Jack felt something break inside him. Rage, hot and immediate, flooded his veins that he moved to the front door. It wasn't locked. The door swung open silently. Jack stepped inside. The cabin was warm from the fire. It smelled like coffee and baby formula. Howard Whitmore sat at a small kitchen table in the next room, his back to Jack. He was trembling, his hands wrapped around a coffee mug. "We just wanted one more chance," Howard said quietly. "We raised Amber wrong, made mistakes we can't take back, but we won't fail him. I promise you, Ruth. We won't fail this one." Ruth looked up from her knitting and saw Jack. For a moment, no one moved. Then Jack pulled his gun from his jacket pocket. He didn't remember grabbing it from his truck. Didn't remember checking if it was loaded. But there it was, heavy and cold in his hand. Step away from my son, Jack said. Howard spun around in his chair. His face went white. Jack, wait. Let's explain. Jack's voice was quiet. Deadly. You kidnapped my son. Beat the sitter half to death. Left her to die in a warehouse. What's there to explain? She was fine when we left her, Ruth said. She hadn't moved from the rocking chair. We just tied her up. Someone must have found her and... Shut up. Jack stepped closer. Pick up Noah. Slowly. And put him in my arms. Ruth didn't move. She looked down at Noah, still sleeping peacefully, and her eyes filled with tears. We can give him a better life, she whispered. We have money saved. We can send him to good schools. We can. He has a life, Jack said. With me. Amber didn't want that. Ruth's voice rose. She called us. 2 days before she died. She was crying, Jack. Crying because she was scared of what would happen if she wasn't there to protect him. Jack felt something cold crawl down his spine. You're lying. Am I? Howard stood up slowly, his hands raised. Check my phone. It's right there on the table. Look at the call log. November 16th. 2 days before Noah was born. 2 days before Amber died. Jack kept the gun pointed at Howard while he moved to the table. He picked up the phone with his free hand and checked the call log. There it was. Amber's number. November 16th. Call duration, 14 minutes. What did she say? Jack asked, and Howard's voice shook. She said if anything happened to her, we shouldn't let you raise Noah alone. She said she'd made mistakes. Said she'd kept secrets. Said she was trying to protect the baby from those mistakes. What mistakes? She wouldn't tell us. Howard took a step forward. Jack raised the gun higher. Howard stopped, but she was scared, Jack. I could hear it in her voice. And then 2 days later, she was gone. Ruth reached for her phone on the side table. Jack turned the gun toward her. Slowly, he said. Ruth picked up the phone with trembling fingers and pulled something up on the screen. Then she held it out toward Jack, a text message. From Amber, dated November 18th, the day Noah was born. The day Amber died. If anything happens to me, don't let Jack raise him alone. Jack stared at the words. His wife's words. For a moment, everything inside him cracked. All the anger, all the grief, all the love he'd carried for 3 months. It all twisted together into something he couldn't name. She didn't trust you, Ruth said softly. She loved you, but she didn't trust you. What? Jack's voice came out broken. Why would she say that? We don't know. Jack looked at Noah, still sleeping in the bassinet. So small, so helpless. The last piece of Amber he had left. You stole my child, Jack said. His voice was flat now. Empty. You think that message makes you saints? No, Howard said. But it makes us family. And family takes care of family. Jack felt the weight of the gun in his hand. He can end this right now. 1 bullet. Maybe 2. No one would know. The cabin was isolated. The ocean would drown out the sound. But then he thought of June, waiting at home. June, who'd already lost her mother. Who'd wake up screaming from nightmares about the day Noah disappeared. Jack lowered the gun. Pick him up, he told Ruth. And give him to me. Ruth stood slowly. She lifted Noah from the bassinet, cradling him against her chest like she'd done it 1,000 times before. Then she walked over and placed him in Jack's arms. Noah stirred but didn't wake. Jack held him close, feeling his weight, his warmth. Real. Alive. Safe. We weren't going to hurt him, Ruth said. Tears ran down her face. We just wanted to be part of his life. We wanted to fix what we broke with Amber. You can't fix the dead, Jack said. He walked to the door, Noah secure in his arms. Then he stopped and pulled out his phone. Dialed 911 with one hand. I need to report a kidnapping, he told the operator. Coastal cabin about 4 miles north of Cannon Beach. 2 suspects, Ruth and Howard Whitmore. The baby is safe. I have him. Who am I speaking with? The operator asked. Jack Maddox, the baby's father. Are you in danger? Jack looked back at Ruth and Howard. They stood together now, holding hands. They looked old, defeated. No, Jack said. I'm not in danger. Police are on the way. Stay on the line. I'll be outside. Jack hung up and walked out into the morning air. He could hear sirens in the distance, coming closer. Noah woke up and started to cry. That small, hungry cry that meant he needed a bottle. Jack rocked him gently, the way Amber had taught him. It's okay, he whispered. We're going home. 3 weeks later, Jack stood in his kitchen, watching June play with Noah on the living room floor. She made funny faces at him, and he giggled, reaching for her with his small hands. The house felt different now. Quieter. Heavier. Somehow, Ruth and Howard Whitmore had been arrested on charges of kidnapping and assault. Lena had recovered enough to give a full statement. The district attorney said the case was solid. They'd likely go to prison. Detective Quinn had closed the investigation. She'd stopped by the house twice, just to check on Jack and the kids. She didn't ask many questions about how he'd found the cabin. Didn't push when he gave vague answers. Maybe she knew some things were better left alone. The insurance policy was still being sorted out. Turns out, Lena hadn't known about it. Amber had set it up through a different lawyer, someone none of them had met. The whole thing was complicated, but the money would eventually go into a trust for the kids. As for the photo Jack had found, the one of Amber with the stranger, he'd shown it to Tessa. She'd gone pale and told him the truth. The man was Amber's first serious boyfriend. They'd dated when she was 19. He'd gotten her pregnant. Her parents had forced her to give the baby up for adoption. The relationship ended soon after. The man had moved away. Amber never saw him again. That loss, Tessa said, had broken something in Amber. Changed her relationship with her parents forever. Made her protective of June and Noah in ways Jack had never fully understood. Jack had burned the photo after that conversation. Some secrets were better left buried. Now he poured himself coffee and watched his children. June looked up and caught his eye. "Did you forgive them, Daddy?" she asked. "The people who took Noah?" Jack walked over and sat down on the floor next to her. Noah crawled into his lap. "No," Jack said. "Forgiveness is what lets people do it again." June frowned, thinking about this. "But Mom always said we should forgive people. Your mom was kinder than me. Are you sad about that?" Jack kissed the top of June's head, then Noah's. "No, Bug. I'm not sad." He held his children close and watched the rain start to fall outside the window. The drops streaked down the glass, distorting everything beyond it. Somewhere out there, Ruth and Howard sat in separate cells, probably crying. Somewhere out there, Lena was trying to rebuild her life, carrying guilt Jack knew would never leave her. And here, in this house, Jack held the only two things in the world that mattered to him. He thought about Amber's message. Don't let Jack raise him alone. Maybe she'd been right to worry. Maybe he was too hard, too cold, too unwilling to forgive. But he'd protected their children. He brought Noah home. And he'd do it again 1,000 times over, no matter what it cost him. "Daddy," June asked, "what are you thinking about?" Jack smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Nothing important, Bug." He stood up and walked to the door. Checked the locks. All 3 deadbolts. Then he checked the windows. All secure. He'd installed new locks on every window in the house, the kind that couldn't be opened from outside. June watched him with those big eyes that saw too much. "Are you scared they'll come back?" she asked. "No," Jack said. "They won't come back." But he checked the locks again anyway. Later that night, after both kids were asleep, Jack sat at the kitchen table and wrote. He'd been doing this every night for 3 weeks now. Just thoughts, memories, things he needed to get out of his head. Tonight he wrote, "Some people heal by forgiving. I heal by never forgetting." He read the words twice, then closed the notebook and locked it in his desk drawer. Outside, the rain fell harder. The wind picked up, rattling the windows. Jack checked the locks one more time before bed. He'd check them again tomorrow. And the day after that. Forever, if that's what it took to keep his children safe. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The Sonoma vineyard stretched endlessly under the late spring sun, rows of green vines creating perfect lines that disappeared into rolling hills. White chairs arranged in neat rows faced an altar decorated with cream roses and baby's breath. Guests mingled on the lawn, their laughter mixing with soft acoustic guitar music that drifted from hidden speakers. Ethan Callahan adjusted his black tie and watched the scene unfold. At 32, he had learned to read people quickly. It was a skill that had kept him alive in foster homes and later helped him build his business. Today, that skill was screaming warnings. "Uncle Ethan, do I look okay?" Nora tugged at her pale blue dress. her dark hair pulled back with a matching ribbon. At 10 years old, she carried herself with careful precision, the way children do when they've learned that adults notice mistakes. Ethan knelt to her level, straightening the ribbon that was already perfect. "You look beautiful, kiddo. Just remember what we talked about. Stay close to you. Don't talk to Mrs. Duval unless she talks to me first. And if anyone makes me uncomfortable, I find you right away. That's my girl." He touched her cheek gently. 7 years ago, Nora had come to live with him after her parents died in a car accident. She was 3 then, tiny and broken, just like he had been when his own parents were killed. The system had wanted to place her with distant relatives who saw her as a burden. Ethan had fought for custody, knowing exactly what it felt like to be unwanted. Ethan appeared beside them, his tuxedo perfectly pressed, his smile bright but nervous. "There you are. Mother's been looking for you." Of course she had. Marlo Duval treated every social event like a military operation, and Ethan was marrying into her army whether he liked it or not. The thought sat heavy in his chest. "Where is she?" Ethan stood, keeping one hand on Nora's shoulder. "Over by the gift table. She wants to go over the processional one more time." Camden's voice carried the familiar strain that appeared whenever his mother was mentioned. Ethan nodded. "Nora, why don't you go find Harper? She was asking about your book report earlier." "Okay." Nora squeezed his hand before walking toward the lawyer who stood near the refreshment table, elegant in her navy dress and sharp enough to cut glass with her wit. "Camden, watch her go. She's gotten so grown up. Hard to believe she's only 10. Kids grow fast when they have to." Ethan's voice was neutral, but Camden had learned to recognize the warning signs. That tone meant the conversation was over. They walked toward the gift table where Marlo Duval held court. At 55, she commanded attention without effort. Her silver hair was perfectly styled. Her cream-colored mother-of-the-bride dress cost more than most people's monthly rent, and her smile was as sharp as a blade. "Ethan, darling." She air-kissed his cheek, her perfume expensive and overwhelming. "I was just telling Mrs. Patterson about your business success. So inspiring how you've built everything from nothing." The words sounded like praise, but Ethan heard the reminder underneath. "You come from nothing, and I'm graciously allowing you into our family." He had heard variations of this speech for the past year. "Thank you, Marlo. The vineyard looks perfect." "Of course it does. I personally selected every flower, every ribbon, every place setting." Her eyes swept the scene with satisfaction. "Though I do worry about some of the guests. That little girl of yours has been running around quite freely." Ethan's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Nora is well behaved." "Oh, I'm sure she tries to be. But children from difficult backgrounds sometimes struggle with proper behavior. It's not their fault, really." Camden shifted uncomfortably beside them. "Mother, Nora's fine. She's a great kid." Marlo's smile didn't waver, but her eyes grew cold. "Camden, dear, why don't you check on the musicians? I want to make sure they're ready for the processional." It wasn't a suggestion. Camden hesitated for a moment, looking between his mother and Ethan, then walked away. Ethan watched him go, noting how quickly Camden abandoned any confrontation with his mother. "He's such a good boy," Marlo said, following Ethan's gaze. "So trusting. Sometimes I worry he doesn't see people's true nature the way I do." Ethan turned to face her fully. "What exactly are you trying to say, Marlo?" "Nothing at all, dear. Just that family is so important. We must protect what we've built." Her smile was poisonous sweetness. "I'm sure you understand that, given your own family situation." Before Ethan could respond, the wedding coordinator appeared with a clipboard and a harried expression. "Mrs. Duval, we're ready to begin the ceremony. The photographer wants family photos first." "Wonderful." Marlo clapped her hands together. "Ethan, go gather your people. We'll start with the formal shots." The next 30 minutes passed in a blur of posed smiles and careful positioning. Ethan stood where he was told, smiled when directed, and watched Marlo orchestrate everything with military precision. Nora stayed close to Harper, both of them observing the circus with identical expressions of polite tolerance. Finally, the photographer finished and guests began taking their seats. The musicians switched to the processional music, and Ethan took his place at the altar beside the officiant. Camden stood next to him, fidgeting with his cufflinks. "You ready for this?" Camden whispered. Ethan looked out at the assembled guests, all of them from Marlowe's social circle, except for Harper and a few business associates. Not one person in those chairs cared about him or Nora. They were there for the spectacle, for Marlowe's approval, for the chance to see her son marry beneath his station. "Let's get this over with," Ethan said. The music swelled, and bridesmaids began their walk down the aisle. Ethan's bride appeared at the back of the aisle, radiant in white silk and his grandmother's pearls. For a moment, he remembered why he had proposed. She was beautiful, intelligent, and before Marlowe's influence had grown stronger, she had been kind to Nora. But as she walked toward him, Ethan noticed her eyes weren't on him. They were on her mother, seeking approval even on her wedding day. The realization hit him like ice water in his veins. The ceremony proceeded without incident until the wine blessing. It was Marlowe's addition to the traditional service, something about unity and family bonds. Nora had been asked to help pour the wine into crystal glasses, a symbolic gesture that Marlowe claimed would welcome her into the family. Nora stood beside the small table that held the wine service, her movements careful and precise. She lifted the bottle, concentrating on not spilling a drop. The guests watched with indulgent smiles, cameras flashing. That's when everything went wrong that a waiter carrying a tray of appetizers hurried past the wine table, trying to serve late-arriving guests. His elbow caught the edge of Nora's dress, and he stumbled, his tray tilting dangerously. Ethan saw it happening as if in slow motion. The waiter's desperate attempt to regain balance, the tray falling, the wine glasses tumbling toward the bridal gown. Red wine splashed across the white silk like blood on snow. The garden fell silent, except for the soft drip of wine from the dress hem onto the wooden platform. Then Marlowe screamed, "You clumsy little brat!" She grabbed Nora's arm, jerking her away from the wine table. "Look what you've done. You've ruined everything." "I didn't." Nora's voice was small and confused. "Don't lie to me." Marlowe's face was red with rage. "I watched you knock over those glasses. This dress cost $8,000. Her hand came down hard across Nora's cheek, the sound echoing across the silent vineyard like a gunshot. Nora stumbled backward, her hand flying to her face, tears springing to her eyes. She looked around desperately for Ethan, for safety, for someone to tell her this wasn't her fault. Ethan moved before conscious thought took over. 2 quick steps, and he was between Marlowe and Nora, his body a wall of protection. His face was completely calm, but his eyes held the promise of violence. "Take your hands off her." His voice was quiet, deadly. Marlowe raised her chin defiantly. "That child destroyed my daughter's wedding dress. She needs to learn there are consequences for carelessness. She didn't touch those glasses." Ethan's words cut through the air like shards of glass. "Everyone saw her. She knocked them over. I saw the waiter bump into her. Everyone saw the waiter bump into her." Murmurs rippled through the guests. Some nodded in agreement, but others looked uncertain. Marlowe's influence was strong among this crowd. "You're protecting her because she's family," Marlowe said, her voice dripping with disdain. "But facts are facts. She was holding the wine, and now the dress is ruined." Camden finally stepped forward, his face pale. "Mother, maybe we should stay out of this, Camden." Marlowe didn't even look at him. "This is about accountability. If we let this slide, what lesson does that teach?" Ethan knelt beside Nora, his voice gentle. "Are you hurt, sweetheart?" Nora shook her head, but her cheek was bright red where Marlowe had hit her. Tears tracked down her face, but she wasn't sobbing. She had learned early that tears often made things worse. "I didn't spill the wine, Uncle Ethan. The waiter bumped into me. I know, baby. I saw what happened." He stood slowly, his movements controlled and precise. When he faced Marlowe again, his expression was carved from stone. "You will never touch her again." "How dare you?" "Never." The word dropped between them like a threat. "And you will apologize." Marlowe laughed, the sound sharp and ugly. "I will not apologize for correcting a child's behavior. If you can't handle proper discipline, perhaps you shouldn't be responsible for raising her." The wedding guests watched in horrified fascination. Some pulled out phones to record the drama. Others whispered behind their hands, already composing the gossip they would share at the next social gathering. Camden stepped closer to his mother. "Mother, please, let's just clean up the dress and continue." "The dress is ruined, Camden. $8,000, destroyed by carelessness." Her voice rose to near hysteria. "And your fiancé stands there defending the little brat instead of supporting his future family. She's 10 years old," Ethan said, his voice still deadly quiet. "And she's my family. The only family that matters." The words hung in the air like a declaration of war. Marlowe's face went white, then red, then white again. "Perhaps," she said slowly, "we should review the footage from the security cameras. That will settle this matter once and for all." The Vineyard's event coordinator appeared at Marlowe's elbow, her expression carefully neutral. "Mrs. Duval, we do have security cameras covering the ceremony area. If you'd like to review the footage, yes." Marlowe's voice was triumphant. "Let's see exactly what happened." They moved to the small office behind the main building, a cramped space filled with monitors and recording equipment. The coordinator, a woman named Janet who had clearly dealt with difficult clients before, pulled up the relevant footage without comment. The group crowded around the monitor. Ethan with his arm around Nora, Marlowe radiating satisfaction, Camden looking increasingly uncomfortable, and Harper who had quietly joined them with the sharp attention of a lawyer sensing blood in the water. "Here's the moment in question," Janet said, pointing at the screen. The footage was crystal clear. They watched Nora carefully pour wine into the first glass, her concentration complete. The waiter appeared from the left side of the screen, hurrying with his tray. His path would take him directly behind Nora. Ethan watched Marlowe's face as the scene played out. Her triumph began to fade as the waiter's elbow clearly caught Nora's dress, sending him stumbling into the wine table. The glasses toppled in a cascade of crystal and wine, splashing across the bridal gown. "Well," Harper said dryly, "that's quite clear, isn't it?" Marlowe's mouth opened and closed without sound. The footage showed exactly what Ethan had said. Nora was innocent, the waiter was at fault, and Marlowe had publicly humiliated a child based on nothing but her own assumptions. Camden stared at the screen. "Mother, you saw this wrong. The angle is deceptive," Marlowe said quickly. "From where I was standing, from where you're standing, you saw the same thing we all saw," Ethan interrupted. "A child trying her best who got blamed for an adult's mistake." Janet fast-forwarded to show multiple angles of the same incident. Each one confirmed what they had seen. Nora was completely innocent. "Would you like copies of this footage?" Janet asked politely. "Yes," Harper said before anyone else could speak. "Email them to me, please." She handed over her business card with practiced efficiency. Marlowe finally found her voice. "This doesn't change anything. The dress is still ruined. The wedding is still disrupted. By your reaction," Ethan said, "not by Nora." He looked around the small office, studying each face. Camden was struggling with the realization that his mother had been wrong. Marlowe was calculating her next move, already working on damage control. Harper was taking mental notes with the precision of someone who made her living from other people's mistakes. And Nora was watching him, waiting to see how he would handle this. She had learned to read his moods, to trust his protection, to believe that he would always choose her safety over everything else. Ethan made his decision. "Janet, thank you for your time. Please send those copies to Harper's email address." He turned to the group. "I think we're done here." "What do you mean done?" Marlowe demanded. "I mean this conversation is over." Ethan's hand found Nora's shoulder, steady and reassuring. "We're going back to our hotel. You can't just leave. We have a wedding to finish." Ethan paused at the door, his expression unreadable. "Do we?" He didn't wait for an answer. The hotel suite was quiet after the chaos of the Vineyard. Ethan had booked the best room available, with a view of the valley and enough space for Nora to spread out her books and art supplies. Now she sat on the couch, still in her blue dress, an ice pack pressed to her cheek. "Does it hurt much?" Ethan asked, settling beside her. "Not really. I've had worse." The matter-of-fact way she said it broke his heart. A 10-year-old shouldn't have a scale for measuring how much pain was acceptable. Nora, look at me. He waited until her dark eyes met his. What happened today was not your fault. Not any of it. I know. The video showed that. Even without the video, it wasn't your fault. Mrs. Duval was wrong to blame you, and she was wrong to hit you. Adults who care about children don't act that way. Nora nodded solemnly. She doesn't like me. No, she doesn't. And that's her problem, not yours. Ethan pulled her against his side, careful of her bruised cheek. I need you to understand something important. What happened today showed me who these people really are. And I don't want them in our family. But you're supposed to marry Camden's daughter. I was supposed to. But families are supposed to protect each other, not hurt each other. Mrs. Duval hurt you, and Camden didn't stop her. That tells me everything I need to know. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the sun set over the valley. Ethan's mind was already working, planning the steps he would need to take. Cancel the wedding, deal with the social fallout, protect Nora from any further contact with Marlowe. But there was more to it than simple damage control. Today had shown him something ugly about the family he had almost joined. Marlowe's casual cruelty toward a child, her willingness to publicly humiliate someone she saw as beneath her, Camden's inability to stand up to his mother even when she was clearly wrong. These weren't the kind of people he wanted around Nora. More importantly, they weren't the kind of people he wanted to become. Uncle Ethan, Nora's voice was small. What's going to happen now? Now we go home. You go back to school, I go back to work, and we forget about these people. But what about Camden's daughter? She seemed nice. Ethan considered his words carefully. His fiancée had seemed nice, but she had also stood by while her mother attacked a child. She had prioritized her dress over Nora's safety. That told him everything he needed to know about her character. Sometimes people seem nice until something difficult happens. Then you see who they really are. Like Mrs. Duval. Exactly like Mrs. Duval. Nora was quiet for a long moment. I'm sorry your wedding got ruined. You didn't ruin anything, sweetheart. And honestly, I'm glad it happened now instead of later. Better to know the truth before making a mistake. So you're not sad? Ethan thought about it honestly. Was he sad? Disappointed, certainly. The end of a relationship was never easy, even when it was necessary. But sad? No. If anything, he felt relieved. Today had shown him exactly what kind of future he would have had with this family. And it wasn't one he wanted. No, he said finally. I'm not sad. I'm grateful we found out who they really are before it was too late. His phone buzzed with text messages. Camden, probably. His fiancée, definitely. Maybe even Marlowe, trying to salvage the situation. He ignored them all. Tomorrow he would deal with the practical matters. Canceling vendors, returning gifts, handling the social gossip. Tonight was for Nora, for making sure she understood that she was safe and loved and not responsible for any of the day's drama. Are you hungry? He asked. Room service has good pizza. Can we watch a movie too? Of course. You pick. As Nora scrolled through the hotel's movie options, Ethan's mind was already planning. He would not let this family hurt her again. He would not let anyone hurt her again. And he would make sure the truth of today's events became common knowledge among Marlowe's social circle. The woman had humiliated his niece in public. She would learn what that felt like. But first, pizza and a movie with the only family that mattered. 3 days after the wedding disaster, Ethan sat his car outside the Duval mansion in Pacific Heights, watching the morning routine unfold. The house was a monument to old San Francisco money. Victorian architecture with modern updates, manicure gardens, and a garage that housed Camden's Tesla and Marlowe's luxury sedan. He wasn't stalking them. He was conducting reconnaissance. The difference mattered, at least to him. Stalking implied emotion, impulse, a lack of control. Reconnaissance was strategic, planned, purposeful. And after 32 years of life that had taught him to be cautious, Ethan approached every important decision with careful research. His phone buzzed with another text from Camden. The 20th since Sunday night, each one more desperate than the last. Please call me. We need to talk. Mother feels terrible about what happened. Can we meet for coffee? Just the two of us? Don't let one bad moment ruin everything we have. Ethan deleted each message without responding. Camden's definition of one bad moment was telling. In his world, publicly humiliating a child and physically striking her qualified as a minor social embarrassment, not a fundamental character flaw that a black Mercedes pulled into the driveway. Harper Fields emerged from the driver's seat, her red hair catching the morning light, her expression businesslike. Ethan had asked her to meet him here, though he hadn't explained why yet. She tapped on his passenger window. "Fancy meeting you here. Get in." He unlocked the doors. Harper slid into the passenger seat, studying the mansion with professional interest. Impressive real estate. "What are we doing here?" "Learning." Ethan handed her a coffee from the cup holder. "How well do you know the Duval family?" "Well enough to avoid them at social functions." Harper sipped her coffee thoughtfully. Marlowe's reputation precedes her. She's destroyed more marriages and business partnerships than a bad prenup. What? Sunday wasn't an isolated incident. It was a pattern. Harper's expression sharpened. "You want to know what you're dealing with?" "I want to know everything. Her business connections, her social influence, her weaknesses, before I make my next move." "What kind of move are we talking about?" Ethan was quiet for a moment, watching the mansion. The kind that ensures she never hurts Nora again, and that everyone knows exactly what kind of person she is. Harper studied his profile. "That sounds like revenge. That sounds like justice. Same thing, different marketing." She pulled out her phone and began scrolling through contacts. "Lucky for you, I have friends in interesting places. Give me 48 hours. What will that get me?" Everything you want to know about Marlo Duval's business dealings, her social circle, her charitable board positions, and her very expensive private therapy sessions. Harper's smile was sharp. "Did you know she's been seeing a psychiatrist for anger management issues? Court-ordered after an incident with a neighbor's dog." Ethan turned to look at her fully. "You already know about her background. I make it my business to know about people who hurt children, especially when those children belong to friends of mine." Harper's voice was matter-of-fact. Marlo has a history of volatile behavior, usually directed at people who can't fight back. Like Nora, but also like her housekeeper, her gardener, the parking attendant at her country club, and several charity volunteers who had the audacity to disagree with her. Ethan absorbed this information, filing it away with everything else he had observed. Marlo was a bully who targeted the vulnerable. That made her predictable, and predictable people had exploitable weaknesses. What about Camden? Weak, spineless, completely under his mother's control. Harper's assessment was brutal but accurate. He's 40 years old and still asking mommy's permission to make decisions. That tells you everything you need to know about his character. The front door of the mansion opened. Marlo emerged, dressed for tennis at the country club, her hair perfect despite the early hour. She moved with the confidence of someone who had never faced real consequences for her actions. That was about to change. "I want to know about her routine," Ethan said. "Where she goes, when she goes there, who she sees. I want to know about her business interests and her social obligations. Planning something specific, planning everything." He started the car. "She thinks what happened Sunday was embarrassing. She's about to learn what actual humiliation feels like." Harper buckled her seatbelt. "I do love working with professionals." As they drove away from the mansion, Ethan's mind was already working through scenarios. Marlowe's world ran on reputation and social standing. Those were vulnerabilities he could exploit. But he needed more information first, needed to understand exactly how her social network operated before he began dismantling it. His phone buzzed again. Camden, still texting. "Ethan, please. Let's talk like adults. As if what had happened was a simple misunderstanding between equals, not an assault on a child by someone who should have known better. Ethan deleted the message and put the phone on silent. He was done talking. Now, it was time to act. The Duval Mansion's dining room was decorated in tasteful neutrals that probably cost more than most people's cars. Crystal glasses caught the morning light from tall windows, and fresh flowers filled the air with expensive perfume. Marlo had insisted on hosting this intimate family brunch as damage control, though she preferred to call it clearing the air. Ethan sat at the polished table, his expression pleasant and unreadable. He had accepted the invitation not out of forgiveness, but out of strategy. Today was about gathering intelligence and testing boundaries. More coffee, Ethan? Marlowe's smile was bright and artificial as she lifted the silver pot. She was trying too hard, overcompensating for Sunday's scene with exaggerated hospitality. Thank you. He watched her pour, noting the slight tremor in her hands. She was nervous, though trying to hide it. Around the table sat Camden's extended family. His Aunt Patricia, Cousin David, and David's wife Michelle. All of them had been at the wedding. All of them had witnessed Marlowe's public meltdown. Their presence today was carefully orchestrated social theater. I'm so glad we could all get together, Marlowe continued, settling back into her chair. Family is so important, especially during challenging times. Patricia, Camden's father's sister, raised an eyebrow. Is that what we're calling Sunday? Challenging. Marlowe's smile flickered. Emotions ran high. Wedding days can be stressful for everyone involved, especially for 10-year-old girls who get blamed for accidents, David said quietly. The table went silent. David had always been the family's conscience, the one who spoke uncomfortable truths when others preferred polite fiction. Marlowe's eyes flashed dangerously. David, I think there may have been some confusion about what actually happened. No confusion, Ethan interrupted smoothly. We have security footage that shows exactly what happened. Harper has copies if anyone would like to review them. He said it casually, as if he were discussing the weather. But the implication was clear. The truth was documented, preserved, and available for anyone who wanted to see it. Camden shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Maybe we don't need to rehash Sunday. We're all here now, trying to move forward. Moving forward requires acknowledging what went wrong, Patricia said, her voice sharp. Marlowe, that child did nothing wrong. You blamed her publicly and then struck her. In front of 200 people. I was protecting the family's reputation. Marlowe snapped, her careful composure beginning to crack. That dress cost $8,000 and insurance will cover it, Michelle interrupted. What insurance doesn't cover is the damage to a child's sense of safety and self-worth. Ethan watched this exchange with growing satisfaction. He hadn't needed to say much. Marlowe was isolating herself simply by defending her indefensible actions. The family members who had seemed united at social gatherings were revealing their true feelings when pressed. Perhaps, Ethan said quietly, we should discuss what happens next. All eyes turned to him. He had spoken little during the brunch, letting others voice their concerns while he observed and listened. Now he had their complete attention. Nora is my responsibility, my priority, and I won't put her in situations where she might be hurt again. His voice was calm, matter of fact. That means no more family gatherings where she might be blamed for things she didn't do. No more contact with people who think physical discipline is appropriate for other people's children. You're being dramatic, Marlowe said, but her voice lacked conviction. Am I? Ethan pulled out his phone and set it on the table. Harper sent me an interesting document yesterday. A police report from 2 years ago involving you and a neighbor's dog. The color drained from Marlowe's face. Around the table, family members exchanged glances. That was completely different, she said quickly. The animal was aggressive. The animal was a 12-year-old golden retriever walking on a leash. According to the report, you kicked it because it stepped on your garden flowers. Patricia put down her coffee cup with a sharp clink. You kicked Mrs. Henderson's dog. The police report also mentions court-ordered anger management classes. Ethan continued conversationally, which makes Sunday's incident part of a pattern, not an isolated mistake. Marlowe stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the hardwood floor. How dare you investigate my private matters? You have no right. I have every right to protect my family from people with a history of violence. Ethan replied, his voice never rising above conversational level. Just like every parent in this neighborhood has a right to know about your difficulties with anger management. The threat was subtle but unmistakable. Marlowe's social standing depended on her reputation among the wealthy families of Pacific Heights. If word spread about her police record and anger issues, her carefully constructed world would begin to crumble. Camden finally found his voice. Ethan, surely we can work this out privately. No need to involve other people. I agree completely. Ethan's smile was pleasant and cold. As long as Nora is never exposed to this kind of behavior again, there's no reason for our private family matters to become public knowledge. The message was clear: behave, or face the consequences of your reputation being destroyed. David leaned back in his chair, studying Ethan with new respect. I think you've made your position very clear. I hope so. Ethan stood, placing his napkin beside his plate. Thank you for brunch, Marlowe. It's been illuminating. He walked toward the door, then paused. Oh, and Camden, I think we should postpone our wedding plans indefinitely, until you can guarantee that my family will be treated with respect. The silence that followed was deafening. Ethan left them to digest that information while he collected his coat and car keys. Outside, he sat in his car for a moment, processing what he had learned. The family was fracturing exactly as he had hoped. Patricia and David clearly disapproved of Marlowe's behavior. Michelle was appalled by the violence toward child. Even Camden was beginning to question his mother's actions, though he lacked the spine to confront her directly. Marlowe was becoming isolated within her own family circle. That isolation would spread to her social circle soon enough, especially once word of the police report became common knowledge. His phone buzzed with a text from Harper. How did it go? Phase 1 complete, he replied. Ready for Phase 2. I do love a man with a plan. Dinner tonight? I have updates on our mutual friend's social calendar. Ethan smiled as he started the car. Marlowe had wanted to control his family's narrative. Instead, she had handed him all the weapons he needed to control hers. The vineyard looked different under gray skies. What had been beautiful and romantic a week ago now seemed staged and artificial. White chairs sat empty in neat rows, waiting for a ceremony that would never happen. The altar decorations had been removed, but wine stains still marked the wooden platform where everything had gone wrong. Ethan stood beside the abandoned gift table, watching vendors pack up equipment and decorations. He had called this meeting for 2 p.m., inviting everyone who had been involved in the wedding planning. It was time to make his position official. Camden arrived first, looking haggard and uncertain. He had lost weight in the past week, and his usual polished appearance was rumpled around the edges. Thank you for meeting me here, he said, approaching cautiously. I wasn't sure you would want to see me. We need to talk. Ethan's voice was neutral. Privately, they walked toward the garden area, away from the vendors and staff. Camden kept glancing at him nervously, as if expecting an explosion of anger. But Ethan's rage had long since crystallized into something more dangerous, cold, calculated purpose. I know you're angry about what happened, Camden began, and you have every right to be. Mother crossed a line with Nora. A line. Ethan stopped walking and turned to face him. She physically assaulted a child in public. That's not crossing a line, Camden. That's criminal behavior. I know. And she feels terrible about it. Does she? Because at brunch yesterday, she spent most of her time defending her actions. Camden's shoulders sagged. She's stubborn and proud. It's hard for her to admit when she's wrong. It's not hard for decent people to admit when they've hurt a child. They stood in silence for a moment, listening to vendors call instructions to each other. The wedding that was supposed to celebrate their future was being dismantled piece by piece. I've been thinking about this all week, Camden said finally. About what you said, about families protecting each other. You're right. I should have stepped in faster. I should have stopped her. But you didn't. No, I didn't. Camden's admission was quiet and painful. I've spent my whole life avoiding confrontations with her. It's easier to let her have her way than to fight about it, even when she's hurting innocent people. Even then, Camden met his eyes for the first time. I know that makes me a coward. I know that's not the kind of man you want to marry. Ethan studied Camden's face, looking for signs of genuine understanding or just self-pity. What he saw was exhaustion and shame, but not real comprehension of how deep the problem went. This isn't about one incident, Camden. It's about who we are as people. Your mother has a history of violence and manipulation. You have a history of enabling her. That's not going to change because you feel bad about it. But it could change. I could change. Could you? At what point would you finally stand up to her? When she hits Nora again. When she decides I'm not good enough for your family and starts a campaign to destroy my business. When she turns her attention to our future children. Each question landed like a physical blow. Camden flinched but didn't look away. I would protect our children. Like you protected Nora. Camden had no answer for that. More guests began arriving. Harper, the wedding coordinator, the photographer who had captured everything. Ethan had invited them all to witness this moment, to ensure that his version of events became the official record. Marlowe's car pulled into the parking area, and she emerged looking perfectly composed despite the circumstances. She had spent the week trying to control the narrative, telling anyone who would listen that the wedding was merely postponed due to family adjustments. Today would end that fiction. "Good afternoon, everyone," Ethan said, his voice carrying across the garden. "Thank you for coming. I know this is unusual, but I wanted to address some rumors that have been circulating." The small group gathered around him. Vendors who had worked on the wedding, a few family members, and Harper with her phone discreetly recording everything. There have been suggestions that our wedding was postponed due to minor family disagreements. I want to be clear about what actually happened. Marlowe's eyes flashed with warning. "Ethan, I don't think this is necessary. I think it's very necessary." His voice cut through her objection like a blade. "Last Sunday, during our wedding ceremony, my 10-year-old niece was falsely accused of damaging the bridal gown. When security footage proved her innocence, there was no apology. Instead, she was physically struck in front of 200 witnesses." Murmurs rippled through the small crowd. The photographer shifted uncomfortably, probably remembering the images he had captured. "After reviewing all the evidence and considering the safety of my family, I've decided to permanently cancel this wedding." The words fell into silence like stones into still water. Camden went pale. Marlowe's carefully composed expression cracked. "Ethan," Camden said desperately, "we can work through this. Families have problems all the time. Some problems can't be worked through." Ethan's voice was final. "Some behaviors are unforgivable." Marlowe finally exploded. "How dare you stand there and lecture us about family? You barely know what a real family looks like. You grew up in foster care with no guidance, no structure, no understanding of proper discipline." The attack was vicious and personal, designed to humiliate him in front of everyone. But Ethan had been expecting it. He had learned long ago that cornered bullies always went for the cruelest weapons they could find. "You're right," he said calmly. "I did grow up in foster care, and I learned something important there. Children deserve protection, not punishment. They deserve adults who put their safety first, not their own pride." He looked around the group, making eye contact with each person. "I also learned to recognize toxic behavior when I see it. And I learned that sometimes the people who claim to love you are the ones who hurt you the most." Harper stepped forward slightly, her presence a quiet show of support. The wedding coordinator nodded approvingly. Even some of the vendors looked sympathetic. Marlowe realized she was losing the audience. Her voice became desperate, pleading. "This is ridiculous. One moment of stress shouldn't destroy everything we've built. Camden, tell him. Tell him how much our family means to you." Camden looked between his mother and Ethan, his face anguished. For a moment, it seemed like he might finally find the courage to choose a side. Then he looked away. "I think," he said quietly, "maybe we all need some time to think about this." It was the same non-answer he had given his entire life. The refusal to take a stand, to make a hard choice, to risk his mother's displeasure. Ethan nodded slowly. "Time won't change what happened, Camden, or who we are as people." He turned to address the group one final time. "Thank you all for your time and effort on this project. I'll make sure everyone is compensated for their work. The wedding is officially canceled." As people began to disperse, Marlowe made one last desperate attempt. "You'll regret this, Ethan. You're throwing away the best thing that ever happened to you." He paused, considering her words. "No," he said finally. "The best thing that ever happened to me was getting custody of Nora. Everything else is just details." He walked away without looking back, leaving Marlowe and Camden standing alone beside the wine-stained platform where their family's true nature had been revealed. The Duval mansion's living room had been carefully staged for battle. Marlowe sat in her favorite chair, flanked by Camden and his fiancée, both looking increasingly uncomfortable as the truth emerged. Across from them, Ethan occupied the sofa with Harper beside him, a folder of documents between them like ammunition waiting to be deployed. It had been 3 weeks since the wedding cancellation. 3 weeks for the social gossip to spread, for business relationships to sour, and for Marlowe's carefully constructed reputation to begin cracking under pressure. The meeting had been Camden's idea, a last desperate attempt to salvage something from the wreckage. "Thank you for coming," Camden said, his voice strained. "I know this has been difficult for everyone, but I think we can still work this out." "There's nothing to work out," Ethan replied calmly. "I made my position clear. The relationship is over." "But surely," Camden's fiancée interjected, "there must be some way to move past this. We're adults. We can forgive and forget." Harper laughed softly. "Forgive and forget. How convenient for the people who caused the damage." Marlowe's eyes flashed dangerously. "I don't recall asking for your opinion, Miss Fields. You didn't ask for anyone's opinion when you assaulted a child," Harper replied smoothly. "But here we are anyway." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Marlowe straightened in her chair, preparing for battle. "I've had quite enough of your accusations and investigations," she said, her voice sharp as broken glass. "Do you think I don't know what you've been doing? Calling my friends, spreading rumors, trying to destroy my reputation?" "We haven't spread any rumors," Ethan said. "We've simply shared facts. The police report about the dog incident, the court-ordered anger management classes, the security footage from the wedding. Those are private matters. They became public matters when you decided to publicly attack my family." Ethan's voice remained level, but there was steel underneath. "Actions have consequences, Marlowe. You're finally learning that." Camden shifted uncomfortably. "Look, we all said things we regret. Mother feels terrible about what happened with Nora, does she?" Ethan turned his attention to Marlowe. "Have you felt terrible about it? Have you lost sleep thinking about how you made a 10-year-old girl feel? Have you wondered what it was like for her to be blamed and punished for something she didn't do?" Marlowe's jaw tightened. "That child is manipulative. She knew exactly what she was doing, playing the victim to turn you against us." The words hung in the air like poison. Even Camden looked shocked by his mother's continued hostility toward child. Harper opened the folder and pulled out a document. "That's interesting, because this psychological evaluation suggests that you have severe difficulties distinguishing between perceived threats and actual threats, especially when it comes to children and authority figures." "Where did you get that?" Marlowe's voice was sharp with panic. "It's part of the court record from your anger management case. Public information, available to anyone who knows where to look." Harper's smile was professionally pleasant. "It makes for fascinating reading. Apparently, your therapist was quite concerned about your inability to take responsibility for your actions." Marlowe stood abruptly, her composure finally cracking completely. "You have no right to dig into my private life. This is harassment. This is consequences," Ethan said quietly. "You made the choice to attack my family in public. Now you get to live with everyone knowing who you really are." Camden looked between his mother and Ethan desperately. "Please, there has to be a way to fix this. Mother, just apologize. Really apologize and mean it. I will not apologize to some foster care brat who enough." The word cracked through the room like a whip. Everyone turned to stare at Camden, who was standing now, his face flushed with anger. "Enough," he repeated, his voice shaking. "I have listened to you attack that little girl over and over again. I have watched you justify hurting a child. I have made excuses for your behavior my entire life, but I will not do it anymore." Marlowe's face went white. "Camden, you don't mean that." "I do mean it. For the first time in my life, I absolutely mean it." He turned to Ethan. "You were right. About all of it. About her, about me, about what kind of family we really are." "Camden," his fiancée started. "No." He held up a hand. "I need to say this. I need to finally say this." He faced his mother again. "You hurt an innocent child. You refused to apologize. You spent 3 weeks trying to blame everyone except yourself. And you're still doing it." Marlowe's voice was dangerous. "Be very careful, Camden. I'm still your mother. You're a bully. You've been a bully my entire life, and I've been too weak to stop you. But I'm stopping you now. The silence that followed was profound. Marlo stared at her son, as if he had transformed into something unrecognizable. Camden was breathing hard, the adrenaline of finally standing up to her coursing through his system. Harper gathered her documents calmly. I think this family has some things to discuss privately. She stood, and Ethan rose with her. Their work here was done. Camden, Ethan said quietly. For what it's worth, I respect what you just did. It took courage. Camden nodded, not trusting his voice. T the door. Ethan paused and looked back at Marlo one final time. Nora asked me to give you a message, he said. She said to tell you that she forgives you for hitting her, because that's what her uncle taught her to do when people hurt her. Marlo's face crumpled slightly. But I don't forgive you, Ethan continued. And I never will. You hurt my family, and there are consequences for that. You're learning what those consequences look like. He walked out without another word, leaving the Duval family to confront the wreckage of their relationships. The mansion's garden was quiet in the late afternoon light. Camden sat on a stone bench, staring at his phone but not really seeing it. His confrontation with his mother had ended badly, with accusations and threats, and finally, for the first time in his life, with him walking out on her. Ethan found him there an hour later, having returned to Camden's request. They sat in silence for a while, watching the city skyline through the trees. I don't think I've ever yelled at her before, Camden said finally. Not once in 40 years. How does it feel? Camden considered the question seriously. Terrifying. Liberating. Like I might throw up. He managed a weak smile. All at the same time. They sat quietly again. Ethan was in no hurry to fill the silence. Camden was processing 30 years of suppressed thoughts and feelings that couldn't be rushed. She's called me 17 times since you left, Camden continued. 17. Each message more desperate than the last. What does she want? For me to come back inside and pretend none of this happened. For me to apologize for embarrassing her. For everything to go back to the way it was. Camden's voice was hollow. She can't understand why I won't do that. Can you understand why you won't? Camden was quiet for a long moment. I keep thinking about Nora's face when Mother hit her. The confusion, you know? Like she couldn't understand why someone would hurt her for something she didn't do. She's felt that confusion before, Ethan said quietly. Before she came to live with me. Adults who were supposed to protect her, who chose to hurt her instead. God, Camden put his head in his hands. I watched it happen, and I didn't stop it. What kind of person does that make me? The kind who was raised to prioritize keeping peace over doing what's right, Ethan said without judgment. The kind who's never learned that sometimes conflict is necessary. I'm 40 years old. I should have learned that by now. You learned it today. Camden looked up, surprised by the kindness in Ethan's voice. You stood up to her, Ethan continued. Finally, that takes courage, especially when you've spent a lifetime avoiding confrontation. Too little, too late though, isn't it? Ethan didn't answer immediately. He was thinking about second chances, about the difference between people who made mistakes and people who made choices. Camden had made a choice today, finally, but it didn't erase all the choices he had made before. What are you going to do now? Ethan asked. I don't know. She controls everything. My trust fund, my position at the company, my place in the family. If I don't apologize and fall in line, she'll cut me off completely. Is that what you're afraid of? Or are you afraid of finding out who you are without her approval? The question hit like a physical blow. Camden flinched but didn't look away. Both, he admitted. I've never made a major decision without her input. I don't know if I'm capable of it. You made one today. One decision in 40 years doesn't make me a different person. Ethan studied Camden's profile, noting the exhaustion and uncertainty, but also something else, a kind of grim determination. The man was finally waking up to who he had been, and he didn't like what he saw. What would you do differently? Ethan asked. If you could go back to last Sunday, what would you change? Everything. Camden's voice was immediate and certain. I would have stopped her the second she raised her voice to Nora. I would have made her apologize publicly. I would have chosen you and Nora over her feelings. And now, if she apologizes and promises to change. Camden was quiet for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady. She won't change. People like her don't change. They just get better at hiding who they are. He looked at Ethan directly. I'm not asking you to forgive her. I'm not even asking you to forgive me. But I need you to know that I understand now. What she did was unforgivable. What I allowed to happen was unforgivable. Ethan nodded slowly. Understanding is the first step. What's the second step? Making sure it never happens again. To anyone. They sat in contemplative silence as the sun began to set. Camden's phone buzzed with another call from his mother. This time, he declined it without hesitation. She's going to make my life hell, he said. Probably. Are you going to make my life hell too? Ethan considered the question seriously. That depends on what you do next. If you disappear back into your old patterns, then yes. I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what kind of man you chose to be. But if you actually change, then what? Then maybe we can find a way to coexist. Not as family, not as friends, but as people who understand each other. Camden nodded. That's more than I deserve. Yes, Ethan agreed. It is. Scene 3, Victory and Independence. The same vineyard where everything had started now served as the setting for endings. Ethan stood with Nora at the edge of the property, watching the sun set over the valley. 3 months had passed since the wedding disaster, and the landscape looked different now. The seasons had changed, and so had everything else. Are you sad we're leaving San Francisco? Nora asked, her hand secure in his. No, Ethan said honestly. Are you? A little, but mostly excited. She grinned up at him. Seattle has better bookstores. They were moving to Seattle in 2 weeks. Ethan had sold his San Francisco business and bought a smaller consulting firm in Washington. Fresh start, clean slate, no connections to the Duvall family or their social circle. The decision had been strategic as much as emotional. Marlowe's reach in San Francisco was extensive, her influence deep-rooted. She had already tried to damage his business relationships and social standing, with limited success thanks to Harper's preemptive damage control. But Ethan preferred to fight battles he could win cleanly. In Seattle, he would be just another businessman with a bright niece and no complicated history. Nora would attend a private school where the other children didn't know about wedding disasters or family drama. They could build a life based on their own choices instead of other people's expectations. Uncle Ethan, Nora's voice was thoughtful. Do you think Camden's daughter will be okay? It was a question that had been weighing on Ethan's mind as well. Camden's fiancée had called off their engagement 2 weeks after the family confrontation, citing irreconcilable differences about family values. The official story was diplomatic, but everyone understood the real reason. She had finally seen the Duvall family dynamics clearly and decided she wanted no part of them. I think she'll be fine, Ethan said. She's smart enough to recognize toxic behavior when she sees it. And Camden, that was a more complicated question. Camden had kept his word about standing up to his mother, but the cost had been enormous. Marlowe had indeed cut him off financially and socially, exactly as he had feared. He was learning to live independently for the first time in his life, working at a job his mother hadn't arranged, making decisions without her input. According to Harper, who kept tabs on such things, he was struggling but surviving. More importantly, he was learning. Camden is figuring out who he wants to be, Ethan said carefully. That's hard work, especially when you start late. Do you think he'll ever apologize to me? Ethan looked down at her, surprised by the question. Do you want him to? Nora considered this seriously. I think it would help him more than it would help me. I'm already okay. The simple wisdom of that statement took Ethan's breath away. At 10 years old, Nora understood something that had taken him years to learn. Forgiveness was a gift you gave yourself, not a debt others could demand. You're pretty smart, you know that, he said. I get it from my uncle. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the last light fade from the sky. Behind them, the vineyard was preparing for another season, another round of celebrations and disasters. But those would belong to other people now. Ethan's phone buzzed with a text message. Harper, Marlowe's country club revoked her membership today. Apparently the board received some concerning information about her legal history. Ethan smiled and put the phone away without responding. The campaign against Marlowe's reputation had been thorough and methodical. No single piece of information had been enough to destroy her, But collectively, they had painted a picture that her social circle found increasingly uncomfortable. She had lost 3 charitable board positions, her country club membership, and her position on the hospital fundraising committee. More importantly, she had lost the respect of the people whose opinions she valued most. She was learning what it felt like to be isolated and judged, to have her character questioned by people who had once sought her approval. The justice wasn't perfect, but it was real, and it was permanent. "Are you ready to go home?" Ethan asked. "I'm ready." They walked back toward the car, Nora's hand still in his. The vineyard faded behind them, along with all the complicated history it represented. Tomorrow they would start packing for Seattle. Next week they would close on their new house. Next month Nora would start her new school, where no one knew about angry adults or wedding disasters. They were free. As they drove away, Ethan caught sight of the vineyard in his rearview mirror one last time. The place where he had almost made the biggest mistake of his life. The place where he had learned exactly how much his family was worth to him. The place where he had discovered that some people deserved forgiveness and others deserved consequences. "Uncle Ethan," Nora's voice was sleepy from the car's warmth. "Yes, sweetheart. I'm glad you chose me." Ethan's throat tightened with emotion. "Always, Nora. Always." The vineyard disappeared completely as they turned onto the main road, heading toward home and the future they would build together. Behind them, the past settled into memory. Ahead of them, Seattle waited with its promise of new beginnings and second chances. For the people who deserve them. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The phone rang while John was replacing a rotted section of deck railing on Mrs. Patterson's back porch. He wiped sawdust from his hands and pulled the phone from his pocket, squinting at the unknown number. "This is John. Mr. Rowe? This is Jennifer calling from Spokane International Airport. I work at the service desk in Terminal B." John set down his hammer. "Yeah. Sir, are you Haley Rowe's guardian?" His stomach tightened. "That's my niece. What happened?" "Your niece is here at the airport. She's 7 years old, according to her ID bracelet. Her parents have already boarded their flight." The words didn't make sense at first. John stood there, staring at the half-finished railing, trying to arrange them into something that made sense. "Her parents left her?" "Yes, sir. About 40 minutes ago. She was sitting by gate C12 when security found her. She's safe, but she's alone, and she's been crying. We need you to come get her." John grabbed his keys. "I'm coming. Don't let anyone take her. I'll be there in 20 minutes. He hung up and threw his tools into the truck bed. Mrs. Patterson came to the back door, holding a glass of lemonade. "Everything okay, John?" "Family emergency. I'll finish the deck tomorrow." He was already in the truck, engine running. The drive to the airport felt longer than it was. John kept his hands tight on the wheel, his mind racing through possibilities. Maybe Martin and Kendra missed their flight. Maybe there was confusion about who was picking Haley up. Maybe someone at the airport got it wrong. But he knew his brother, and he knew Kendra. He parked in a short-term lot and walked fast through the automatic doors, past the ticket counters, toward Terminal B. A woman in an airline uniform stood near the service desk, talking to a security guard. When she saw John approach, she straightened. "Mr. Rowe, where is she?" The woman gestured toward a row of seats near a vending machine. Haley sat there, small and hunched, clutching a stuffed raccoon with one ear missing. Her dark hair hung in her face. Her pink backpack sat at her feet. John's chest went tight. He walked over and crouched in front of her. She looked up, eyes red and swollen. "Hey, Bug," he said quietly. "What happened?" Haley's lip trembled. She looked down at the raccoon, picking at its torn ear. "Daddy said they voted I should stay. Grandma said I ruin everything." John kept his voice calm. "Voted? Mommy and Daddy and Grandma. They voted that I should stay here." Her words came out shaky, broken by little hiccups of breath. John felt something cold settle in his gut. He looked at her arms. Faint yellow marks near her elbows. Old bruises, fading but still visible. "Did they hurt you, Haley?" She pulled her arms close to her body and didn't answer. John stood and turned to the airline worker. "Did you see the parents?" "Yes, sir. They checked in at the counter, went through security with their daughter, then boarded without her." We didn't realize she wasn't with him until after the gate closed. What flight? Flight 447 to Phoenix. Left at 4:35. John looked at his watch. It was 5:20 now. They were already gone. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out. A text from Martin. We all voted that she should stay. Don't make a scene, John. John stared at the screen. He read it twice. Then he turned the phone off and slipped it back into his pocket. He looked down at Haley. You ready to go? She nodded. John picked up her backpack and held out his hand. She took it, her small fingers cold in his palm. He lifted her into his arms, and she pressed her face against his shoulder, the stuffed raccoon squeezed between them. Thank you, he said to the airline worker. Of course. Do you need us to file a report? I'll handle it. He carried Haley through the terminal, past the crowds, past the baggage claim, out into the parking lot. She didn't say anything. She just held on to him. When they reached the truck, he set her gently in the passenger seat and buckled her in. She looked so small sitting there, her feet not even reaching the floor. John climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. He pulled out of the lot and merged onto the highway, heading toward Tacoma. The sun was low, casting orange light across the road. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Then John said, Do they hurt you, Haley? She stared out the window at the passing trees. Only when I make noise. John's hand tightened on the steering wheel. His knuckles went white. He didn't reply. He couldn't trust his voice. At home, he drew a bath for her. She sat on the edge of the tub, watching the water rise. Can Mr. Bandit come in with me? She held up the raccoon. He'll get wet. He likes water. Okay. While she bathed, John made grilled cheese sandwiches. He heard her talking softly to the raccoon, her voice muffled through the door. When she came out, her hair was damp and tangled, and she wore one of his old T-shirts that hung to her knees. They ate at the kitchen table. Haley took small bites, chewing slowly. John watched her, noticing how she flinched when he moved too quickly, how she kept her eyes down. You can sleep in my bed tonight, he said. Where will you sleep? The couch is fine. I don't want to take your bed. It's okay, Bug. I want you to be comfortable. After dinner, he tucked her in. She held Mr. Bandit close and looked up at him with tired eyes. Uncle John, yeah. Are they coming back for me? John sat on the edge of the bed. I don't know what they're planning, but you're safe here. What if they're mad? Then they can be mad. She considered this, then nodded. Okay, get some sleep. He turned off the light and closed the door halfway. Then he walked into the living room and sat in the dark, staring at the wall. His hands formed fists in his lap. He sat there for a long time, thinking about his brother, about Kendra, about the bruises on Haley's arms. That night, he decided he wasn't returning her. Ever. John hadn't always been this way. Quiet. Controlled. He'd learned it young, growing up in a house where noise meant danger. Their father had been a mean drunk. Big hands, quick temper. Their mother had learned to be small, to disappear into the background, to never argue. John had been the younger son, but he'd been the one to take the hits meant for Martin. When her father came home angry, John would step forward. He learned that if he took it, Martin didn't have to. Martin had learned something different. He'd learned to survive by becoming the person everyone feared instead of the person everyone hurt. John left home at 18. He packed a bag, got in his truck, and never looked back. He tried to stay in touch with Martin, but the distance grew. Martin got married to Kendra, a woman with cold eyes and a sharp tongue. She reminded John of their father in ways that made his skin crawl. He'd visited once, right after Haley was born. Martin and Kendra lived in Spokane then, in a small house with peeling paint and a yard full of weeds. Haley had been a baby, tiny and red-faced, crying in her crib. Kendra had looked at her with something close to disgust. She never stops crying. She's a baby, John had said. That's what babies do. She's difficult. I knew she would be. John had left that visit feeling uneasy. He called Martin a few times after that, but Martin never wanted to talk. They drifted apart. The next time John saw Haley, she was 5. He'd driven to Spokane for a family gathering at their mother's house. Haley had been hiding behind a chair in the living room, small and silent. When Kendra raised her voice, Haley had flinched. John had knelt beside her. You okay? She nodded but didn't speak. Kendra had appeared in the doorway. She's shy, doesn't talk much. Maybe she's scared. Of what? We don't hurt her. But John had seen the way Martin grabbed Haley's arm when she reached for a cookie. He'd seen the way Kendra's face twisted when Haley spilled juice on the table. That was the last time he'd seen her before the airport. A week later, John heard a car pull into his driveway. He looked out the window and saw Martin's gray sedan. Kendra sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed. Martin got out and walked to the front door. John opened it before Martin could knock. "Where is she?" Martin said. "Inside. We're here to take her home." John leaned against the doorframe. "No." Martin's face reddened. "You had no right to take her. You had no right to leave her." Kendra got out of the car and walked up the driveway. She wore sunglasses, even though the sky was overcast. Her mouth was a thin line. "She ruins everything," Kendra said flatly. "She's not like other kids. Always crying." John looked at her. "That's what kids do when they're scared." Martin stepped closer. "You always thought you knew better, didn't you?" John's voice stayed even. "And I always did." Martin's jaw tightened. "You're keeping our daughter from us. That's kidnapping. You abandoned her at an airport. That's worse. We were going to pick her up later. It was temporary. You left her alone and scared with strangers. You told her you all voted that she should stay. What kind of parent does that?" Kendra's lip curled. "The kind who knows when they've made a mistake." The words hung in the air. John straightened. "Get off my property. We're not leaving without her," Martin said. "Yes, you are." Martin moved forward, but John didn't step back. He stood in the doorway, blocking the entrance. Martin was taller, but John was broader. They stared at each other. "You really want to do this?" Martin said. "Try me." For a moment, it looked like Martin might swing. His fists clenched. His breathing quickened. But then Kendra put a hand on his arm. "Let's go," she said. "We'll call the police." "Good," John said. "Do that." Martin jabbed a finger at him. "You're destroying this family. You destroyed it when you raised your hand to your kid." Martin's face went pale. He opened his mouth, then closed it. Kendra pulled him back toward the car. They got in and drove away, gravel spraying from the tires. John closed the door and locked it. He stood there for a moment, breathing hard. Then he walked into the living room. Haley sat on the couch, knees pulled to her chest, Mr. Bandit clutched tight. "Was that Daddy?" "Yeah." "Is he mad?" "He'll get over it." She didn't look convinced. John sat beside her. "You don't have to go back there. Not if you don't want to. What if they make me?" "They won't." "How do you know?" "Because I won't let them." That night, after Haley went to bed, John called an old friend. Tara Morris had been a paramedic for 15 years. She answered on the second ring. "John, it's been a while. I need a favor." "What kind of favor?" "The kind you don't put on paper." Tara was quiet for a moment. "I'm listening." "My niece. She's 7. She's got bruises. Old ones, fading, but they're there. I need documentation. Medical photos. Something I can use if this goes to court. Her parents know about this. Her parents gave her the bruises." "Jesus, John. Can you help me?" "Yeah. Bring her by tomorrow." "Thank you." The next day, John drove Haley to Tara's house. Tara met them at the door, her expression soft and careful. She knelt down to Haley's level. "Hi there. I'm Tara. I'm a friend of your uncle's." Haley looked at John. He nodded. "I'm going to look at your arms and legs, okay? I won't hurt you. I just want to make sure you're healing right." Haley hesitated, then nodded. Tara took photos of the bruises on Haley's arms, her shoulders, the back of her legs. She took notes, her handwriting precise. When she finished, she gave Haley a sticker of a cartoon cat. "You're very brave," Tara said. Outside, Tara handed John a folder. "These are dated and documented. If you need them in court, they'll hold up. I owe you. You don't owe me anything. Just keep her safe." "I will." 3 days later, a woman knocked on John's door. She wore a blazer and carried a clipboard. Her name tag read Child Protective Services. "Mr. Rowe? I'm Michelle Grant with CPS. I'm here about Haley Rowe." John let her in. Haley was in the kitchen, coloring at the table. She looked up when Michelle entered, then looked back down at her drawing. Michelle sat across from Haley. "Hi, Haley. My name is Michelle. I work for an organization that helps kids. Is it okay if I ask you some questions?" Haley nodded. "Do you like living here with your uncle?" "Yes." "Do you feel safe?" "Yes." "Can you tell me about your mom and dad?" Haley's crayon stopped moving. She stared at the paper. It's okay, Michelle said gently. You're not in trouble. Mom hits me when I talk too much, Haley said quietly. Daddy says I make them tired. Michelle's pen moved across her notepad. How does your mom hit you? On my arms. Sometimes my legs. Does your dad hit you too? Sometimes. When I break things or make noise. What happens when you cry? They tell me to stop. They say I'm being dramatic. Michelle glanced at John, then back at Haley. Can I see your arms? Haley pushed up her sleeves. The bruises had faded more, but they were still visible. Michelle took photos with her phone. Then she asked Haley to draw a picture of her family. Haley picked up a black crayon and drew stick figures. A man and a woman standing over a small figure. The small figure was crying. The man and woman had angry faces. Michelle studied the drawing. Who are these people? That's Mom. That's Dad. That's me. What's happening in the picture? I dropped a plate. They were mad. Michelle closed her notebook and stood. She looked at John. Can we talk outside? They stepped onto the porch. Michelle folded her arms. Mr. Rowe, I've been doing this job for 12 years. I've seen a lot of things. This is abuse. Clear as day. I know. Her parents filed a complaint against you. Said you kidnapped her. I didn't kidnap her. They left her at the airport. I believe you. I spoke to the airline. They confirmed your story. But we need to move carefully. If you want guardianship, we need to start legal proceedings. What I need to do? File a petition with the court. Provide evidence of abuse. I'll support your case. The photos, the drawings, Haley's testimony, they'll help. How long will it take? A few weeks, maybe a month. Depends on the judge. What happens until then? She stays with you. I'll note in my report that this is the safest placement. John nodded. Thank you. Michelle looked back through the screen door at Haley, who was coloring again. She's lucky she has you. I'm the one who's lucky. That night, Martin showed up again. John heard the car door slam, then footsteps on the porch. Martin pounded on the door. John, open up. John didn't move. He sat on the couch, watching the door. He'd installed a small camera above the door frame that morning. It recorded everything. You think you're a hero? Martin shouted. You're destroying our family. John walked to the door, but didn't open it. You destroyed it when you raise your hand to your kid. She's my daughter. Then act like her father. You don't know what it's like. You don't have kids. You don't know how hard it is. Hard isn't an excuse to hurt them. She pushes us. She never listens. She's 7. Martin kicked the door. You're going to regret this. John said nothing. He just stood there waiting. Martin kept shouting, his voice getting hoarse. He said John was self-righteous. He said John always thought he was better than everyone. He said John was stealing his family. After 20 minutes, Martin's voice broke. Please, John, just let me see her. No, she's my daughter. Then you should have treated her like it. Martin slammed his hand against the door one more time, then stumbled back to his car. John watched through the window as the taillights disappeared down the street. Haley stood in the hallway, clutching Mr. Bandit. Is he gone? Yeah. He sounded mad. He was. Is he coming back? Maybe. But he can't hurt you anymore. What if he does? John knelt beside her. Then I'll stop him. She looked at him with wide eyes. Ow. However I need to. She believed him. John could see it in her face. She nodded and went back to bed. John sat in the dark living room again. He pulled out his phone and turned it on for the first time in days. There were 12 missed calls from Martin. 6 voicemails. He deleted them all without listening. Then he opened a folder on his phone. The photos Tara had taken. The drawings from Michelle's visit. The video of Martin shouting outside. He had everything he needed. The court hearing was set for 3 weeks later. John hired a lawyer, a woman named Rebecca Kim, who specialized in family law. She was sharp and no nonsense, and she didn't waste time. This is a strong case, she told John in her office. You have documentation, witness statements, and the child's testimony. But be prepared. They'll fight back. I know. They'll say you're overreacting. They'll say it was a misunderstanding. They'll try to paint you as the aggressor. Let them try. The day of the hearing arrived. John dressed in his best clothes, a button-down shirt and khakis. He helped Haley into a blue dress she'd picked out at the thrift store. She was nervous, twisting her hands together. Do I have to see them? She asked. Probably. Will they yell? Maybe, but I'll be there. What if the judge makes me go back? That's not going to happen. How do you know? Because the judge is going to see the truth. At the courthouse, they met Rebecca in the lobby. She knelt down to Haley's level. Hi, Haley. I'm Rebecca. I'm here to help your uncle. You're going to be very brave today, okay? Haley nodded. They walked into the courtroom. Martin and Kendra were already there, sitting with their lawyer, a man in an expensive suit. Kendra wore a dress and makeup, her face carefully composed. Martin looked tired, his eyes bloodshot. When Haley saw them, she grabbed John's hand and pressed against his side. He put a hand on her shoulder. It's okay, he said quietly. The judge entered, and everyone stood. Judge Patricia Caldwell was an older woman with gray hair and a stern expression. She took her seat and looked over the case file. This is a petition for emergency guardianship, she said. Mr. John Rowe is seeking custody of his niece, Haley Rowe, currently in the care of her parents, Martin and Kendra Rowe. Let's hear the evidence. Rebecca stood. Your Honor, we have substantial evidence of abuse and neglect. Mr. and Mrs. Rowe abandoned their daughter at Spokane International Airport, leaving her alone while they boarded a flight to Phoenix. The judge looked at Martin. Is this true? Martin's lawyer stood. Your Honor, this was a misunderstanding. My clients intended to arrange for family care, but were unable to reach Mr. Rowe before their flight. They fully intended to retrieve their daughter upon their return. They sent him a text message saying they voted that she should stay, Rebecca said. That's not arranging care. That's abandonment. She handed the judge a copy of Martin's text message. Judge Caldwell read it, her expression darkening. We also have medical documentation of bruises consistent with physical abuse, Rebecca continued. She submitted Tara's photos and notes. And we have drawings created by Haley during a CPS evaluation. The drawings were entered into evidence. The judge looked at them, stick figures, angry faces, a little girl crying. Your Honor, these are taken out of context, Martin's lawyer said. Children draw dramatic things. It doesn't mean. I'd like to hear from the child. Judge Caldwell interrupted. Haley was called to the stand. She climbed into the chair, her feet dangling. The judge's expression softened. Hi, Haley. I'm Judge Caldwell. I know this is scary, but I need to ask you some questions. Can you do that? Yes. Do you like living with your Uncle John? Yes. Do you feel safe there? Yes. Can you tell me about your mom and dad? Haley's voice was small. They get mad a lot. What happens when they get mad? They yell. Sometimes they hit me. Where do they hit you? On my arms. My legs. Does it hurt? Yes. What do you do when they hit you? I try not to cry. Crying makes it worse. The courtroom was silent. Even Martin's lawyer looked uncomfortable. Do you want to go back home with your parents? The judge asked. Haley shook her head. No. Why not? Because they don't like me. What makes you think that? Mommy says I ruin everything. She says I wasn't supposed to happen. Judge Caldwell's jaw tightened. She looked at Kendra. Mrs. Rowe, is that true? Did you say that to your daughter? Kendra stood, her composure cracking. She was difficult from the start. Always crying, always needy. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want. You didn't want what? The judge said sharply. She was a mistake. Kendra's voice rose. We weren't ready. She ruined everything. Our plans, our lives, everything. The courtroom erupted. Martin grabbed Kendra's arm, trying to pull her down, but she jerked away. She was born wrong. Kendra said, her face twisted. I tried, but I couldn't, she just... Judge Caldwell slammed her gavel. That's enough. Kendra sat down, breathing hard. Martin stared at the table. The judge looked at Haley, who was crying silently in the witness chair. You can step down, sweetheart. Haley climbed down and ran to John. He lifted her into his arms, and she buried her face in his shoulder. Judge Caldwell reviewed the documents in front of her. Then she looked up. I've heard enough. This is one of the clearest cases of abuse and neglect I've seen in 20 years on the bench. Mrs. Rowe, your own words condemn you. Mr. Rowe, you have no business being a parent. She picked up her gavel. Custody of Haley Rowe is hereby granted to John Rowe, effective immediately. A permanent restraining order is issued against Martin and Kendra Rowe. You are not to contact this child in any way. Do you understand? Martin stood, his voice shaking. Your Honor, please. Do you understand? Yes. Good. This hearing is adjourned. The gavel came down. Martin tried to approach, but a bailiff stepped in his way. Haley hid behind John's leg, crying. The judge looked directly at Martin. Mr. Rowe, you don't deserve to call yourself a father. Martin's face crumpled. Kendra walked out of the courtroom without looking back. A week later, Martin showed up at John's house again. It was late, almost 10 at night. John heard a knock, soft this time, not angry, and opened the door. Martin stood on the porch, swaying slightly. He smelled like whiskey. His eyes were red and hollow. I want to talk, Martin said. John didn't open the screen door. There's nothing to talk about. Please, John, go home. You turned her against me. I didn't have to. You did that yourself. Martin's voice cracked. She was just a mistake. John stared at his brother. For a moment, he felt something close to pity. Then he remembered Haley's bruises. He remembered her drawings. He remembered the airport. No, Martin, John said quietly. You were. He closed the door and locked it. Martin stood there for a moment, then walked back to his car. John watched through the window until the taillights disappeared. He never spoke to his brother again. 6 months later, John and Haley had settled into a routine. They lived in a small house in Tacoma with a backyard and a porch swing. Haley went to therapy twice a week with a woman named Dr. Rivera who specialized in childhood trauma. Slowly, she started to smile more. She started to talk without fear. She joined the school choir. She made friends. She planted a sunflower in the backyard, digging the hole herself with John's help. It'll grow tall like you, John said, standing back to watch. Taller, she said proudly. He smiled. It was real this time, not the forced kind he'd worn for years. He hadn't smiled like that in a long time. One evening, Haley had a piano recital at her school. John sat in the back row, watching as she climbed onto the bench and placed her small hands on the keys. She played a simple song, missing a few notes, but she played it all the way through. When she finished, she looked back at him and grinned. He clapped louder than anyone else. After the recital, they went for ice cream. Haley got chocolate with sprinkles, and John got vanilla. They sat on a bench outside the shop, watching the sun set. Uncle John, yeah, Bug. Are you happy? He looked at her, surprised. Yeah, I am. Are you? Yeah, good. Do you think they miss me? I don't know. Maybe. Do you miss them? No. She thought about this, licking her ice cream. Me neither. That night, after Haley went to bed, John sat on the porch. The air was cool, and the stars were bright. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his old messages. The last one from Martin was still there. We all voted that she should stay. John read it one more time. Then he deleted it. He whispered into the dark, I voted you out. The next morning, Haley was up early, watering her sunflower. It had grown taller than her now, its bright yellow petals open to the sun. She stood beside it, measuring herself against it. It's winning, she said when John came outside with his coffee. We'll see. You're still growing too. I'm going to be taller than you someday. Probably. She laughed, a sound that still felt new and fragile, but real. John sat on the porch steps and watched her. She was healthier now. The bruises had faded completely. She didn't flinch when he moved. She didn't hide when people raised their voices. She was becoming the kid she was always meant to be. Dr. Rivera had told him that recovery wasn't linear. There would be bad days. There would be nightmares and setbacks. But there would also be good days, and those would outnumber the bad ones eventually. John believed her. Later that week, John received a letter in the mail. It was from Martin's lawyer, informing him that Martin and Kendra were moving to Arizona. They were dropping any further legal action. The letter was formal, cold, final. John threw it away. Haley asked about them sometimes. Not often, but enough that John knew she still thought about them. He answered her questions honestly. He didn't lie or sugarcoat. He told her that some people weren't capable of being good parents, and that wasn't her fault. Will they ever change? She asked once. I don't know. Maybe. But it doesn't matter. Why not? Because you don't need them to change. You're going to be okay without them. Because I have you. Yeah, because you have me. She nodded, satisfied with that answer. As the months passed, John realized something. He'd spent his whole life running from his childhood, from his father's anger, from the chaos of his family. He'd learned to be quiet, to control his emotions, to never show weakness. But with Haley, he didn't need to do that. He could be himself. He could be kind without being weak. He could protect her without becoming the thing he'd always feared. One Saturday, they went to a park. Haley played on the swings while John sat on a bench. A woman sat down beside him, watching her own kids play nearby. "Yours?" she asked, nodding toward Haley. "My niece. I'm raising her." "That's good of you." "It's not about being good. It's just what needed to happen." The woman nodded. "Still, not everyone would do that." John shrugged. He watched Haley swing higher, her hair flying, her face bright with joy. She was laughing, and the sound carried across the playground. "She deserves better than what she had," John said. "Sounds like she got it." When they got home that night, Haley asked if she could call him something different. "What do you mean?" John asked. "Can I call you Dad?" John stopped. He looked at her, standing in the kitchen doorway in her pajamas, holding Mr. Bandit. "You don't have to," he said carefully. "I'm okay with Uncle John." "I know, but I want to." "Why?" "Because you're more like a dad than he ever was." John's chest tightened. He nodded. "Okay, if that's what you want." "It is." "Then yeah, you can call me Dad." She smiled and ran to hug him. He wrapped his arms around her, and she held on tight. Later, after she was asleep, John sat on the porch again. The night was quiet, and the air smelled like summer. He thought about everything that had happened. The airport, the court, the fear in Haley's eyes when she first came to live with him. He thought about Martin and Kendra, wherever they were now. He wondered if they ever regretted what they'd done. He wondered if they thought about Haley at all. Then he decided it didn't matter. They were gone. Haley was safe. That was all that mattered. John looked up at the stars. He didn't pray much, but he said a quiet thank you to whoever might be listening. Thank you for putting him in that airport. Thank you for giving him the chance to do the right thing. Thank you for Haley. Inside, the house was quiet. Haley slept peacefully in her room, Mr. Bandit tucked under her arm. The sunflower outside stood tall in the moonlight, its petals closed until morning. John went inside and locked the door. He checked on Haley one more time, then went to his own room. Tomorrow, he'd wake up early and make pancakes. Haley liked them with strawberries. Tomorrow, they'd water the sunflower together. They'd go to the library and pick out new books. They'd live their quiet, ordinary life. And that was enough. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The phone rang while Paul Marin was halfway through replacing a rotted support beam. He pulled off his work gloves and checked the screen. Unknown number. Local area code. He let it ring twice more before answering. "Yeah, is this Paul Marin?" A woman's voice. Official. Tired. Speaking. "This is Officer Martinez with the Boise County Sheriff's Department. We need you to come down to the station." Paul's grip tightened on the phone. "What for?" "We found your nephew, Mr. Marin. He says his name is Jeffrey Marin. He's 6 years old. We need you to come pick him up." The beam Paul had been holding slipped from his other hand and crashed against the concrete floor. His crew looked over, but he waved them off and walked outside into the cold November air. "You've got the wrong person," Paul said. His voice came out flat, controlled. "My brother didn't have a kid." "Are you Arthur Marin's brother?" "Was. He died 5 years ago." "We're aware of that, Mr. Marin. But according to our records, the boy's mother is Kelly Marin, your brother's widow." Paul stopped walking. Kelly. He hadn't heard that name in years. After the funeral, after she'd collected whatever money there was, she'd vanished. No calls. No forwarding address. Nothing. "Where did you find him?" Paul asked. "Highway 21, about 3 miles outside town. Walking alone. He had your brother's name and said he needed to find his Uncle Paul." Paul closed his eyes. "I'll be there in 20 minutes. He drove his truck faster than he should have, jaw clenched, mind racing. Arthur had been dead for 5 years. A car crash on a wet road, coming home from a job site 2 towns over. They'd buried him on a Thursday. Kelly had stood at the grave in a black dress Paul was certain she'd borrowed, crying into a tissue that looked too clean. 2 weeks later, she was gone. The sheriff's station sat at the edge of town, a squat brick building with bars on the windows and a flag hanging limp in the cold air. Paul parked and walked inside. Officer Martinez met him at the front desk. She was short, maybe 40, with tired eyes and a radio clipped to her belt that crackled with static. Mr. Marin? Where is he? She led him down a hallway that smelled like coffee and industrial cleaner. At the end, there was a small waiting area with plastic chairs and a water cooler. Sitting on one of the chairs was a boy. Paul stopped in the doorway. The kid was small. Too small. His clothes hung off him like they belonged to someone else. His jeans were torn at the knees, his shirt stained and missing a button. His face was streaked with dirt, and his hair needed cutting. In his hands, he clutched a toy truck. Red plastic, one wheel missing, the paint chipped away. But it was the eyes that stopped Paul cold. Blue. Clear. The same eyes Arthur had. The boy looked up when Paul walked in. He didn't smile. Didn't move. Just stared. Paul knelt down slowly, keeping his distance. You Jeffrey. The boy nodded. You know who I am? Uncle Paul. The kid's voice was quiet, careful. Mom said you'd come if I said your name. Paul's jaw tightened. Where's your mom now? Jeffrey looked down at the truck in his hands. She told me to leave. Officer Martinez stepped forward. We found him walking along the highway around 4 this afternoon. He said his mother dropped him off and told him to find someone else to take care of him. Paul stood up slowly. She threw him out. We don't know that for certain. We're trying to reach the mother now. She's listed at an address about 10 miles from where we found him. How long was he walking? Martinez glanced at her notes. We estimate at least an hour. Maybe longer. Paul turned back to the boy. Jeffrey was watching him now, those blue eyes steady and careful. Waiting. You hungry, kid? Jeffrey nodded. When's the last time you ate? The boy thought about it. Yesterday, I think. Paul's hands curled into fists. He forced them open. Officer, what happens now? We need to contact the mother. Make sure everything's sorted out. In the meantime, you're listed as next of kin. If you're willing to take temporary custody. I am. Martinez nodded. We'll need some paperwork. And we'll need to speak with the mother when she arrives. She's coming here? We called her about 30 minutes ago. She should be here soon. Paul looked back at Jeffrey. The boy was still watching him, still holding that broken truck. Paul walked over and crouched down again. You got anything else with you? A bag? Clothes? Jeffrey shook his head. Okay, we're going to wait here a bit. Then we're going to get you something to eat. Sound good? Okay. Paul sat down in the chair next to him. The boy was close enough that Paul could see the bruises on his arms. Small ones. Old ones. Some yellowing at the edges. His hands were dirty, nails bitten down to nothing. They sat in silence for almost 2 hours. Kelly arrived just after 7. Paul heard her before he saw her. Where is he? Where's my son? Officer Martinez met her in the hallway. Paul stood up, positioning himself between Jeffrey and the door. The boy didn't move from his chair. Kelly burst into the room a moment later. She looked older than Paul remembered. Thinner. Her hair was pulled back in a messy knot, her makeup smeared. She wore a tank top despite the cold, and her jeans had a hole in one knee. When she saw Jeffrey, she lunged forward. Baby, are you okay? Did they hurt you? Paul stepped in her path. Don't. Kelly's eyes snapped up to him. Get out of my way, Paul. That's my kid. He was walking on the highway, Kelly. Alone. He ran off. He does that sometimes. Kids do that. 6-year-olds don't walk 3 miles by choice. You don't know what he does. You don't know him at all. She tried to push past Paul, but he didn't move. Get the hell out of my way. Officer Martinez stepped between them. Ms. Marin, please step back. That's my son. We understand that. But right now, we need to ask you some questions. Kelly's breathing was ragged. Up close, Paul could smell it. Alcohol. Something else too. Chemical. Sweet. You're high. Paul said. I'm not. You're lying. Look at me and tell me you're sober. Kelly turned to Martinez instead. He's always been like this. Always thought he was better than us. Better than Arthur. Always looking down on me. Paul's voice stayed level. Where were you when Jeffrey was walking down the highway? I was home. Then why was he out there? I told you. He ran off. You didn't look for him? Kelly's hand shook. I was going to. I needed a minute. He was being difficult. Kids get difficult. Martinez pulled out a notepad. Ms. Marin, when did you last see Jeffrey? This morning. Maybe around 9. And you didn't notice he was missing until we called? Kelly's eyes darted between them. I fell asleep. I work nights. I'm tired all the time. I didn't know he'd left. Paul took a step closer. He said you told him to leave. He's lying. Why would he lie? Because kids lie. Because he wants attention. I don't know. Kelly's voice rose. Why are you acting like I'm some kind of criminal? I'm his mother. Martinez wrote something down. Ms. Marin, have you been drinking today? No. You're sure about that? I had 1 beer. Maybe 2. I'm allowed to have a beer in my own home. Anything else? Kelly's jaw tightened. No. Paul watched her. The way she swayed slightly. The way her pupils were too big. The way her words slurred at the edges. He'd seen Arthur like this before. Years ago. Before the crash. You need to take a test, Paul said. I don't need to do anything. Martinez put her notepad away. Ms. Marin, I'm going to have to ask you to take a sobriety test. If you refuse, we'll have to take that into consideration when determining Jeffrey's immediate care. Kelly laughed. It came out sharp and bitter. This is insane. You can't just take my kid. We're not taking anyone. We're making sure he's safe. He's safe with me. Paul looked at Jeffrey. The boy sat frozen in his chair, staring at his mother with no expression at all, like he'd learned a long time ago not to react. Kelly, Paul said, look at him. I am looking at him. Look at what you did to him. Kelly's face twisted. I didn't do anything. You don't know what it's like. You don't have kids. You don't know how hard it is. Arthur would have known. Don't you dare. Don't you dare bring him into this. Kelly's voice cracked. He left me alone with nothing. No money. No help. Just a kid I didn't ask for. The room went silent. Jeffrey stared at the floor. Paul felt something cold settle in his chest. You didn't ask for him. I didn't mean it like that. Yeah, you did. Kelly turned to Martinez. I want my son back. Right now. Martinez shook her head. That's not going to happen tonight. You need to take a sobriety test. And we need to complete a safety assessment. In the meantime, Jeffrey will stay with Mr. Marin. You can't do that. Yes, we can. And if you refuse to cooperate, we'll file for emergency protective custody. Kelly's hands curled into fists. She looked at Paul. You're doing this. You're turning them against me. I'm not doing anything. You always thought you were better than us. You never wanted Arthur with me. You never wanted him around. Paul's voice stayed flat. I wanted him alive. Kelly flinched like he'd hit her. Martinez gestured toward the door. Ms. Marin, let's step into another room. Kelly didn't move. She stared at Jeffrey. Baby, tell them you want to come home. Tell them. Jeffrey didn't look up. Jeffrey, please. The boy's hands tightened around the truck. Kelly's face crumpled. Then it hardened. She spun toward Paul and spat in his face. You think you're some kind of hero? You never cared about your brother until there was money involved. Paul wiped his face with the back of his hand. He didn't blink. Get out. This isn't over. Yeah, it is. Martinez took Kelly by the arm and led her out. Kelly fought it for a moment, then went, throwing one last look at Jeffrey. The boy didn't meet her eyes. When the door closed, Paul knelt down in front of Jeffrey again. The kid was shaking now, small tremors running through his shoulders. You're safe now, Paul said. You're coming with me. Jeffrey looked up. Is she coming back? Not tonight. Tomorrow. Paul hesitated. I don't know, kid, but I'm not letting her take you anywhere until I know you're okay. You understand? Jeffrey nodded slowly. Paul stood and held out his hand. After a moment, Jeffrey took it. His fingers were small and cold. They walked out together. Paul's house sat at the end of a gravel road, surrounded by pine trees and about 20 acres of nothing. It was small. 2 bedrooms. A kitchen that needed updating. A porch Arthur had helped him build 10 years ago. Paul hadn't changed much since then. He led Jeffrey inside and flipped on the lights. The boy stood in the doorway, looking around like he was waiting for permission to enter. Come on in, Paul said. You can put your shoes by the door. Jeffrey kicked off his sneakers. They were too big for him, worn through at the toes. Paul walked him through the house. Kitchen's here. Bathroom's down the hall. There's a spare room upstairs. That'll be yours for now. They climbed the narrow stairs. The spare room was mostly storage. Boxes stacked against one wall. An old desk. A bed with sheets that Paul had washed maybe once in the last year. And in the corner, leaning against the wall, was Arthur's guitar. Jeffrey saw it and stopped. That was your dad's, Paul said. He used to play it all the time. I remember. Jeffrey's voice was barely a whisper. He said he'd teach me someday. Paul's throat tightened. Yeah, he told me that too. He pulled the sheets off the bed and went to find clean ones. When he came back, Jeffrey was sitting on the floor next to the guitar, running his fingers over the strings. Not playing, just touching. You play? Paul asked. Jeffrey shook his head. Your dad was good. Learn from our old man. He could pick up just about any song after hearing it once. Paul set the sheets down and sat on the edge of the bed. He was going to teach you. I know he was. Mom said he didn't care about me. Paul's jaw clenched. That's not true. She said he was glad when he left. Kid, your dad loved you. More than anything. Jeffrey looked up. His eyes were red. Then why didn't he stay? Paul didn't have an answer for that. Not one that would make sense to a 6-year-old. He ran a hand through his hair and let out a long breath. He didn't mean to leave. It was an accident. A bad one. He was driving home in the rain, and Paul stopped. He didn't want to go. I promise you that. Jeffrey looked back at the guitar. Can I keep it in here? It's yours. Your dad would have wanted that. Paul finished making the bed while Jeffrey sat on the floor. When he was done, he pulled out an old sweatshirt from one of the boxes. It was too big, but it was clean. Here, you can sleep in this tonight. Tomorrow we'll get you some real clothes. Jeffrey took the sweatshirt and held it. Uncle Paul. Yeah. Am I staying here? Paul crouched down to meet his eyes. For tonight, yeah. Maybe longer. Depends on what happens with your mom. But I'm not letting her take you back until I know you're safe. That's a promise. Jeffrey nodded. You scared? The boy hesitated, then nodded again. That's okay. You can be scared here. But you don't have to be alone. Paul stood up. I'll be downstairs if you need anything. Bathroom's across the hall. There's towels under the sink. Jeffrey changed into the sweatshirt and climbed into bed. Paul turned off the light and closed the door halfway. Downstairs, Paul sat at the kitchen table and stared at the wall. His mind was racing. Kelly, Jeffrey, Arthur. 5 years of silence, and now this. He got up and walked to the closet in the hallway. On the top shelf, behind old coats and forgotten junk, were the boxes he'd packed after Arthur died. He pulled them down and carried them to the kitchen. Inside were documents. Papers from the funeral home, the death certificate, insurance forms, medical bills, and at the bottom, a manila envelope with Arthur's name on it. Paul opened it. Arthur's will, or what was supposed to be a will. It wasn't notarized, wasn't filed, just a handwritten note dated 3 months before the crash. If anything happens to me, I want Jeffrey to have everything. The insurance, the truck, the house. Kelly can stay until she's back on her feet, but Jeffrey gets it all when he's older. Paul, make sure she doesn't screw this up. Paul read it 3 times. Then he pulled out the insurance papers. Kelly's name was on everything. Sole beneficiary. $15,000. Not a fortune, but enough. He went through the rest of the documents. The house had been in Arthur's name. After he died, Kelly sold it. The truck, too. Paul had heard about it through a mutual friend. Kelly liquidated everything and disappeared. And Jeffrey? Jeffrey got nothing. Paul set the papers down and rubbed his face. Arthur had wanted his son taken care of, had put it in writing. But Kelly took it all. And now she was living off that money while Arthur's kid walked down the highway with a broken toy truck. Paul's hands curled into fists. This wasn't going to stand. Paul took Jeffrey to school on Monday. The kid didn't have a backpack, so Paul found an old duffel bag and stuffed it with some notebooks and pencils he picked up at the store. Jeffrey wore one of Paul's old shirts tied at the waist and jeans that were still too big, even with a belt. At the school office, a woman with glasses and a tired smile looked up from her computer. Can I help you? I'm Paul Marin. This is my nephew, Jeffrey. He's been staying with me. I need to get him enrolled. The woman pulled up a file. Jeffrey Marin? He's already enrolled here. Has been since September. Paul frowned. He has. Yes. Though his attendance has been spotty. She clicked through some screens. He's missed 14 days this semester. Paul looked down at Jeffrey. The boy was staring at the floor. Who's listed as his guardian? Paul asked. Kelly Marin. His mother. I need to add myself to that list. The woman hesitated. Are you his legal guardian? I'm his uncle. His mother is unavailable. I'm taking care of him temporarily. We'll need documentation for that. A court order or signed consent from mother. Paul's jaw tightened. I'll get it. He left Jeffrey with his teacher and drove back into town. He needed a lawyer. Not the big city kind. Someone local who knew how things worked. He made some calls and got a name. Rachel Vance. Her office was above a hardware store on Main Street. The door had her name stenciled in fading gold letters. Paul knocked and walked in. The office was small. One desk, filing cabinets lining the walls. A woman sat behind the desk, maybe mid-40s, with short dark hair and sharp eyes. She looked up when Paul entered. "You must be Paul Marin. I got your message." "You Rachel Vance?" "I am." "Sit down." Paul sat. The chair creaked under his weight. Rachel leaned back and studied him. "You want to talk about your nephew?" she said. "I want custody. Where's the mother?" "Around. She's the reason I'm here. Tell me everything." Paul did. He told her about the phone call, about finding Jeffrey at the station, about Kelly showing up high and angry. He told her about the bruises on Jeffrey's arms, about how the kid hadn't eaten in over a day, about how Kelly threw him out and didn't even bother looking for him. Rachel listened without interrupting. When Paul finished, she pulled out a legal pad and started writing. "Do you have proof of any of this?" she asked. "The sheriff's office has a report. They've got pictures of Jeffrey when they found him. There's a social worker assigned to the case now." "Good. That helps." Rachel tapped her pen against the pad. "But if you want permanent custody, we need more than neglect. We need to prove she's unfit. And we need to prove you're the better option." "I am. I believe you. But the court needs evidence." She looked up at him. "Tell me about your brother. What happened after he died?" Paul's hands tightened on the armrests. "Kelly got everything. The insurance payout, the house, the truck. She sold it all and took off. Didn't tell anyone where she went." "How much was the payout?" $15,000. Rachel wrote that down. "And Jeffrey didn't see any of it. Not a cent. Do you have proof of that?" Paul pulled out the envelope he brought. Inside were copies of the insurance papers, the death certificate, and Arthur's unsigned will. He handed them across the desk. Rachel read through them slowly. When she got to the will, her eyebrows went up. "This is interesting. It's not notarized," Paul said. "I know that, but it shows what Arthur wanted." "It does. But without a notary, it's not legally binding." She set it aside and went back to the insurance forms. "These list Kelly as the sole beneficiary. That's standard for a spouse. But if Arthur had filed this will before he died, Jeffrey would have been protected. So there's nothing I can do?" "I didn't say that." Rachel leaned forward. "If we can prove Kelly misused those funds, spent them on herself instead of Jeffrey, we might have grounds to reopen the estate. It's a long shot, but it's possible." Paul felt something stir in his chest. "How do we prove it?" "Bank records, purchase histories, anything that shows she took money meant for her son and spent on drugs or alcohol or anything else that didn't benefit him." Rachel tapped the insurance papers. "This much money should have lasted years if she was careful. If it's all gone, we need to know where it went. How do we get those records?" "We file a motion with the court. Request an audit of the estate. If the judge agrees, they'll subpoena her financial records." Rachel set down her pen. "But I need to be clear with you, Paul. This is going to get ugly. Kelly's not going to take this lying down. And even if we win, it's going to take time. I don't care how long it takes. What about Jeffrey? Can you take care of him while this plays out?" Paul didn't hesitate. "Yes." Rachel studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Okay, let's do this." They spent the next hour going over paperwork. Rachel filed for emergency temporary custody, citing neglect and abandonment. She also filed a motion to reopen Arthur's estate, requesting a full audit of how Kelly spent the insurance money. By the time Paul left, it was late afternoon. He picked up Jeffrey from school and took him to get some real clothes. Jeans that fit, shirts, a jacket, shoes that weren't falling apart. Jeffrey didn't say much, but when Paul handed him a new backpack, the kid smiled. It was small, barely there, but it was the first time Paul had seen it. That night, Paul cooked dinner. Spaghetti with store-bought sauce. Nothing fancy. Jeffrey ate like he'd never seen food before. Paul watched him and felt that cold anger settle deeper in his chest. Kelly had done this. Kelly had taken everything and left Arthur's kid with nothing. Not anymore. The first hearing was set for 2 weeks later. In that time, Kelly resurfaced. She started with phone calls. Paul didn't answer. She left voicemails. Angry at first, then pleading, then angry again. "You can't keep him from me, Paul. I'm his mother. I have rights." Paul deleted every message. Then she showed up at the house. It was a Saturday morning. Paul was outside working on the truck when he heard tires on the gravel driveway. He looked up and saw Kelly's car. She got out and slammed the door. Where is he? Paul set down his wrench and wiped his hands on a rag. He's inside. I want to see him. No, you can't stop me. Actually, I can. There's a court order. You get supervised visitation only. And you skipped the last one. Kelly's face flushed. I was sick. You were high. You don't know that. Paul walked toward her. Slow. Steady. Yeah, I do. And so does everyone else. Social services. The judge. Your own lawyer. Kelly's hand shook. I want my son back. He's not yours anymore. He's my kid. No, he's Arthur's kid. And you threw him away. Kelly's eyes filled with tears. You don't know what it's like. You don't know how hard it's been. I don't care. I loved him. I loved Arthur. Paul stopped a few feet away from her. His voice dropped. If you loved him, you would have taken care of his son. But you didn't. You took his money and left Jeffrey with nothing. Kelly's face twisted. That money was mine. I was his wife. And Jeffrey was his son. Arthur wanted him taken care of. Not you. You can't prove that. Yeah, I can. Paul crossed his arms. You need to leave. I'm not leaving without Jeffrey. Then you're not leaving. Kelly lunged at him. Paul caught her wrists easily. She struggled, cursing and spitting. Paul held her at arm's length until she wore herself out. When she finally stopped, she was sobbing. Please, she whispered. Please. He's all I have left. Paul let her go. You should have thought of that before you threw him out. Kelly stumbled back to her car. She sat in the driver's seat for a long time, hands on the wheel, staring at nothing. Then she started the engine and drove away. Paul watched until the car disappeared down the road. Then he went inside. Jeffrey was sitting at the kitchen table, eating cereal. He looked up when Paul walked in. Was that Mom? Yeah. Is she taking me back? No. Jeffrey nodded and went back to his cereal. Paul sat down across from him. You okay? The boy shrugged. If you want to see her. I don't. Paul studied him. Jeffrey's face was blank. Too blank. Like he'd learned to hide whatever he was feeling a long time ago. Okay, Paul said. But if you change your mind, you let me know. I won't. They finished breakfast in silence. The next week, Kelly changed tactics. She started posting online. Pictures of Jeffrey from years ago. Long posts about how Paul had stolen her son. How he'd manipulated the court. How he'd never cared about Arthur until there was money involved. Paul's phone blew up with messages. Old friends. Neighbors. People he hadn't talked to in years. He ignored all of it. Rachel called him one afternoon. Have you seen what Kelly's posting? Yeah. We could file a restraining order. Make her take it down. Don't bother. Paul, this is making you look bad. I don't care how I look. I care about keeping Jeffrey safe. Rachel sighed. All right, but if it gets worse, let me know. It'd get worse. Kelly started showing up places. Outside Jeffrey's school. At the grocery store. At the gas station. She never approached them. Just watched. Paul saw her car following them a few times. He took different routes. Parked in different spots. Made sure Jeffrey didn't see. But Jeffrey noticed anyway. She's watching us, isn't she? He asked one night. Paul didn't lie. Yeah. Why? Because she's angry. And she doesn't know how to let go. Will she stop? Paul looked at him. Eventually. But privately, Paul wasn't sure. Then Rachel found something. She called Paul late one evening. I got the estate audit results. You need to come to my office tomorrow. Paul was there first thing in the morning. Rachel had papers spread across her desk. Bank statements. Receipts. Purchase records. She looked up when Paul walked in, and there was something sharp in her eyes. Sit down, she said. Paul sat. Rachel pushed a stack of papers toward him. Kelly spent the entire insurance payout in less than 2 years. $15,000. Gone. Paul picked up the papers and started reading. Bars. Casinos. Cash withdrawals with no explanation. Payments to people Paul didn't recognize. Rent on an apartment she'd been evicted from twice. And at the bottom, a series of purchases from known drug dealers. She burned through it, Rachel said. All of it. And none of it went to Jeffrey. Paul's hands tightened on the papers. What about the house? The truck? Sold both. Used the money to pay off debts. There's nothing left. Paul felt that cold anger turn to ice. Arthur wanted Jeffrey to have everything. And she spent it all. Yes. And that's exactly what we're going to tell the judge. Rachel leaned back in her chair. There's more. I found Arthur's old co-worker, Terry Bishop. He says Arthur talked about changing his will a few weeks before he died. Said he wanted to make sure Jeffrey was protected. Can he testify to that? He already agreed to. Paul set the papers down. What's our next move? We file a motion to reopen the estate officially. Request that Kelly repay what she took. And we use all of this to support your custody case. Rachel's eyes were steady. If we do this right, Paul, you'll get Jeffrey. Permanently. Paul nodded. Then let's do it right. The next hearing was set for early December. Paul wore the one suit he owned. Jeffrey sat next to him in the courtroom, wearing new clothes that actually fit. Across the aisle, Kelly sat with her lawyer, a young guy in a cheap suit who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Kelly looked worse than Paul had ever seen her. Thinner, older. Her hands shook when she folded them on the table. The judge was a woman named Harding. She'd been on the bench for 20 years and had a reputation for not taking any nonsense. Rachel stood and presented their case. She laid out everything: the neglect, the abandonment, the insurance money Kelly had spent, the bruises on Jeffrey's arms, the missed school days, the teacher's reports. Then she called Terry Bishop to the stand. Terry was a big man with graying hair and carpenter's hands. He swore in and sat down. Rachel approached him. Mr. Bishop, how did you know Arthur Marin? We worked together. Construction. About 6 years. And did Arthur ever talk to you about his son? All the time. Kid was his whole world. Did he ever discuss his plans for Jeffrey's future? Terry nodded. Yeah. A few weeks before he died, he told me he was changing his will. Said he wanted to make sure Jeffrey got everything if something happened to him. Did he say why? Terry glanced at Kelly. He said he didn't trust Kelly to do right by the boy. Said she had problems. Drinking. Other stuff. He wanted to make sure Jeffrey was protected. Kelly's lawyer stood. Objection. Hearsay. Judge Harding looked at Rachel. Counselor, Your Honor, this speaks to the deceased's intent. It's relevant to the estate dispute. Harding nodded. I'll allow it. Continue. Rachel turned back to Terry. Did Arthur file this will? Not that I know of. He said he was going to. But then... Terry's voice trailed off. Then the accident happened. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Kelly's lawyer tried to poke holes in Terry's testimony. Tried to suggest he was lying or misremembering. But Terry didn't budge. Just told the truth, plain and simple. Next, Rachel called Jeffrey's teacher. Mrs. Brennan was a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and a firm voice. She testified about the bruises, the hunger, the fear, how Jeffrey would flinch when someone raised their voice, how he'd fall asleep in class because he wasn't sleeping at home. Did you report this to anyone? Rachel asked. Yes. I filed a report with Child Services in September, and again in October. What happened? They said they'd look into it. But as far as I know, nothing was done. Rachel presented the reports. Stamped and filed. Ignored. When Mrs. Brennan stepped down, Judge Harding looked at Kelly. Ms. Marin, do you have anything to say? Kelly stood. Her lawyer tried to stop her, but she shook him off. He's my son, she said. Her voice cracked. I know I made mistakes. I know I wasn't perfect, but he's mine. I love him. Judge Harding's expression didn't change. Love isn't enough, Ms. Marin. A child needs more than love. I could do better. I will do better. Just give me another chance. You've had chances. You had years. What you did with those chances is documented here. Harding gestured to the papers in front of her. You neglected your son. You spent money meant for his future on yourself. You abandoned him on a highway. Do you deny any of this? Kelly's face crumpled. I was desperate. I didn't know what else to do. You could have asked for help. I did. No one listened. Did you ask Mr. Marin for help? Kelly's eyes flicked to Paul. No. Why not? Because he hates me. Paul's jaw tightened, but he didn't speak. Judge Harding leaned forward. Ms. Marin, I've reviewed the financial records. I've read the reports. I've heard the testimony. And I've made my decision. She paused. Custody of Jeffrey Marin is permanently awarded to Paul Marin. You will have no unsupervised contact with the child. Supervised visitation will be at the court's discretion. Kelly made a sound like something breaking. No, please. No. Furthermore, Harding continued, I'm ordering you to repay a portion of the insurance funds to Jeffrey's estate. The exact amount will be determined by the court. And I'm referring your case to the district attorney's office for investigation into forgery and fraud. Kelly's lawyer stood. Your Honor. Sit down, counsel. Harding looked at Paul. Mr. Marin, you're now the legal guardian of Jeffrey. The court trusts you'll take your responsibilities seriously. Paul stood. I will, Your Honor. Good. This case is closed. The gavel came down. Kelly screamed. It was raw and broken. Her lawyer grabbed her arm, trying to quiet her, but she wrenched away. She turned to Jeffrey, reaching out. Baby, please. Tell them. Tell them you want to come home. Jeffrey stared at her. His face was blank. Empty. Jeffrey, please. The boy didn't move. Didn't speak. Kelly collapsed in her chair, sobbing. Paul put a hand on Jeffrey's shoulder. Come on, kid. Let's go. They walked out together. Behind them, Kelly's sobs echoed through the courtroom. Outside, Rachel met them on the steps. She looked tired but satisfied. That's that, she said. Thank you, Paul said. You did the work. I just made sure the judge saw it. She knelt down to Jeffrey's level. You okay? Jeffrey nodded. You've got a good uncle. You know that. Another nod. Rachel stood and shook Paul's hand. If you need anything else, call me. I will. Rachel walked away. Paul and Jeffrey stood on the courthouse steps. It was snowing lightly, soft flakes drifting down through the cold air. Is it over? Jeffrey asked. Paul looked down at him. Yeah, it's over. She's not coming back. Not unless you want her to. Jeffrey thought about it, then shook his head. I don't. Okay. They walked to the truck. Jeffrey climbed into the passenger seat and buckled himself in. Paul started the engine and pulled out of the lot. As they drove past the courthouse, Paul saw Kelly standing on the steps. Alone, staring after them. He didn't look back. 3 weeks after the custody hearing, Paul got a letter from the district attorney's office. They were moving forward with charges against Kelly. Fraud, forgery, misappropriation of funds. The trial was set for early January. Paul didn't plan on going. He'd said everything he needed to say. But Rachel called him the night before. You should be there, she said. Why? Because Jeffrey deserves to see it through. He deserves to see that what she did has consequences. Paul thought about it. I'm not bringing him to a trial. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to go. To be there. So you can tell him someday that justice was done. Paul agreed. The courthouse was packed. Apparently, Kelly's online campaign had gotten attention. People showed up to watch. Some supported her. Some didn't. Paul sat in the back and kept his head down. Kelly was brought in wearing an orange jumpsuit. She looked small, broken. She saw Paul and her face hardened. The prosecutor laid out the case, showed the forged documents, the falsified signatures, the insurance money Kelly had taken, the estate she'd liquidated without Jeffrey's name on a single paper. Kelly's lawyer tried to argue that she'd acted out of grief, that she hadn't known what she was doing, that she'd been trying to survive. The prosecutor tore that apart. Ms. Marin knew exactly what she was doing. She spent money on herself, on drugs, on alcohol, on everything except the child she was supposed to care for. And when that money ran out, she threw that child away. The jury deliberated for 3 hours. When they came back, Kelly was standing at the defense table. Her hands were clenched. Her lawyer had a hand on her shoulder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kelly Marin, guilty on all counts. Kelly's knees buckled. Her lawyer caught her. The judge set sentencing for 2 weeks later. Kelly was let out in handcuffs. As she passed Paul, she stopped. I hope you're happy, she said. Paul looked at her. I'm not. Then what was the point? The point, Paul said slowly, was to do what Arthur should have done years ago. Protect his son. Kelly's eyes filled with tears. I hate you. I know. She was led away. Paul sat there for a long time after the courtroom emptied. He thought about Arthur, about the will that was never filed, about Jeffrey walking down that highway. He thought about the fact that none of this would have happened if Arthur had just been honest with Kelly from the start, if he'd set things up right. But he hadn't, and Paul was left to clean up the mess. He stood and walked out. Outside, snow was falling again. Paul turned up his collar and headed to his truck. Weeks passed. Winter settled over Idaho like a blanket. Paul Jeffrey fell into a routine. School, work, dinner, homework. Quiet evenings with Arthur's guitar leaning in the corner of Jeffrey's room. Paul taught him how to use tools, how to fix things, how to work with his hands. Jeffrey didn't say much, but he watched everything Paul did. Learned fast. One Saturday in late January, Paul drove past Kelly's old rental house. There was a moving truck outside. People were loading furniture. Paul pulled over and watched. Kelly was nowhere to be seen. She was in county jail, awaiting sentencing. The house was being emptied. Everything she'd bought with Arthur's money. Everything she'd taken. Paul felt that cold anger stir one last time. Then he let it go. He drove home. Jeffrey was on the porch when Paul pulled up. He'd been working on a model car Paul bought him. Glue on his fingers. Concentration on his face. "Hey, kid." Jeffrey looked up. "Hey." Paul sat down next to him. "How's it coming?" "Okay. I got the wheels on." "Good. Let me see." Jeffrey held up the car. It wasn't perfect. The wheels were a little crooked. The paint was smudged in places. But it was done. "Looks good," Paul said. "You think?" "Yeah. Your dad would have been proud." Jeffrey smiled. It was small, but it was real. They sat on the porch for a while, watching the snow fall. Paul didn't say anything. Didn't need to. Jeffrey leaned against his side, and Paul let him. After a while, Jeffrey spoke. "Uncle Paul." "Yeah." "Does this mean we're a family now?" Paul looked down at him, at those blue eyes that looked so much like Arthur's. "We always were, kid. Your dad just needed me to find you first." Jeffrey nodded. He went back to working on his car. Paul watched the road. Quiet. Steady. He'd done what he set out to do. Protected Arthur's son. Made sure Kelly got nothing. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't redemption. It was justice. And that was enough. Spring came slowly to Idaho. The snow melted. The roads cleared. Life went on. In March, Paul took Jeffrey to visit Arthur's grave. It was on a hill overlooking the valley. A simple stone with Arthur's name and dates. No fancy words, just the facts. Jeffrey stood in front of it, holding the toy truck he'd been carrying the night Paul found him. The wheel was still missing. The paint still chipped. But Jeffrey had kept it. He set it down at the base of the headstone. "I don't need it anymore," he said quietly. Paul stood next to him. "No, I got better stuff now. And I remember him without it." Paul put a hand on the boy's shoulder. He'd be glad to hear that. Jeffrey nodded. Then he turned and ran back toward the truck. He'd spotted a bird in the field and wanted to get closer. Paul stayed behind. He looked at Arthur's name carved into the stone, at the dates that marked a life cut short, at the space where Kelly's name might have been if things had been different. "You can rest easy now, brother," Paul said quietly. "I've got him, and I made sure she got nothing." The wind moved through the grass. Paul stood there for a long moment. Then he turned and walked back to the truck. Jeffrey was waiting in the passenger seat. He'd found a feather and was holding it up to the light. "Look," he said when Paul climbed in. "It's blue." "So it is." They drove home together. The road stretched out ahead, long open, full of possibility. Paul didn't look back. He'd made a promise to his brother, to protect Jeffrey, to make sure he had what he deserved. And Paul Marin always kept his promises. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The rain hammered Kevin Rayner's windshield as he drove through the narrow streets of Brook Hollow, Oregon. 2 years. 2 years since he'd seen this place. Since he'd buried his brother Danny in the cemetery on Maple Hill. 2 years since he'd packed his grief and guilt into a duffel bag and disappeared overseas. Now he was back. Kevin pulled his truck into the gravel driveway of Danny's old house. The place looked different. Worse. Paint peeled from the shutters like dead skin. The front porch sagged under the weight of broken furniture and garbage bags. Toys lay scattered across the yard. A bike with a bent wheel, a soccer ball deflated and muddy, action figures missing arms and heads. He cut the engine and sat in the silence. His brother had died in this driveway. Right here, where Kevin now parked. Danny's car had hit the old oak tree after he'd swerved to avoid something or someone. The tree still bore the scar, a deep gouge in its bark that never healed. Kevin stepped out into the cold autumn air. His breath formed white clouds as he walked toward the house. The windows were dark except for a blue glow from what used to be Danny's living room. Television. Always the damn television. That's when he heard it. A soft whimpering sound coming from the backyard. Kevin stopped walking. His body went rigid, every muscle tense. He knew that sound. He'd heard it in war zones, in burning buildings, in places where hope died slow deaths. Kevin walked around the side of the house, his boots crunching on dead leaves. The sound grew louder, more desperate. He passed Danny's old workshop, now boarded up with plywood. He passed the swing set Danny had built for Martin's 4th birthday. The chains hung broken, the seats missing. In the far corner of the yard sat a doghouse. Red paint, mostly faded now. Danny had built it for Max, their old German shepherd who died 3 years ago. The whimpering came from inside. Kevin's heart stopped. He knelt beside the doghouse and peered through the opening. What he saw made his blood turn ice. Martin, 6 years old, Danny's son, Kevin's nephew. The boy sat curled in a ball, wrapped in a filthy blanket that might have once been blue. His clothes were too small, torn at the knees and elbows. His dark hair was matted and dirty. In front of him sat a metal bowl labeled Max in fading letters. The bowl contained dry dog food, and Martin was eating it with his fingers. "Martin," Kevin whispered. The boy looked up with eyes too old for his face. Eyes that had seen too much, hurt too deep. When he recognized Kevin, those eyes filled with tears. "Uncle Kevin," Martin's voice was barely a whisper. "You came back." Kevin's vision blurred. His hands shook as he reached into the doghouse. "What are you doing out here, buddy?" Martin flinched away from Kevin's touch. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was good today, I promise." "You don't need to apologize." Kevin's voice cracked. He forced himself to stay calm, to speak slowly. "Can you come out of there? Can you come to me?" Martin shook his head. "Mom said I'm not family anymore. Dogs stay outside." The words hit Kevin like a physical blow. His vision went red around the edges. His jaw clenched so tight his teeth ached. But he kept his voice soft, gentle. "She's wrong," Kevin said. "You're family. You're my family." Martin studied Kevin's face, searching for lies. Finding none, he crawled out of the doghouse on hands and knees. Kevin caught him, lifted him, held him tight against his chest. The boy weighed nothing. All bones and sharp angles where there should have been solid muscle and childhood fat. "How long have you been out here?" Kevin asked. "Since morning. Sometimes longer." Martin buried his face in Kevin's shoulder. "She locks the door when her friends come over." Kevin carried Martin toward the house, his rage building with each step. Through the kitchen window, he could see her. Betty, his brother's widow. She stood at the counter in a clean white dress, sipping wine from a crystal glass. Her blonde hair was perfectly styled. Her makeup was perfect. Her life was perfect, while Danny's son ate dog food in the rain. Kevin pushed through the back door without knocking. The kitchen was warm and bright, filled with the smell of roasting chicken. Classical music played from hidden speakers. A bottle of expensive wine sat open on the marble counter. Betty turned when she heard the door. She showed no surprise, no guilt, no shame, just mild annoyance. "Welcome back, Kevin," she said, taking another sip of wine. "You found your little stray." Kevin set Martin down gently, keeping one hand on the boy's shoulder. "He's your son." Betty laughed. Actually laughed. The sound was sharp and cold. "He's my husband's son. Don't confuse that." Kevin took a step forward. Betty didn't back down. She stood there smirking, proud of her cruelty, enjoying it. "Danny loved that boy more than his own life," Kevin said. His voice was quiet now, deadly quiet. "Danny's dead." Betty shrugged. "Has been for 2 years. I didn't sign up to raise his bastard child." Martin flinched at the word. Kevin felt the boy's small body tremble against his leg. "What did you just call him?" "You heard me." Betty finished her wine and poured another glass. "I tried. God knows I tried. But I can't look at him without seeing Danny's mistakes. His cheating. His lies." Kevin's hands formed fists. "Danny never cheated on you. Didn't he?" Betty's eyes gleamed with malice. "Then explain the boy. Explain why Martin looks nothing like me. Explain why Danny was so protective of his son's mother's identity." Kevin stared at her. Understanding crashed over him like cold water. "You think Martin isn't Danny's biological son." "I know he isn't." Betty smiled. "But dear Danny loved playing daddy to another man's mistake." right up until the end. Even if that were true. It is true. Even if it were true, Kevin continued, he's still a child. He's still innocent. He's still not my problem. Kevin looked down at Martin. The boy was staring at the floor, his small hands clenched into fists. He was trying not to cry, trying to be strong, just like Danny used to do when their father raged and their mother hid. Kevin knelt beside Martin and spoke softly. Go upstairs and pack your things. Everything you want to take with you. Where are we going? Martin asked. Away from here. Betty set down her wine glass hard enough to crack it. You can't just take him. I'm his legal guardian. Kevin stood slowly. When he spoke, his voice was cold as winter steel. You just called him a bastard. You just said he's not your problem. You put him in a doghouse like an animal. I disciplined him. There's a difference. You'll regret ever saying that. Betty laughed again, but this time it sounded forced. What are you going to do, Kevin? Hit me? Go ahead. I'll have you arrested before you can blink. Kevin stepped closer, not threatening, just close enough that she could see his eyes. Close enough that she could see the cold fury burning there. I don't hit women, Kevin said quietly. I don't need to. He turned away from her and followed Martin upstairs. Martin's bedroom was at the end of the hall, the same room Danny had used as a boy. Kevin remembered sneaking in here during thunderstorms, climbing into bed with his little brother when the lightning scared them both. Now the room was bare, empty, a single mattress on the floor with no sheets, a milk crate for a nightstand, one change of clothes folded neatly in the corner. This is all I have, Martin said quietly. Kevin looked around the room. No toys, no books, no pictures on the walls. Nothing that said a child lived here. Nothing that said a child was loved here. What about your other things? Your toys? Martin shook his head. She threw them away, said I didn't deserve them. Kevin knelt and gathered the clothes into his arms. We'll get you new things. Better things. Really? They walked back downstairs together. Betty was still in the kitchen, now talking on her phone. Kevin caught pieces of the conversation as they passed. Ridiculous. Can't just show up and custody rights. Kevin loaded Martin into his truck and buckled him in. The boy was so small he barely reached the seatbelt. Kevin made a mental note to buy a proper car seat. Are we really leaving? Martin asked. We're really leaving. And I don't have to come back? Kevin looked at the house, then at Betty standing in the window watching them. Never. As they drove away, Kevin caught Martin's reflection in the rearview mirror. The boy was staring out the back window at the only home he'd ever known. His expression was unreadable. Are you sad to leave? Kevin asked. Martin was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, Dogs don't get sad when they find real families. Kevin's throat tightened. He reached back and squeezed Martin's small hand. You're not a dog. You're my nephew. You're family. The drive to Kevin's cabin took 40 minutes through winding mountain roads. Kevin had bought the place before leaving for overseas, a sanctuary away from memories and pain. He planned to sell it when he got back. Now he was grateful he hadn't. The cabin sat on 5 acres of pine forest, far from neighbors and noise. Solar panels on the roof provided power. A well provided water. A generator in the shed provided backup for winter storms. It was isolated, private, safe. Kevin carried Martin inside and set him down in the living room. The place smelled like cedar and would smoke. Furniture covered in dust sheets gave the room a ghostly appearance. Is this where you live now? Martin asked. This is where we live now. Kevin pulled the sheets off the furniture, revealing a comfortable couch and chairs arranged around a stone fireplace. He lit a fire to chase away the evening chill. The flames cast warm light across the walls. Are you hungry? Kevin asked. Real food, I mean. Martin nodded quickly. Kevin opened a can of soup and heated it on the gas stove. As they ate, Martin asked careful questions about the cabin, about Kevin's travels, about whether he planned to stay. Kevin answered each one honestly, patiently. The boy was testing him, probing for lies or false promises. Smart kid. Suspicious kid. Hurt kid. After dinner, Kevin ran a bath and helped Martin wash 2 years of neglect from his hair and skin. The water turned brown with dirt. Kevin had to drain and refill the tub twice before the water ran clear. I'm sorry I'm so dirty, Martin said. You don't apologize for things that aren't your fault. Kevin found some of Danny's old clothes in a box. Shirts from when Danny was young. Pants that would still be too big for Martin, but better than what he had. As Kevin helped him dress, he noticed the bruises. Old ones faded to yellow and green. Newer ones still dark purple on the boy's ribs and back. Kevin said nothing. Not yet. But he memorized every mark, every scar, every sign of what that woman had done. That night, Kevin set up a bed for Martin in the cabin's second bedroom. He found extra blankets, fluffed the pillows, left a glass of water on the nightstand. "Will you stay?" Martin asked when Kevin tucked him in. "I'll be right next door if you need anything." "No, I mean, will you stay? Or will you leave again?" Kevin sat on the edge of the bed. The boy's eyes were wide in the lamplight, searching Kevin's face for truth. "I won't leave," Kevin said. "I promise. Mom promised things too. Before. I'm not her." Martin studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Uncle Kevin, yeah. Thank you for coming back." Kevin's chest tightened. "Thank you for waiting for me." He turned off the lamp and started to leave, but Martin's voice stopped him. "Uncle Kevin, will you send me back to her?" Kevin turned around. Even in the darkness, he could see the fear in the boy's eyes. "Never," Kevin said. "I promise you that. Never." He left the door open and went to his own room, but sleep wouldn't come. Kevin lay in bed staring at the ceiling, rage burning in his chest like acid. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Martin in that doghouse. He saw the bruises. He heard Betty's laughter. "He's my husband's son. Don't confuse that. Dogs stay outside. I didn't sign up to raise his bastard child." Kevin got up and walked to his window. Outside, the forest was dark and quiet. Peaceful. Safe. But his thoughts were anything but peaceful. Betty thought she'd won. She thought she'd gotten rid of her problem, passed it off to someone else. She probably expected Kevin to give up, to bring Martin back when caring for him got difficult. She was wrong. Kevin made a silent vow as he stood there in the darkness. He would make Betty pay for every tear Martin had shed. For every night the boy spent cold and hungry and alone. For every bruise, every cruel word, every moment of pain. She would pay for all of it. And Kevin knew exactly how to make it happen. Monday morning came gray and drizzling. Kevin woke early and made breakfast. Real breakfast with eggs and bacon and toast. Martin ate slowly, as if afraid the food might disappear. "We need to see a doctor today," Kevin said gently. Martin's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. "Am I sick?" "It's just a checkup, to make sure you're healthy." "Will she find out?" Kevin knew who she was. "She doesn't get to know where you are or what you're doing anymore." Dr. Amy Lawton had been Kevin's friend since high school. She'd been Danny's friend too, before the accident. When Kevin called her office, she agreed to see Martin immediately. The medical center sat on the outskirts of Brook Hollow, a low brick building surrounded by oak trees. Kevin held Martin's hand as they walked through the automatic doors. The boy's palm was sweaty with nerves. Amy was waiting for them in examination room 3. She was tall and lean with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. Her dark hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail. "Kevin," she said, hugging him tightly. "I heard you were back." She knelt to Martin's level and smiled. "And you must be Martin. I remember when you were just a baby." Martin hid behind Kevin's leg. "He's been through a lot," Kevin said quietly. Amy nodded. "Let's take a look." The examination took an hour. Amy was gentle and patient, explaining each step to Martin before she did it. She measured his height and weight, checked his reflexes, listened to his heart and lungs. When she finished, she sent Martin to the waiting room with a nurse and a coloring book. "Kevin," she said once they were alone, "we need to talk." Kevin knew what was coming. "He's severely malnourished," Amy said. 20 pounds underweight for his age. I found evidence of old fractures that were never properly treated. Bruising consistent with physical abuse. Signs of emotional trauma. She handed Kevin a stack of photographs and medical forms. "I'm legally required to report this to Child Protective Services." Kevin nodded. "I hope you would." Amy studied his face. "There's something else. Something I need to tell you about Betty." "What about her?" "She brought Martin here 6 months ago. Claimed he'd fallen downstairs. His arm was broken in 2 places." Amy's jaw tightened. "I suspected abuse then, but Martin wouldn't talk. He protected her. Why didn't you report it?" "I did. CPS investigated and found insufficient evidence." Betty's very good at playing the victim. Very good at lying. Kevin felt that familiar cold rage building in his chest. What happened to the report? Buried. Filed away. Forgotten. Amy leaned forward. But now we have a pattern. Now we have proof. Kevin looked at the photographs. Martin's bruises documented in clinical detail. Evidence of what that woman had done. What happens next? I'll file a new report today. CPS will have to investigate again. With Martin in your custody, you might be willing to talk. Amy touched Kevin's arm. But you need to be prepared. Betty won't give up without a fight. As if summoned by her name, Kevin's phone rang. Betty's number flashed on the screen. Don't answer it, Amy warned. Kevin let it go to voicemail. Within minutes, she called again. Then again. When it got back to the truck, Kevin played the messages. The first one was sweet and reasonable. Kevin, I think we got off on the wrong foot yesterday. I'd like to talk about Martin's situation. Perhaps we can work something out. The second was angry. You can't just take him, Kevin. I'm his legal guardian. Bring him back right now, or I'm calling the police. The third was vicious. You think you're some kind of hero? You think you can just waltz back into town and fix everything? You don't know what you're dealing with. Bring him back before you regret it. Kevin deleted all 3 messages. Is she going to take me back? Martin asked from the back seat. No, Kevin said firmly. She's never getting her hands on you again. But even as he said it, Kevin knew the fight was just beginning. Tuesday morning brought the police. Kevin was making coffee when he saw the patrol car pull into his driveway. 2 officers got out. Sheriff Tom Bradley and his deputy, a young woman Kevin didn't recognize. Stay inside, Kevin told Martin. Go to your room and close the door. Kevin met the officers on his front porch. Sheriff Bradley was a big man with gray hair and a tired face. He'd been sheriff when Kevin was growing up, had known both Kevin and Danny since they were kids. Morning, Kevin, Bradley said. We need to talk. About what? About the boy. Betty Rayner filed a report saying you kidnapped her son. Kevin kept his expression neutral. Martin is my nephew. I'm his family. Betty says otherwise. Says you broke into her house and took him against his will. I walked through an unlocked door and found a 6-year-old boy living in a doghouse. The deputy stepped forward. Mrs. Rayner says that's a lie. She says. Bradley held up a hand to silence her. Kevin, you know I have to ask. Where's the boy now? Safe. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting until I talk to a lawyer. Bradley sighed. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Let us see the boy, confirm he's unharmed, and we can sort this out. Kevin thought about Martin cowering in that doghouse, about the bruises Amy had photographed, about Betty's laughter when she called him a bastard. No, Kevin said. The deputy's hand moved toward her handcuffs. Sir, if you don't cooperate. Tom, Kevin interrupted, speaking directly to the sheriff. You knew Danny. You knew what kind of father he was. Bradley nodded slowly. And you know what kind of woman Betty is. You've heard the rumors. Bradley's expression didn't change, but Kevin saw something flicker in his eyes. Understanding. Maybe even agreement. I can't make decisions based on rumors, Kevin. Then make them based on facts. Dr. Lawton is filing a CPS report today. Medical evidence of abuse and neglect. When you see those photos, you'll understand why I won't let that woman near Martin. Bradley and his deputy exchanged glances. Finally, Bradley nodded. We'll wait for the CPS report, he said. But Kevin, if this goes to court, things could get complicated. You need legal representation. After they left, Kevin called his old firefighting partner, Noah Pierce. Noah ran a private security company now, but he'd never forgotten his debts. 3 years ago, Kevin had carried Noah out of a burning warehouse after a roof collapsed on his legs. Noah walked with a limp now, but he was alive. Kevin fucking Rayner, Noah said when he answered the phone. Heard you're back in town. About time. I need help, Noah. Name it. Kevin explained the situation. Noah listened without interruption, occasionally growling profanities under his breath. That bitch, Noah said when Kevin finished. I never liked her. Danny deserved better. Can you help? Brother, I'll do whatever you need. Legal help, financial help, muscle, you name it. Right now I need information. Betty's got secrets. I need them exposed. Noah was quiet for a moment. I might know someone who can help with that. Give me a day or two. That afternoon, Kevin received another call. This one from Jessa Ward, Martin's school counselor. Mr. Rayner? This is Jessa Ward from Brook Hollow Elementary. I heard you're taking care of Martin now. That's right. I wonder if we could meet. There are some things about Martin's situation that you should know. They met at a coffee shop downtown. Jessa was a quiet woman in her 30s with short brown hair and intelligent eyes. She carried a thick folder that she set carefully on the table between them. I've been Martin's counselor for 2 years, she said. I've been trying to help him, but Betty wouldn't cooperate with any intervention programs. She opened the folder. Inside were drawings. Martin's artwork from school. Kevin's stomach clenched as he looked at them. One drawing showed a small figure alone in a dark space, while larger figures stood together in the light. Another showed a house with all the windows boarded up except one, where a small face peered out. A third showed a dog lying motionless beside a doghouse. He drew these over the past 6 months, Jessa said quietly. Along with the school absences, the behavioral changes, the regression in his academic performance. I knew something was wrong. Kevin studied the drawings. Each one told a story of isolation, fear, abandonment. Why didn't you report it? I tried. I called CPS twice. But Betty is very persuasive. She blamed Martin's problems on trauma from his father's death. She said he was acting out, that he needed discipline, not coddling. Jessa pulled out another set of papers. These are attendance records. Martin missed 43 days of school this past year. When he did come to class, he was often dirty, hungry, and exhausted. Did other people notice? Some teachers expressed concern, but Betty always had explanations. Martin was sick. There was a family emergency. She was dealing with grief and depression. Kevin felt his anger building again. She played the grieving widow card very effectively, and when people did push back, she'd become defensive. She'd cry and say people were judging her, that she was doing her best as a single mother. Jessa leaned forward. But I have documentation of everything. Dates, times, conversations. If this goes to court, I can testify about what I observed. Kevin nodded. It's going to court, and I'm going to need all the help I can get. The custody hearing was scheduled for the following Friday. Kevin hired the best family lawyer in Oregon, Patricia Morse, a woman with a reputation for winning difficult cases. Patricia was a small woman with silver hair and steel in her spine. She met Kevin at her Portland office to prepare for the hearing. The good news, she said, is that the medical evidence is compelling. Dr. Lawton's report clearly documents abuse and neglect. And the bad news? Betty has hired Marcus Webb. He's expensive, effective, and ruthless. He specializes in character assassination. Kevin had heard of Webb. The man defended wealthy criminals and corrupt politicians. If Betty could afford him, she had more resources than Kevin had realized. What's his angle? Kevin asked. He's going to paint you as an unstable vagrant who kidnapped a child for revenge. He'll bring up your military service, imply you have PTSD. He'll question your ability to provide a stable home. Patricia spread files across her desk. He's also going to challenge Martin's paternity. If he can prove Martin isn't Danny's biological son, Betty's case gets stronger. How does that help her? Legal guardianship versus family rights. If Martin isn't your biological nephew, your claim to custody is weaker. Kevin stared at the papers. Does it matter? Biologically, I mean. Patricia met his eyes. Not to me. Not to anyone who cares about that boy's welfare. But it might matter to a judge. The hearing was a disaster. Marcus Webb was everything Patricia had warned about and worse. He was smooth, confident, and completely without conscience. He presented Betty as a devoted stepmother struggling to raise another man's child while dealing with her own grief. My client took in this boy when his father died, Webb argued. She provided him with a home, with stability, with love. Now her dead husband's brother, a man who abandoned this family for 2 years, returns and simply takes the child. This isn't rescue, Your Honor. It's kidnapping. Patricia fought back hard. She presented the medical evidence, the school records, Jessa Ward's testimony. She painted a clear picture of systematic abuse and neglect. But Webb was ready for everything. He had his own medical expert who questioned Dr. Lawton's conclusions. He suggested the bruises could have come from normal childhood activities. He implied that Martin's malnutrition was due to a medical condition, not neglect. And then he played his ace card. "Your Honor," Webb said, "my client has endured 2 years of raising a child who isn't hers, trying to honor her dead husband's wishes. But this child has behavioral problems. He's destructive, disobedient, and occasionally violent." Kevin started to stand, but Patricia pulled him back down. "The doghouse incident that Mr. Rayner describes was actually a timeout," Webb continued. "Martin had destroyed property and hurt a neighbor's pet. My client used a reasonable disciplinary measure that Mr. Rayner has wildly exaggerated. It was masterful. Every piece of evidence Patricia presented, Webb twisted or undermined. Every witness Patricia called, Webb discredited. When Betty took the stand, she was perfect. She cried at appropriate moments. She spoke lovingly about Danny and how hard she tried to honor his memory by caring for Martin. She admitted to making mistakes, but claimed they were born of love and inexperience, not malice. "I know Kevin thinks I'm a monster," she said, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. "But I've done my best with a very difficult situation. Martin needs professional help, not to be hidden away in some isolated cabin." Kevin watched the judge's face during her testimony. He saw doubt creeping in. When Kevin took the stand, Webb attacked relentlessly. "Mr. Rayner, you abandoned this family 2 years ago, correct?" "I left town after my brother's death, yes." "Left town. Abandoned your responsibilities. Abandoned your nephew." "I was grieving. You were running away. And now you've returned to play hero. How convenient." Webb questioned Kevin's finances, his living situation, his ability to provide for a child. He brought up Kevin's military service and hinted darkly about overseas activities. "Tell me, Mr. Rayner, have you ever received treatment for post-traumatic stress?" "No." "Anger management?" "No." "Have you ever been violent?" Kevin hesitated. Webb pounced. "That's a yes or no question, Mr. Rayner. I've been in combat situations. Have you ever been violent toward civilians?" Patricia objected, but the damage was done. Webb had painted Kevin as a potentially dangerous man with a history of violence and abandonment. When the hearing ended, Kevin knew they'd lost. Judge Harrison spent an hour reviewing the evidence before delivering his verdict. "This case presents a difficult situation," he said. "While I'm concerned about some aspects of Martin's care, I'm also troubled by the irregular nature of his removal from his guardian's home." Kevin's heart sank. "Therefore, I'm ordering Martin to be placed in temporary foster care while the court conducts a more thorough investigation. This will allow us to determine the best interests of the child without the influence of either party." Kevin felt the world tilt. Foster care. They were taking Martin away from both him and Betty. As court officers prepared to escort him out, Kevin caught sight of Betty across the courtroom. She was smirking, triumphant. Her lawyer was congratulating her. Kevin stared at her until she noticed. When their eyes met, he mouthed 4 words. "This isn't over yet." Her smirk faltered. That evening, Kevin sat in his empty cabin and made a decision. The legal system had failed Martin. The judge had been fooled by Betty's performance and Webb's manipulation. Fine. If they want to play dirty, Kevin could play dirty too. He picked up his phone and called Noah. "I need that information you mentioned," Kevin said. "Whatever it takes to get it." "About time," Noah replied. "I was wondering when you'd stop fighting fair." Kevin looked out at the dark forest surrounding his cabin. Somewhere out there, Martin was spending his first night in foster care, probably crying himself to sleep in a stranger's house. Because Betty Rayner had played the system perfectly. But Kevin was about to change the rules of the game. The Hendersons were good people. Kevin knew that after meeting them at the supervised visitation center where he was allowed to see Martin for 2 hours every Saturday. Bill Henderson was a retired teacher, his wife Marie a former nurse. They had raised 3 children of their own and fostered dozens more. But they weren't family, and Martin knew it. "When can I come home?" Martin asked during their 3rd visit. He sat across from Kevin at a small table while a social worker pretended to read a magazine nearby. "Soon," Kevin promised. "I'm working on it. The Hendersons are nice. But I miss you. I miss the cabin." Kevin's chest tightened. "I miss you too, buddy. More than you know." Martin was quiet for a moment, then leaned forward. "Uncle Kevin, is she going to win?" Kevin looked into his nephew's eyes. The trust there, the faith, it nearly broke his heart. "No," he said firmly. "She's not going to win." That night, Kevin met Noah at a bar on the outskirts of town. The Rusty Anchor was the kind of place where people minded their own business and paid in cash. "Tell me you have something," Kevin said as they settled into a corner booth. Noah smiled grimly. "Better than something. I have everything." He slid a thick manila envelope across the table. "My guy is very good at his job. Very thorough. Very expensive." Kevin opened the envelope. Inside were financial records, bank statements, credit card bills, and printed emails. He studied them by the dim light of a neon beer sign. "Holy shit," he breathed. "Keep reading. It gets better." Betty Rayner was broke. Completely, utterly broke. Danny's life insurance money, $200,000, was gone. Spent on clothes, jewelry, cars, and vacations. But mostly spent on gambling. Online poker, casino trips to Reno, sports betting. She'd blown through her dead husband's money in 18 months and was now $30,000 in debt. "There's more," Noah said. "Check the emails." Kevin found a printed conversation between Betty and someone named Lucky Strike 88. The messages were dated 3 weeks ago. "Lucky Strike 88. You still owe us $15K. Where do we get paid?" "Betty R. I told you I need more time. I'm working on something." Lucky Strike 88. "Time's up, sweetheart. You know what happens to people who don't pay their debts." "Betty R. I have a custody hearing next week. When I win, I'll have access to the kids' trust fund. Then I can pay you everything." Kevin read the message twice. "What trust fund?" Noah pointed to another document in the envelope. "Danny set up a trust for Martin before he died. $50,000, meant for college and emergencies. Betty's the trustee until Martin turns 18. She's been stealing from her own stepson. Trying to. The bank won't release the money without proper documentation. But if she regains custody..." Kevin understood. Betty hadn't fought for Martin out of love or maternal instinct. She'd fought for him because he was worth $50,000 to her. "There's one more thing," Noah said. "The best thing." He pulled out a cell phone, an older model with a cracked screen. "My guy lifted this from Betty's purse during the court hearing. She hadn't cleared her voice messages." Kevin took the phone and scrolled through the saved messages. Most were from bill collectors and creditors demanding payment. But one was different, newer, from yesterday. Kevin played it. Betty's voice filled the bar, slightly drunk and completely unguarded. "God, I can't wait for this whole thing to be over. When I get that little bastard back, I'm putting him in military school and washing my hands of him forever. At least then I can access his trust fund and pay off these gambling debts. 2 more weeks of playing the loving stepmother, and I'll be free of Danny's mistake forever." Kevin played the message 3 times, memorizing every word. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Noah asked. "She thinks she's won, so she's getting careless. This could end everything. It will end everything. Question is, how do you want to play it?" Kevin thought about the custody hearing, about Marcus Webb's smooth lies, about Betty's perfect performance on the witness stand. The legal system had failed Martin once. Kevin wasn't going to give it another chance to fail. "I want everyone to see who she really is," Kevin said. "The whole town. The judge. Everyone." Noah grinned. "I was hoping you'd say that." The plan was simple. Too simple, Kevin worried. But sometimes the best plans were the ones no one saw coming. Noah had a friend who worked at the Brook Hollow Chronicle, the town's only newspaper. The friend owed Noah a favor from years back and was happy to help expose a corrupt guardian stealing from an orphan child. The story ran on the front page of Wednesday's edition. Local woman accused of misusing child's trust fund. The article laid out Betty's financial troubles in stark detail. Her gambling addiction, her debts, her apparent plan to access Martin's money. It quoted several unnamed sources and included copies of bank records showing the insurance money disappearing into casino accounts. By Thursday morning, the story had spread to social media. Facebook posts, Twitter threads, local blog shares. The comment sections filled with people who had always suspected something was wrong with Betty Rayner. "I always thought she was fake. That poor little boy. Thank God his uncle came back. She should be in jail, not fighting for custody." Kevin watched it all unfold from his cabin, monitoring news sites and social feeds. Betty's perfect reputation was crumbling in real time. But the best was yet to come. Friday morning brought the final custody hearing. The courtroom was packed, unusual for family court. Word had spread through the small town like wildfire. People wanted to see the woman who'd stolen from an orphan child get her comeuppance. Betty arrived looking haggard. Her perfect hair was slightly mussed, her designer dress wrinkled. Marcus Webb whispered urgently in her ear as they took their seats. Kevin sat with Patricia Morse, projecting calm confidence. In his jacket pocket, Noah's phone waited with Betty's damning voicemail ready to play. Judge Harrison called the court to order and address the unusual crowd. "This is a family court matter," he said sternly. "I'll tolerate no outbursts or disruptions." Marcus Webb stood immediately. "Your Honor, my client has been the victim of a vicious character assassination campaign. The newspaper article published this week contains false and defamatory allegations." "The court is aware of the article," Judge Harrison interrupted. "We're here to determine custody based on facts, not newspaper stories." Patricia rose. "Your Honor, we have new evidence that directly relates to Mrs. Rayner's fitness as a guardian." She presented the financial records, explaining Betty's gambling addiction and the disappearance of Danny's insurance money. Webb objected repeatedly, but the documents were legitimate and properly obtained. Then Patricia played the voicemail. Betty's voice echoed through the silent courtroom. "When I get that little bastard back, I'm putting him in military school and washing my hands of him forever. At least then I can access his trust fund." The reaction was immediate. Gasps from a gallery. Betty's face went white. Marcus Webb looked like he'd been struck by lightning. "Your Honor," Webb stammered, "this recording was illegally obtained." "Actually," Patricia interrupted, "it was legally retrieved from Mrs. Rayner's own voicemail system. She left this message on her friend's phone 2 days ago." Judge Harrison replayed the message twice, his expression growing darker each time. When Betty took the stand to explain herself, she was a different person from the composed woman who'd testified 2 weeks earlier. She was defensive, angry, desperate. "I was drunk when I left that message," she said. "I didn't mean any of it." "You refer to Martin as a little bastard," Patricia pointed out. "Was that also due to intoxication?" "Aye. He's not even Danny's real son. Everyone knows that. Even if that were true, and you have no proof that it is, would that justify putting him in military school against his will? He needs discipline, structure, and accessing his trust fund. Was that also for his benefit?" Betty's composure cracked completely. "I've sacrificed 2 years of my life for that boy. 2 years. I deserve something for that." The courtroom erupted. Judge Harrison banged his gavel repeatedly, calling for order. When the noise died down, Patricia called her final witness. "Martin Henderson." Bill Henderson walked Martin to the witness stand. The boy was pale but determined. Kevin had visited him the night before, preparing him for this moment. "Martin," Patricia said gently, "can you tell the court about living with Mrs. Rayner?" Martin's voice was quiet but clear. "She was mean to me. She said I wasn't really family." "Did she ever hurt you?" Martin nodded. "She hit me when I cried. She locked me outside when her friends came over. She said I was Danny's mistake." "What about the doghouse, Martin?" Martin looked directly at Betty for the first time. "She said dogs belong outside. She said that's where I belong too." Betty started to speak, but Marcus Webb pulled her back down. "Do you want to live with her again?" Patricia asked. "No," Martin said firmly. "I want to live with Uncle Kevin. He's my family." Judge Harrison recessed for an hour to consider his decision. Kevin spent the time in the hallway with Patricia and Noah, watching Betty pace frantically while Marcus Webb made urgent phone calls. When court reconvened, Judge Harrison looked tired but resolute. "I've reviewed all the evidence presented," he began. "The financial records showing mismanagement of funds intended for the child's benefit. The recording revealing Mrs. Rayner's true intentions. Most importantly, the testimony of Martin himself about his treatment." Kevin held his breath. "Mrs. Rayner, your behavior toward this child has been deplorable. Your financial irresponsibility and apparent gambling addiction make you unfit to manage his affairs or his welfare. Betty started crying, real tears this time, born of defeat rather than performance. Therefore, I am awarding full custody of Martin Rayner to his uncle, Kevin Rayner. Mrs. Rayner's parental rights are hereby terminated. The courtroom erupted again, but this time in celebration. Kevin felt his knees go weak with relief. Furthermore, Judge Harrison continued, I am ordering a criminal investigation into Mrs. Rayner's handling of Martin's trust fund and referring this case to the district attorney for possible prosecution. Betty collapsed in her chair, sobbing. Marcus Webb was already packing his briefcase, distancing himself from his now toxic client. Kevin barely heard the rest of the proceedings. All he could think about was Martin running toward him across the courtroom, throwing his arms around Kevin's waist. Can we go home now? Martin asked. We can go home now, Kevin confirmed. As they left the courthouse, reporters and neighbors crowded around them. Kevin shielded Martin from the cameras and microphones, pushing through the crowd toward his truck. Behind them, Betty stumbled down the courthouse steps supported by a bailiff. Her perfect life had crumbled in less than an hour. Her reputation was destroyed. Her freedom was now in doubt. She looked up once and met Kevin's eyes across the crowd. The hatred there was pure and venomous. Kevin stared back without flinching. He'd promised to make her pay for what she'd done to Martin. That promise was now fulfilled. 6 months later, Kevin stood at his kitchen window, watching Martin play in the backyard. The boy was running through the grass with a golden retriever puppy they'd adopted from the local shelter. Martin had named him Max, after his father's old dog. The cabin had changed over the winter. Kevin had added a proper bedroom for Martin, complete with bookshelves and a desk for homework. The yard now features a swing set and a sandbox. Solar panels have been upgraded to handle the increased power needs of a family home. Martin was thriving. He'd gained 15 pounds and grown 3 inches. His nightmares were becoming less frequent. His smile came easier now. Dr. Amy visited regularly to monitor Martin's progress, both as his pediatrician and as Kevin's friend. Today she brought good news. His test scores are back to normal, she reported. Physically and emotionally, he's showing remarkable recovery. Kevin nodded, still watching Martin and Max chase each other around the yard. He's tough, like his father. He's lucky to have you. Kevin thought about that. Lucky, maybe. Or maybe they were both lucky to have found each other again. The doorbell rang. Kevin answered it to find a courier holding an envelope marked personal and confidential. Kevin signed for it and recognized the return address immediately. The state penitentiary where Betty was now serving her sentence for fraud and child endangerment. What is it? Amy asked, noticing Kevin's expression. Kevin tore open the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper covered in Betty's handwriting. Her final letter to him. Kevin, I know you'll never forgive me. I don't expect you to, but I need you to know that I love Danny. I did love him, whatever you might think. Martin was a constant reminder of everything I'd lost. Every time I looked at him, I saw Danny's face. I saw the life we should have had together. I know that's no excuse for what I did, but it's the truth. I'm going to be in here for a long time. Maybe that's what I deserve. But please don't poison Martin against Danny's memory. Whatever else happened, Danny loved that boy. Take care of him. He deserves better than both of us gave him. Betty. Kevin read the letter twice, then looked out at Martin, laughing as Max licked his face. The boy was happy now. Safe. Loved. The past couldn't touch him anymore. Kevin walked to the fireplace and threw the letter into the flames without another thought. The paper curled and blackened, Betty's words disappearing into smoke and ash. He didn't need her apologies. He didn't need her explanations. He'd made his choice the night he found Martin in that doghouse. Some things were unforgivable. Uncle Kevin, Martin appeared in the doorway, grass stains on his clothes and dirt under his fingernails. Can Max sleep in my room tonight? If you promise to take him out first thing in the morning. I promise. As Martin ran back outside with Max at his heels, Kevin felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Peace. Not forgiveness. He would never forgive Betty for what she'd done. But peace in knowing that justice had been served and family had been restored. He watched Martin discover an old doghouse in the far corner of the yard. The same one Kevin had built for Max senior years ago. The boy examined it curiously, running his hands over the faded red paint. "Uncle Kevin, what's this for?" Kevin joined him beside the small structure. "It's a doghouse. For dogs." Martin looked thoughtful. "Can we fix it up for Max?" Kevin considered this. The doghouse held dark memories of finding Martin inside it, cold and hungry and alone. Part of him wanted to tear it down and burn it. But Martin was looking at it with excitement now, already planning improvements. To him, it was just a home for his new puppy. The trauma associated with it was healing, being replaced by hope and joy. "We can fix it up," Kevin agreed. "Make it perfect for Max." They spent the afternoon repainting the doghouse bright blue, with Martin's name written above the door in bold yellow letters. Not because Martin would ever use it, but because it was his now, because he had a voice in how it looked and what it meant. When they finished, Martin stood back to admire their work. "It looks good. It looks perfect." That evening, after Martin was asleep, Kevin sat on his porch with a beer and watched the stars. The forest around his cabin was quiet except for the sound of wind through pine trees and Max's occasional puppy dreams from Martin's bedroom. His phone buzzed with a text from Noah. Saw the news about Betty's appeal being denied. "Good. She deserves every year they gave her." Kevin typed back, "Justice served. Time to move on. You're a better man than me." Noah replied, "I'd still want revenge." Kevin looked at the message for a long time before responding. "I got my revenge." Martin's happy. "That's all the revenge I need." He deleted the conversation and went inside. In Martin's room, the boy slept peacefully with Max curled against his side. Kevin adjusted the blanket and kissed Martin's forehead. "Sleep well, buddy," he whispered. "You're home now. You're safe." As he turned to leave, Martin's voice stopped him. "Uncle Kevin, thank you." "For what?" "For coming back. For keeping your promise." Kevin smiled in the darkness. "Thank you for waiting for me." He left the door open. No more locked doors, no more barriers between them, and went to his own room. Outside his window, the doghouse sat in the yard like a small blue beacon, a symbol of transformation, of healing, of the power of love to overcome the worst kind of cruelty. Kevin had kept his promise to Martin. He'd kept his promise to himself. Betty would never hurt another child. The system that had failed them both had finally worked. And tomorrow, Martin would wake up in his own bed, in his own home, with people who loved him unconditionally. Some stories end with forgiveness. This one ended with something better, with justice, with safety, and with the unbreakable bonds of family. The past could burn. The future was theirs to build. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Andrew Mercer walked through the automatic doors of St. Charles Medical Center, the familiar antiseptic smell hitting him before the blast of cold air from the AC. His boots squeaked against the polished linoleum as he made his way to the pediatric ward on the third floor. He'd gotten a call from his mother that morning. Maren was in the hospital. Fractured arm, bruised ribs. His niece was 8 years old. The elevator ride felt longer than it should have. Andrew pressed his thumb against the metal railing, feeling the ridges dig into his skin. He'd been a medic in the Army for 6 years before coming back to band and taking a job supervising construction crews. He'd seen broken bones before, plenty of them. Kids fell. They got hurt. But something in his mother's voice on the phone had sounded wrong. The pediatric ward had cartoon animals painted on the walls. A giraffe stretched its neck toward the ceiling. A lion smiled with too many teeth. Andrew found room 314 and stopped outside the door. Through the small window, he could see his sister Tessa sitting beside the bed, her blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. She was scrolling through her phone. He pushed the door open. Tessa looked up, her face brightening into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Andrew, you came." Mom called. He moved to the bed where Maren lay with her left arm in a cast, white against the pale blue hospital gown. Purple bruises colored her ribs on the right side where the gown had shifted. Her brown hair, the same shade as his own, spread across the pillow. She was awake but staring at the ceiling. "Hey, kiddo," Andrew said, keeping his voice soft. Maren's eyes flicked toward him, then away. She didn't smile. She fell down the stairs, Tessa said, standing up and moving to the foot of the bed. "I told her 100 times not to run in the house wearing socks, but you know how kids are." Andrew looked at his sister. Tessa was 36, 2 years older than him. She'd always been the wild one, the one who pushed boundaries and talked her way out of trouble. After her husband Zachary died 3 years ago, she'd changed. The brightness in her eyes had turned brittle. That must have been scary, Andrew said, turning back to Marin. Falling down the stairs. Marin's small fingers picked at the edge of her cast. She didn't respond. The doctor said she'll be fine. Tessa continued, her voice light and quick. 6 weeks in the cast, maybe 8. The ribs will heal on their own. We're just waiting for them to finish the paperwork so we can go home. Andrew pulled a chair closer to the bed and sat down. Can I talk to her alone for a minute? Tessa's smile froze. Why? Just want to check in. Uncle to niece stuff. I'm her mother. I should be here. 5 minutes, Andrew said, not a question. Tessa's jaw tightened, but she grabbed her purse from the chair. Fine. I need coffee anyway. But don't upset her. She's been through enough. The door clicked shut behind her. Andrew waited, counting to 10 in his head to make sure she'd walked away. Then he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You okay? He asked quietly. Marin kept her eyes on the ceiling. A tear slid down the side of her face and her hair. You don't have to talk if you don't want to, Andrew said. But I'm here, and I'm listening. The little girl's chin trembled. She pulled her good arm across her chest, hugging herself. It hurts. I know. Broken bones hurt a lot. Not that. Her voice cracked. Everything hurts. Andrew felt something cold settle in his chest. He reached out and gently touched her hand, the one without the cast. Her fingers were ice. How did you fall? He asked. I didn't. The words hung in the air between them. Andrew's jaw clenched. He'd suspected, but hearing it made it real. Who hurt you? Marin finally looked at him. Her eyes were red and swollen. You have to go when visiting hours end, right? That's the rule, yeah. What time is it now? Andrew checked his watch. 4:30. Visiting hours end at 8. That's what Mom said. Marin's voice dropped to barely a whisper. She said you'd have to leave at 8. She said she'd stay with me tonight. The fear in those words hit Andrew like a punch. He stood up, his chair scraping against the floor, and moved closer to the bed. Has she hurt you before? I can't. Marin's eyes filled with tears. I can't tell. She said if I tell, it'll be worse. Marin, please. The little girl grabbed his wrist with her good hand, her grip surprisingly strong. Her voice shook as she spoke. Please don't leave me alone tonight. You'll understand at night. Andrew crouched beside the bed, bringing his face level with hers. I won't let anything happen to you. Promise. I promise. The door opened. Tessa walked in holding a paper cup of coffee. Time's up. You're going to tire her out. Andrew straightened, keeping his face neutral. I was just telling her I'd bring her some books tomorrow. What does she like? Adventure stories. She likes whatever I pick for her, Tessa said, moving back to her chair. Right, baby? Marin nodded, her hand slipping away from Andrew's wrist. Andrew kissed his niece on the forehead. Her skin was clammy. I'll see you tomorrow, kiddo. As he walked toward the door, Marin's whispered words echoed in his head. You'll understand at night. He left the hospital and drove his truck through downtown Bend, passing the breweries and boutiques that had sprung up in the past decade. The town had changed since he was a kid. More tourists now, more money. His cabin was on the outskirts, a small 2-bedroom place he'd bought with his savings. It wasn't much, but it was his. He parked in the gravel driveway and sat in the truck for a long moment, staring at nothing. Then he pulled out his phone and called his mother. Andrew. Joe and Mercer's voice was warm. Did you see Marin? Yeah, she's pretty banged up. Poor thing. Tessa's beside herself. Andrew gripped the steering wheel. Mom, something's not right. What do you mean? Marin said she didn't fall. She said someone hurt her. Silence on the other end. Then, Andrew, don't start. Don't start what? Don't dig up old ghosts. Tessa's had a hard time since Zachary died. She's doing her best. Her best. Andrew's voice rose. Mom, Marin's terrified. Kids say things when they're hurt and scared. The doctors examined her. If there was abuse, they'd know. Would they? Andrew Michael Mercer. His mother's voice turned sharp. Your sister has been through hell. She lost her husband. She's raising a child alone. She doesn't need you making accusations. I'm not accusing. I'm asking questions. Well, don't. Let it go. Tessa loves that little girl more than anything. Andrew closed his eyes. Yeah, okay. Promise me you'll leave it alone. I promise, he lied. He ended the call and went inside. The cabin was quiet. He made coffee and stood at the kitchen window, watching the pine trees sway in the evening breeze. His mind kept circling back to Marin's face, the fear in her eyes, the way she'd grabbed his wrist. You'll understand at night. Andrew had worked construction sites for 8 years. He knew how to read the signs of danger, how to spot structural weakness before it became catastrophic. He'd learned in the Army that the worst things happened when people ignored warning signs because they didn't want to believe the truth. He wasn't going to ignore this. At 9:30, Andrew changed into dark jeans and a black hoodie. He grabbed his keys and drove back toward the hospital. The night air was cool, typical for October in Bend. Stars scattered across the sky above the mountains. St. Charles Medical Center glowed against the darkness. Andrew parked in the far corner of the lot and walked around to the service entrance on the east side. He'd volunteered as a paramedic 5 years ago, before the construction job paid enough to quit. He knew the layout. He knew which doors stayed unlocked after visiting hours for staff. The service entrance led to a stairwell. Andrew climbed to the 3rd floor and pushed through the door into a dimly lit hallway. A nurse sat at the station, focused on her computer. He waited until she turned away, then moved quickly down the corridor to room 314. The door was closed. Andrew tested the handle, unlocked. He slipped inside and eased the door shut behind him. The room was dark except for the glow from the monitors beside the bed. Marin was asleep, her breathing soft and even, and 4-line ran into her right arm. The curtain near the window could hide someone if they stood in the corner between it and the wall. Andrew positioned himself there and waited. Time moved slowly. He checked his watch every few minutes. 11 o'clock, 11:30, midnight. His legs started to ache from standing still. He shifted his weight carefully, keeping his eyes on the door. At 1:12 in the morning, the door opened. Tessa walked in carrying a large canvas bag. She moved to the bed and stood looking down at Marin for a long moment. Then she reached out and stroked her daughter's hair, her touch gentle. "Sweet girl," Tessa whispered. "My sweet, sweet girl." Andrew stayed frozen behind the curtain, barely breathing. Tessa kept stroking Marin's hair. "I wish you understood. I wish you knew how hard this is for me." Marin stirred in her sleep. Tessa pulled her hand back. "You told him, didn't you?" Tessa's voice changed, dropping to something cold and hard. "You little liar." Andrew's hands balled into fists. Tessa leaned down, close to Marin's face. "I saw the way you looked at him. You wanted to tell. You almost did." Marin's eyes fluttered open. "Mommy, don't mommy me." Tessa's hand shot out and gripped Marin's jaw. Not hard enough to leave marks, but firm. Controlling. "We had a deal. You don't talk. Not to Uncle Andrew. Not to anyone." "I didn't. You wanted to. I could see it." Tessa released Marin's jaw and moved to the four-pole. She studied the line, following it with her finger from the bag down to where it entered Marin's arm. "You know what happens to little girls who break their promises." Marin started crying, soft whimpering sounds. "Chill. We don't want the nurses coming in." Tessa reached for the connection where the 4-line met the needle in Marin's arm. Her fingers touched the clip. "If you make me lose again," she whispered, "I'll finish what I started." Andrew stepped out from behind the curtain. "Get away from her." Tessa spun around, her face white in the dim light. For a second, she just stared at him. Then her expression shifted, smoothing into surprise and confusion. "Andrew, what are you doing here?" "I said get away from her." He moved toward the bed, putting himself between Tessa and Marin. "I don't understand. How did you?" "I heard every word." Andrew reached for the call button on the bed rail. Tessa lunged forward and grabbed his wrist. "You can't. You don't understand. She's lying. Kids lie all the time." Andrew shook her off. "You just threatened to kill her." "I didn't. I was upset. She's been so difficult since the accident." "It wasn't an accident." Andrew pressed the call button, and we both know it. Tessa's face changed again, the mask dropping away. What was underneath made Andrew's skin crawl. Her eyes went flat and cold. "You have no idea what you've done," she said quietly. The door opened. A nurse in pink scrubs hurried in. "Is everything?" She stopped, taking the scene. Call security, Andrew said. My sister just threatened this child. That's not true. Tessa's voice rose, shrill and panicked. He's crazy. He broke in here. I came to check on my daughter and found him lurking in the dark. The nurse looked between them, confused. Sir, visiting hours ended at 8. I know. I stayed because my niece told me she was scared. And I was right to stay. He's lying. Tessa grabbed her bag. He's always been jealous of me. He's never forgiven me for being Dad's favorite. Call security, Andrew repeated to the nurse. And get a doctor. Check her 4-line. My sister was tampering with it. I wasn't. I would never. Tessa backed toward the door. This is insane. You're insane. The nurse reached for the phone on the wall. Tessa ran. Andrew started to follow, but the nurse grabbed his arm. Sir, you need to stay here. She's getting away. Security will handle it. You need to stay here and explain what happened. Andrew turned back to the bed. Maren was sitting up, her eyes wide and streaming with tears. He moved to her and put his hand on her shoulder. You're okay. You're safe now. Is she gone? Maren's voice shook. Yeah, kiddo. She's gone. 2 security guards arrived minutes later, followed by a doctor. Andrew explained everything he'd witnessed. The doctor examined Maren and the 4-line, taking notes. The security guards called the police. It took 2 hours for everything to get sorted. Andrew sat in a small office with a Bend Police Department officer named Davies, a middle-aged man with gray hair and tired eyes. He told the story again, slower this time, with more details. And you're certain, she said. I'll finish what I started? Officer Davies asked. Yes. Did she make any physical contact with the child? She grabbed her face, and she was touching the 4-line when I interrupted. Davies wrote everything down. We'll need a statement from the child as well, and we'll review the hospital's camera footage. What happens now? We'll locate your sister and bring her in for questioning. Davies looked up from his notepad. Mr. Mercer, why didn't you call the police before coming here tonight? Andrew had expected that question. Because I wasn't sure. I had a feeling something was wrong, but feelings aren't evidence. Now I have evidence. Vigilante behavior doesn't help anyone. I wasn't being a vigilante. I was protecting my niece. Davies closed his notepad. Your sister's going to claim you're lying. She'll say you have a grudge or mental health issues or something else. Are you prepared for that? Yeah, Andrew said. I am. He left the hospital as dawn broke over the Cascade Mountains. The sky turned pink and gold. Andrew drove home with his hands tight on the wheel, adrenaline still buzzing through his veins. He'd done the right thing. He knew that, but his mother's words kept echoing in his head. Let it go. Leave it alone. Some things you couldn't leave alone. Some things had to be dragged into the light, no matter how ugly they were. Andrew showered and changed clothes, then sat on his porch with coffee. His phone buzzed. His mother. What did you do? Joanne's voice was sharp with anger. I protected Maren. The police just called Tessa. They want her to come to the station. She's hysterical. She should be. She threatened to kill her daughter. Andrew, stop this. Stop it right now. I can't. Yes, you can. You don't know what you're talking about. Tessa would never. I was there, Mom. I heard her. I saw her. You're wrong. I'm not. His mother's voice broke. You're tearing this family apart. No, Andrew said quietly. Tessa did that. I'm just making sure everyone sees it. He hung up. The Bend Police Department was a modern building on the east side of town, all glass and steel. Andrew sat in the lobby for 3 hours before Officer Davies came to get him. Your sister's here, Davies said. She's giving her statement now. Did she admit it? That's not something I can discuss with you. Andrew followed him down a hallway to an interview room. A woman in a gray suit stood as he entered. She had dark skin and intelligent eyes behind black-framed glasses. Mr. Mercer, I'm Detective Angela Ross. I'm the lead investigator on this case. She gestured to a chair. Have a seat. Andrew sat. Detective Ross settled across from him with a folder. I've read Officer Davies' report, she said, and I've spoken with the hospital staff. Your story is consistent with what the nurse observed when she entered the room. Good. However, Ross opened the folder. Your sister has a very different account of events. Let me guess. She says I'm crazy. She says you've been hostile toward her for years, that you blamed her for your father's death. that you've made previous accusations about her parenting that were investigated and found to be baseless. Andrew's jaw tightened. I never made any accusations before. According to her, you called Child Protective Services twice in the past year. That's a lie. Ross pulled out a document. These are CPS reports. 2 calls were made regarding Maren Klein. Both times, the caller declined to leave a name. That wasn't me. Your sister believes it was. I don't care what she believes. I care about the truth. Ross studied him. Mr. Mercer, your sister is also claiming that you have PTSD from your military service, that you've had episodes of paranoia and aggression. Is that true? I don't have PTSD. Did you see combat in the Army? I was a medic. I treated people who'd seen combat. That can be traumatic too. Andrew leaned forward. Detective Ross, I know what you're doing. You're testing me. You want to see if I'll get angry or defensive. But I'm not the problem here. My sister threatened her daughter. I witnessed it. That's a fact. Ross closed the folder. Here's the situation. We have your testimony. We have a nurse's testimony that she saw you and your sister arguing. We have Maren's testimony that she's scared of her mother. But we don't have physical evidence of abuse beyond the broken arm and bruised ribs, which her sister claims came from fall. What about the 4 line? The doctor checked it. The 4 was intact when the doctor examined it. If your sister was tampering with it, she didn't succeed. So what? She still tried. Attempted harm is hard to prove when no harm actually occurred. Ross sighed. Look, I believe you saw something concerning. But belief isn't enough for an arrest. We need evidence that will hold up in court. Maren's testimony isn't enough. A traumatized H.E.Rold's testimony against her own mother? Defense attorneys tear that apart, especially when the mother has no prior convictions and can afford a good lawyer. Andrew felt the frustration building in his chest. So Tessa just gets away with it. I didn't say that. We're opening an investigation. Child Protective Services will be involved. Maren won't be going home with your sister tonight. Where will she go? Foster care. Temporarily. Until we can determine the truth. Foster care. Andrew stood up. You're putting her with strangers. Would you prefer we send her home with a woman who may be abusing her? Andrew didn't answer. He walked to the window and looked out at the parking lot. Tessa's silver SUV was parked near the entrance. She'd bought it with the insurance money after Zachary died. What do you know about my brother-in-law's death? Andrew asked. I'm sorry, Zachary Klein, Tessa's husband. He died 3 years ago in a fire. Ross frowned. What does that have to do with this case? Maybe everything. Andrew turned back to face her. Did you investigate that fire? That was before my time, but I can pull the file. Do it. And when you do, look at who benefited from his death. He left the station and drove to the one place he knew would have answers. St. Charles Medical Center had a pediatric unit, but it also had doctors who specialized in child welfare cases. Andrew asked at the information desk for Dr. Imani Rhodes. The receptionist made a call, and 15 minutes later, a black woman in her 40s wearing a white coat approached him. She had warm eyes and a cautious smile. Mr. Mercer? I'm Dr. Rhodes. How can I help you? You treated my niece, Maren Klein. The warmth in her eyes flickered. I can't discuss patient information. I know, but I need to ask you something off the record. Dr. Rhodes glanced around the lobby. Come with me. She led him to a small break room. Once the door closed, she turned to him. I heard what happened last night. You were the one who called security. Yeah, that took courage. It took too long. I should have done something sooner. Andrew rubbed his face. Doctor, Maren's injuries. The broken arm and bruised ribs. Could they have come from a fall? Dr. Rhodes was quiet for a long moment. Then, off the record? Off the record. This isn't the first time Maren's been treated for injuries. In the past 2 years, she's been here 4 times. Twice for bruises. Once for sprained wrist. And now this. Andrew felt sick. You reported it. Every time. I filed reports with CPS. I documented inconsistencies in the mother's stories. I photographed injuries that didn't match the explanations. Dr. Rhodes's voice was tight with frustration. Nothing happened. The cases were closed. The mother's family has connections in this town. People who make things go away. What kind of connections? Her mother, your mother, volunteers with the sheriff's wife. They're on the same charity boards, same church groups. When people like that close ranks, investigations die. Andrew's hands clenched. So everyone just looks the other way. Not everyone, but enough people. Dr. Rhodes met his eyes. Mr. Mercer, that little girl has been suffering for a long time. The system failed her. I failed her. You did your job. You reported it. My job is to protect children. Paperwork isn't protection. She paused. What are you going to do? Whatever it takes, Andrew said. He spent the rest of the day digging. He drove to the Bend Fire Department and asked about the fire that killed Zachary Klein 3 years ago. The records were public. The fire marshal's report listed the cause as accidental. A kerosene heater in Zachary's workshop had tipped over. But Andrew noticed something. The report mentioned fingerprints on the kerosene can. Only one set. Tessa's. Why would her fingerprints be on it? Andrew asked the clerk who'd pulled the file. The clerk, a young guy with red hair, shrugged. Maybe she was the last one to fill it. Or maybe she was the one who tipped it over. The clerk's eyes widened. That's a serious accusation. Just thinking out loud, Andrew said. He took photos of the report with his phone and left. The pieces were coming together, jagged and ugly. Tessa had killed her husband. Maybe for the insurance money. Maybe just because she could. And now Marin was next. Andrew drove to a bar called the Pine Tavern and ordered a beer. He needed to think. He needed to figure out his next move. Andrew Mercer? A woman's voice behind him. He turned. The speaker was tall and athletic, with dark hair pulled back in a bun. She wore hospital scrubs under a jacket. Do I know you? Andrew asked. Riley Gage. I'm an ER nurse at St. Charles. I was working last night when security called about your sister. Andrew nodded. Okay. Riley slid onto the stool beside him. I wanted to tell you something, but not at the hospital. Too many ears. I'm listening. I saw your sister before security got there. She came through the ER exit. She was running, and she looked right at me. Riley's voice dropped. I've seen a lot of people in crisis. People who are scared or confused or panicking. Your sister wasn't any of those things. She was furious. Did you tell the police? I gave a statement, but I wanted you to know. If you need someone to testify, I will. I've seen too many kids come through the ER with injuries that don't add up. I'm done staying quiet. Andrew felt a spark of hope. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when that little girl is safe. Riley left. Andrew finished his beer and pulled out his phone. He scrolled through his contacts and stopped on a name he hadn't called in years. Noah Carden. They'd been friends in high school, back when Ben was smaller and everyone knew everyone. Noah had been dating a girl named Lily, whose older sister had dated Zachary Klein before Tessa came into the picture. Noah might know things about Zachary, about Tessa, about the fire. Andrew called. The phone rang 3 times. Hello. Noah's voice was deeper than Andrew remembered. Noah, it's Andrew Mercer. Mercer? Holy hell. It's been what, 10 years? Something like that. You still in Bend? Yeah. I run a mechanic shop on Highway 97. What's going on? I need to talk to you about my sister. Silence. Then, yeah, I figured this call would come eventually. They met at Noah's shop, a garage with 3 bays and a hand-painted sign that read Carden Auto Repair. Noah was bigger than Andrew remembered, built like someone who spent his days lifting engine blocks. He had a beard now and grease under his fingernails. Coffee. Noah offered, gesturing to a pot on a desk in the corner. Sure. They sat in the small office. Noah poured 2 mugs and handed one to Andrew. Your sister, Noah said. She hurt that kid, didn't she? Andrew nodded. How did you know? Because Lily's sister Emma told me stories about Zachary. About how Tessa was before they got married. She had a temper. A bad one. What kind of stories? Noah leaned back in his chair. Emma said Tessa threw things when she got mad. Plates. Books. Once she threw a kitchen knife that stuck in the wall 2 inches from Zachary's head. Jesus. Yeah, Emma told Zachary to get out, but he thought he could fix her. Thought she just needed love and patience. Noah's voice went bitter. Then the fire happened. You think she killed him? I know she did, but I can't prove it. Nobody can. Andrew pulled out his phone and showed Noah the photos of the fire marshal's report. Only her fingerprints on the kerosene can. Noah studied the image. That's not proof of murder. Just proof she touched it. It's a starting point. For what? for making sure she doesn't hurt anyone else. Noah looked at him. What do you need? Everything you know. Everything Emma knows. Every story, every incident, every red flag. I'll call Emma tonight. She lives in Portland now, but she'll talk. Noah set down his coffee. Mercer, you're going up against someone who's gotten away with murder once already. You understand that. Yeah, and you're still going to do this. I don't have a choice. Noah smiled, grim and determined. Then I'm with you. Over the next 2 weeks, Andrew built his case. He interviewed Emma on the phone and recorded everything she told him about Tessa. He tracked down Zachary's old co-workers and learned that Zachary had been planning to file for divorce before he died. He pulled Tessa's financial records, public information since she'd filed for the insurance claim, and saw that she'd been in debt before Zachary's death and flush with cash after. He also kept tabs on Marin. The little girl was staying with a foster family named Grant and Lena Holloway. Andrew was allowed supervised visits once a week. Every time he saw her, Marin looked smaller, more fragile. She asked the same question every visit. Is Mommy coming back? Not yet, Andrew would say. Will she ever come back? I don't know, kiddo. But Andrew did know. He knew exactly what would happen. Tessa had hired a lawyer, a man named Richard Brennan, who specialized in family law and had a reputation for winning custody battles. Brennan was building a case that Andrew was the problem, that he was unstable, that he'd manipulated Marin, that Tessa was a victim of false accusations. And it was working. Detective Ross called Andrew 3 weeks after the hospital incident. We're closing the investigation. What? Andrew gripped the phone. What? Not enough evidence. The DA won't file charges. Marin's testimony is inconsistent. She's too scared to give clear answers. The hospital staff can't confirm your sister was actually tampering with the 4. And your sister's lawyer is threatening to sue the department for harassment. This is bullshit. I agree. But my hands are tied. Ross sounded tired. There's more. The judge granted your sister's petition. She's getting Marin back. When? End of the month. I'm sorry, Mr. Mercer. Andrew hung up. He sat in his truck outside the construction site where he'd been working and stared at the steering wheel. The system had failed, just like Dr. Rhodes said it would. He wasn't going to let Marin go back to Tessa. He couldn't. That night, Andrew drove to the Holloway's house. It was a ranch-style place in a quiet neighborhood. Lena Holloway answered the door, a kind-faced woman in her 50s. Mr. Mercer, we weren't expecting you. I need to talk to you. And Grant. They sat in the living room. Grant was older than Lena, with gray hair and carpenter's hands. He listened as Andrew explained what Detective Ross had told him. The judge ruled in Tessa's favor. Lena's voice was strained. Yeah, but Marin's terrified of her. She has nightmares every night. She wakes up crying. I know, but the court doesn't care. Grant leaned forward. What are you asking us to do? Be careful. Watch for Tessa. She might try something before the official transfer date. Like what? Lena asked. I don't know, but she doesn't like losing. And right now, she's lost custody of her daughter. That won't sit well with her. Grant nodded slowly. We'll be careful. And call me if anything happens. Anything at all. Andrew left them his number. As he walked back to his truck, he saw a silver SUV parked down the street. Tessa's SUV. She was watching the house. Andrew got in his truck and drove past her. Tessa stared straight ahead, pretending not to see him. But Andrew saw her, and he understood. Tessa wasn't going to wait for the court date. She was going to take Marin back herself. Andrew called Noah. I need your help with something. Name it. I need cameras. Small ones. Battery-powered. And I need them tonight. Noah met him at the shop with a box of equipment. What are you planning? Tessa's going to try to take Marin from the foster home. I'm going to be there when she does. That's breaking and entering. Only if she succeeds. Noah handed him the cameras. You're going to need more than cameras, brother. You need a witness. I've got Riley, the ER nurse. Get her on board. And Mercer. Noah's face was serious. Don't do anything stupid. Too late, Andrew said. He spent that night installing cameras around the Holloway's property. One by the front door, one by the back door, one aimed at the driveway. He texted Riley and explained the situation. She agreed to be on standby. Then Andrew parked his truck a block away and waited. At 2 in the morning, Tessa's SUV pulled up. She got out wearing dark clothes and a baseball cap. In her hand was something that caught the streetlight. A knife. Andrew's blood went cold. He called 911. 911, what's your emergency? Someone's breaking into a house. 847 Maple Street. She's armed. Officers are on the way. Stay on the line. Andrew didn't stay on the line. He got out of his truck and ran toward the house. Tessa was at the back door, jimmying the lock with something metal. The door swung open. Stop, Andrew shouted. Tessa spun around, the knife gleaming in her hand. For a second, they just stared at each other. You, she hissed. Drop the knife. She's my daughter. Mine. Not yours. Not some stranger's. Mine. You lost that right when you hurt her. Tessa lunged toward the open door. Andrew tackled her, and they went down hard on the lawn. The knife skittered away. Tessa screamed and clawed at his face, but Andrew pinned her arms. Lights came on inside the house. Grant appeared at the back door with a baseball bat. What the hell? Call the police. Andrew shouted. She tried to break in. Sirens wailed in the distance. Tessa thrashed under Andrew's grip, spitting curses. When the patrol car screeched to a stop in front of the house, 2 officers jumped out with guns drawn. Let her go. Hands where we can see them. Andrew released Tessa and raised his hands. She tried to break in. She had a knife. It's over there. He pointed to where the knife lay in the grass. The officers cuffed Tessa. She was crying now, great heaving sobs. He set me up. He's been stalking me. He's obsessed. Ma'am, calm down. I want my lawyer. I want Richard Brennan. They put her in the patrol car. One of the officers took Andrew's statement. Grant and Lena corroborated everything. The cameras Andrew had installed captured Tessa breaking in. The knife had her fingerprints. It was over. Detective Ross showed up an hour later. She looked at Andrew with something between respect and exasperation. You planned this, she said. I prepared for it. There's a difference. Not much of one. She sighed. But it worked. Breaking and entering with a weapon. Attempted kidnapping. The DA can't ignore this. Will she go to jail? She'll be held until trial. And this time, Mr. Mercer, she's not getting bail. Andrew nodded. He felt hollow wrung out, but also relieved. Marin was safe. Tessa was in custody. The nightmare was over. Except it wasn't. For months later, Andrew got the call he'd been dreading. Mr. Mercer? Detective Ross's voice was tight. Your sister made bail. Andrew's hand clenched around the phone. Ow! Her lawyer found a judge willing to grant it. The trial's set for next month. Until then, she's under house arrest with an ankle monitor. House arrest isn't enough. She's dangerous. I know, but my hands are tied. Just be careful. Andrew hung up and stared at his kitchen wall. Careful. He'd been careful for months. He'd followed every rule, filed every report, done everything the right way. And Tessa was still out there. The first sign came 3 days later. Andrew walked out to his truck and found all 4 tires slashed. No note. No cameras nearby. But he knew. He called Noah. It's starting. I'll come over. Noah arrived with new tires and a trailer. They changed the tires in Andrew's driveway while keeping watch. Andrew's nerves were stretched thin. She's going to escalate, Noah said as he tightened the last lug nut. I know. What are you going to do? Wait. Watch. And when waiting isn't enough? Andrew didn't answer. The next incident came a week later. Andrew found a dead bird on his porch, its neck broken. It was arranged carefully, wings spread like it was flying. Riley called that night. I got a letter. No return address. Just one sentence. Mind your own business or you'll regret it. Did you report it? Yeah. The police said they'd look into it. Riley's voice was strained. Andrew, I'm scared. I know. Me too. The threats kept coming. Noah's shop windows were smashed. Grant and Lena's car was keyed. Tessa was sending a message. Everyone who'd stood against her would pay. Andrew visited Marin at the Holloway's house every week. She was doing better. The nightmares had stopped. She smiled sometimes, but she still asked about Tessa. Is the trial soon? Marin asked one afternoon. They were sitting in Holloway's backyard, throwing a ball for the family dog. Next month, Andrew said. What happens if she wins? She won't. But what if she does? Andrew looked at his niece. She was 9 now, getting taller. But she still looked too small for her age, like she hadn't been allowed to grow. I won't let her hurt you again, Andrew said. I promise. You promised before. And I kept that promise, didn't I? Mare nodded. Uncle Andrew, if Mommy goes to jail, can I stay with you? Andrew felt his throat tighten. We'll see what the judge says. I want to stay with you. I want that too, kiddo. That night, Andrew couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about Tessa's face in the patrol car, twisted with rage. She'd blamed him for everything. The arrest, the charges, the public humiliation. She'd lost her house, her friends, her reputation. She wanted revenge. Andrew got up and made coffee. At 3 a.m, his phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. You took everything from me. Now I'll take everything from you. Andrew called Detective Ross immediately. She listened to him read the text. I'll have someone trace the number, she said. But Andrew, your sister's monitored. If she left her house, we'd know. Unless she found a way to remove the monitor. That's possible, but unlikely. Check anyway. Ross called back an hour later. Her monitor is active. She's at her house. Then she's using someone else's phone. Maybe. We'll investigate. Andrew knew investigation wouldn't be fast enough. Tessa was planning something. He could feel it. He called Noah and Riley and warned them. Then he drove to the Holloway's house and knocked on the door at dawn. Grant answered, bleary-eyed. Andrew, what's wrong? Tessa's making threats. I think she's going to try something. The police won't stop her in time. Andrew's voice was hard. I need you to take Marin somewhere safe. A hotel. Another city. Somewhere Tessa doesn't know about. Grant rubbed his face. That's not how this works. We have custody through the court. We can't just disappear. Then call your caseworker. Explain the situation. But get Marin out of here. Lena appeared behind Grant. What's going on? Tessa's threatening us, Grant said. Lena's face went pale. Oh God, please, Andrew said. Just for a few days. Until the police figure out what she's planning. Grant and Lena exchange a look. Then Grant nodded. We'll go to my brother's cabin. Up near Warm Springs. Tessa doesn't know about it. Thank you. They packed quickly. Andrew stayed while they got Marin ready. The little girl was confused but didn't argue. She'd learned not to argue. After they left, Andrew drove back to his cabin. The sun was coming up over the mountains. He made more coffee and sat on his porch with his rifle across his lap. If Tessa came here, he'd be ready. But Tessa didn't come to his cabin. At noon, Noah called. Someone broke into my shop, trashed the place, poured bleach over my tools. Damn it. Andrew grabbed his keys. I'm coming over. The shop was destroyed. Equipment ruined. Papers scattered. Oil and chemicals mixed on the floor. Noah stood in the middle of it, his face hard. This was her, he said. Yeah, the police are on their way. But we both know nothing will happen. I know. Noah picked up a wrench from the floor. How long are we going to let her do this? I don't know. Yes, you do. Noah turned to face him. You've known from the start what this was going to come down to. She's not going to stop. The system isn't going to stop her. So what's left? Andrew didn't answer. That night, he got another text. This one had a photo attached. It showed Marin at school, taken through a fence. The message read, I know where she is. But Marin wasn't at school. She was at the cabin with the Holloways. The photo was old, from before the arrest. Tessa was trying to scare him, and it was working. Andrew forwarded everything to Detective Ross. She called back immediately. We're issuing a warrant for your sister's arrest. She's violated her bail conditions. How long until you find her? We're tracking her monitor now. Ross paused. That's odd. What? Her monitor shows she's at home. But officers are at the house now. She's not there. She cut it off. Looks like it. We've got units searching for her. Andrew, stay where you are. Lock your doors. Don't engage if she shows up. Andrew hung up. He loaded his rifle and checked the ammunition. Then he sat in the dark and waited. But Tessa didn't come. At midnight, his phone rang. It was Riley. Andrew, I just saw Tessa. Where? She drove past my apartment. Slowly, like she wanted me to see her. Did you call the police? They're on their way. But she's gone now. Riley, go somewhere safe. A friend's house. A hotel. Anywhere but your apartment. I'm scared. I know. But you'll be okay. Just get out of there. Andrew paced his cabin, adrenaline making his hands shake. Tessa was circling, testing defenses, looking for the weak point. He needed to end this. But how? The answer came to him slowly, like a door opening in the dark. Their father's cabin, the old place where Andrew and Tessa had spent summers as kids. It had been empty since their father died 10 years ago, sitting on 40 acres of forest, far from town, far from witnesses. Tessa had loved that cabin. She'd also loved the workshop where their father built furniture, the same kind of workshop where Zachary had died in the fire. Andrew pulled out his phone and sent a text to Tessa's number. "I found something at Dad's cabin. Something you left behind. Come alone or I go to the police." He waited. 5 minutes passed. Then when? "Tomorrow night, 10 p.m. You'll regret this." "I already do." Andrew called Noah. "I need you to do something for me." "Name it. If I don't call you by midnight tomorrow, call the police. Tell them to go to my father's old cabin, the one on Jefferson Creek Road." "Andrew, what are you doing?" "Ending this." "Don't be stupid." "I'm way past stupid. I'm at necessary." Noah was quiet. Then, "Be careful, brother." "Yeah." Andrew spent the next day preparing. He drove to the cabin and checked every room. The place was dusty and cold, but structurally sound. The workshop out back still had some of his father's tools hanging on the walls. He found the old kerosene heater in the corner, the same kind that had killed Zachary. Andrew filled it with fuel from a can he bought at the hardware store. Then he positioned it near the door of the workshop, close enough to tip over easily. He also
Quán
set up
xá
his
Hồng
phone on
Kông,
a
món
shelf,
trứng thịt cà chua
recording
nổi
video.
tiếng, sấy
Whatever
làm gói lại
happened,
thành một
there would be
viên.
evidence.
Đột phá mới từ hộp
At
đoán ngô mà chi
9:30
quan
that
sát.
night, Andrew heard a car coming up the long driveway. Headlights cut through the trees. Tessa's SUV. Andrew waited in the cabin, watching through the window. Tessa got out, looking around carefully. She was wearing a jacket with the pockets bulging. What is she carrying? She walked to the front door and knocked. "Andrew, you here?" He opened the door. "Come in." Tessa stepped inside, her eyes scanning the room. "What did you find?" "In the workshop." "I'll show you." "Why don't you just tell me?" "Because you need to see it." Tessa's jaw tightened, but she followed him out the back door toward the workshop. Andrew unlocked the door and gestured for her to enter first. "After you," she said coldly. Andrew went in. Tessa followed. He turned on the overhead light. The workshop looked like it had when their father was alive. Tools on peg boards, a workbench, sawdust on the floor, and in the corner, the old projector their father had used to show home movies. Andrew had set it up that afternoon. He pressed play. The screen on the wall flickered to life. Old footage from 30 years ago. Their father teaching Andrew how to use a saw. Tessa laughing as she painted a birdhouse. Christmas mornings. Birthday parties. A family that looked happy. Then the footage changed. More recent videos. Zachary and Tessa on their wedding day. Zachary was Marin as a baby in Tessa's arms. Tessa stared at the screen, her face pale. "What is this?" "You," Andrew said quietly. "Before you became a monster." "Turn it off." "No." "Turn it off." Tessa's voice cracked. She pulled something from her jacket pocket. A shard of glass, wrapped at one end with tape to form a handle. Andrew backed toward the door. "You going to kill me? Like you killed Zachary?" "He deserved it. He was going to leave me. Take Marin away. So you burned him alive." "I did what I had to do." Tessa moved toward him, the glass raised. "And you've done the same thing. You took my daughter. You destroyed my life. You think you're the hero? You're just as bad as me." "No," Andrew said. "I'm not. I never hurt a child. Marin's fine. She's dramatic. She bruises easily. You broke her arm. She wouldn't stop crying. She kept asking about her father. I just wanted her to shut up." The words hung in the air. Andrew felt his rage crystallize into something cold and final. "You're sick," he said. Tessa lunged. Andrew sidestepped, and she stumbled past him. He grabbed her wrist and twisted. The glass shard fell. They struggled, crashing into the workbench. Tessa clawed at his face, drawing blood. Andrew shoved her back. She hit the kerosene heater, and it tipped over. Fuel spilled across the floor. Tessa scrambled to her feet, slipping in the kerosene. "What did you do?" "What you did to Zachary." Andrew backed toward the door. Tessa ran after him, but her feet went out from under her in the slick fuel. She fell hard. Andrew stepped outside and closed the door. There was a padlock hanging on the latch. He snapped it shut. Tessa pounded on the door. "Let me out. Andrew, let me out." He picked up the gas can he'd left outside and poured a line of fuel from the door to where he stood 10 feet away. Andrew, please. I'm your sister. You stopped being my sister when you hurt Marin. I'll change. I'll get help. Just let me out. Andrew pulled out a lighter. His hands were steady. You had chances to change. You chose not to. Andrew, no. Don't do this. I'm begging you. He flicked the lighter. The flame caught. He dropped it on the fuel line. Fire raced toward the workshop. Tessa screamed. The flames hit the door, then spread up the wooden wall. Smoke poured from the gaps. Andrew stood and watched. Tessa's screams turned to coughing. The workshop windows shattered from the heat. Orange light danced across the trees. He didn't move, didn't look away. This was justice. Not the kind that came from courtrooms and judges, but the kind that came from necessity, from protecting the innocent. The screaming stopped. Andrew walked back to his truck. He drove down a long driveway and onto the main road. 5 miles later, he pulled over and called 911. There's a fire at 4782 Jefferson Creek Road, the old Mercer property. He hung up before they could ask questions. By the time the fire trucks arrived, the workshop was ash. The firefighters found human remains inside. Dental records confirmed it was Tessa Klein. The investigation was brief. Detective Ross interviewed Andrew. He told her the truth. Mostly, he'd gone to the cabin after receiving a threatening text from Tessa. When he arrived, the workshop was on fire. He tried to get close, but the heat drove him back. He called 911 as soon as he was clear. The fire marshal ruled it accidental. A drunk woman returning to a property she once visited, knocking over a kerosene heater. The ankle monitor she'd cut off was found in her SUV. Case closed. Andrew met with Riley and Noah at the Pine Tavern a week after the fire. How are you holding up? Riley asked. I'm fine. You don't look fine. I'm alive. Tessa's not. Marin's safe. That's what matters. Noah studied him. You did what you had to do. Andrew took a drink of his beer. Yeah. They sat in silence for a while. Then Riley spoke up. The Holloways want you to come to dinner this weekend. Bring Marin's favorite cake. I'll be there. And Andrew, you're a good man. Don't forget that. Andrew didn't respond. He wasn't sure he agreed. The custody hearing was short. The judge granted Andrew full guardianship of Marin. No one contested it. Tessa had no other family willing to take the child. Joanne, Andrew's mother, had moved to Arizona and wanted nothing to do with the situation. She blamed Andrew for Tessa's death. Maybe she was right. Andrew didn't care. He picked Marin up from the Holloway's house on a Saturday morning. She carried a small bag with her clothes and a stuffed rabbit. Is this forever? She asked as they drove to his cabin. Yeah, kiddo. This is forever. Good. She was quiet for a moment. Then, Uncle Andrew, is Mommy really gone? He glanced at her. Yeah, she's gone. Will she come back? No. Promise. I promise. Marin nodded and looked out the window. She's where she can't hurt anyone anymore. Andrew's hands tightened on the wheel. Those words, too close to his own thoughts. But Marin's voice was calm, almost peaceful. Maybe she understood better than he'd thought. They spent the afternoon setting up Marin's room. Andrew had painted it the week before, soft blue walls with white trim. He bought new furniture, new bedding. A bookshelf waited to be filled. It's nice, Marin said, sitting on the bed. You like it? Yeah, it's mine. Just mine. Just yours. That night, Andrew tucked her into bed. She looked so small under the new blankets. Uncle Andrew, do you think I'm bad? What? No. Why would you think that? Because bad things kept happening. Mommy got angry. Daddy died. Maybe it was because of me. Andrew sat on the edge of the bed. Listen to me. None of that was your fault. Not one bit. Your mom made choices. Bad choices. But those were her choices, not yours. You're sure? I'm sure. Marin's eyes drifted closed. I love you, Uncle Andrew. I love you too, kiddo. He sat there until she fell asleep. Then he went out to the porch and stared at the stars. He'd crossed a line he could never uncross. He'd become judge, jury, and executioner. The system had failed, so he'd taken justice into his own hands. He didn't regret it. Some people, he thought, you didn't save. You just stopped them. And Tessa had needed stopping. Andrew slept without nightmares that night. And every night after. 5 years passed. Marin grew. She turned 14 and started high school. She joined the track team and discovered she loved running. The freedom of it, the solitude. Andrew went to every meet and cheered from the stands. She went to therapy once a week. She had good days and bad days. Sometimes she woke up crying. Sometimes she laughed at dinner. She was healing slowly, the way broken things do. One Saturday morning, Marin found a small metal box in Andrew's closet while looking for old photo albums. Inside were his army dog tags, a faded purple heart, and a photograph with a charred edge. She brought the box to the porch where Andrew sat drinking coffee. "What's this?" she asked, holding up the photo. Andrew looked at it. Tessa holding baby Marin, both of them smiling. He'd saved it from the house before everything fell apart. He wasn't sure why. "Your mom," he said. "When you were little." Marin studied the image. "She looks happy." She was. Once. What happened to her? She got lost, and she never found her way back. Marin set the photo down. "Do you ever miss her?" Andrew considered the question. He thought about Tessa as a kid, climbing trees with him, laughing at stupid jokes. He thought about Tessa as an adult, cold and cruel and dangerous. "No," he said finally. "Some people you don't miss. You just survived them." Marin nodded. "I survived her." "Yeah, you did. Because of you." Andrew looked at his niece. She was strong now, lean and tall. Her eyes were clear. She was going to be okay. "You survived because you're tough," he said. "I just helped." Marin smiled. "Thanks for helping." The wind picked up, rustling through the pine trees. Birds sang somewhere in the distance. The morning sun climbed over the mountains, painting everything gold. Andrew put his arm around Marin's shoulders. She leaned into him. "Want pancakes?" he asked. "Yeah, extra blueberries." They went inside together, leaving the box and the photograph on the porch. Later, Andrew would put them back in the closet. But for now, they sat in the sunlight, a remnant of a past that couldn't hurt them anymore. Andrew made pancakes. Marin set the table. They ate and talked about school, about the track meet next week, about whether they should get a dog. Normal things. Safe things. The kind of life Marin deserved. And Andrew had made sure she got it, no matter the cost. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Anthony Maddox pulled the last toolbox from his garage and set it in the bed of his truck. The morning air in Bend, Oregon carried the smell of pine and dew. He checked his phone, 6:47 a.m. Right on schedule. Anthony. He turned. Dennis Clay stood at the property line between their houses, coffee mug in hand. The retired firefighter had a habit of appearing whenever Anthony loaded his truck. "Morning, Dennis." "Beautiful day." Dennis took a sip. "Hey, quick question. Aubrey feeling okay?" Anthony closed the tailgate. "She's fine." "What?" "Just wondering. Saw her around the house yesterday afternoon. Figure she might be sick or something." "Yesterday?" Anthony frowned. "She had school." Dennis shrugged. "Maybe I got the day mixed up. Old eyes, you know." Anthony nodded, but the comment stuck. He climbed into his truck and backed out of the driveway. Dennis waved. Anthony lifted 2 fingers off the steering wheel in response. The drive to his first job site took 20 minutes. Anthony worked for a small HVAC company, mostly residential repairs. The work paid decent, kept his hands busy, and let him be home for dinner most nights. Nothing glamorous, but steady. He spent the morning replacing a furnace in a rental property. The landlord hovered, asking questions Anthony had answered 100 times before. By noon, his back ached and sweat soaked through his shirt. Dennis's words kept circling back. Aubrey around the house midday. His daughter had perfect attendance. The school sent updates every week. No absences, no tardies. Dennis must have seen someone else. But the itch remained. Anthony finished the job at 3 and drove home. Renee's car sat in the driveway, unusual for a weekday. She worked at a medical supply company downtown, usually didn't get home until 5:30. He found her in the kitchen, chopping vegetables. "You're home early," she said without looking up. "Finished faster than expected." He set his keys on the counter. "Dennis said something weird this morning." Dennis always says weird things. He thought he saw Aubrey home yesterday, during school hours. Renee glanced up, then back to the cutting board. "That's impossible. She was at school." "That's what I figured." Dennis probably saw a neighbor kid. She scraped the vegetables into a pan. You know how he is, always watching everybody. Anthony nodded. Logical explanation. He headed upstairs to shower. The hot water worked the knots from his shoulders. He stood under the spray longer than necessary, letting his mind go blank. When he stepped out, he noticed a new bottle on Renee's side of the counter. Perfume. Expensive looking glass. Gold cap. He picked it up. Jasmine and something else. Sweet, but not overpowering. He'd never seen it before. Downstairs, Renee had changed into fresh clothes and reapplied makeup. The kitchen smelled like garlic and onions. New perfume? Anthony asked. She turned from the stove. Oh, that. My sister gave it to me last week. You like it? It's nice. She gets samples from her salon. Anthony nodded. Made sense. Aubrey came home at 4:15, backpack slung over one shoulder. She dropped it by the door and grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl. How was school? Anthony asked. Boring. We had a substitute in English who made us watch some old movie. You were there all day? Aubrey looked at him. Yeah, why? Just asking. She bit into the apple and headed upstairs. Dinner passed normally. Renee talked about a difficult customer at work. Aubrey complained about her math homework. Anthony ate and listened, contributing little. After the dishes were done, he settled on the couch with his phone while Renee watched some reality show. At 10:30, I went to bed. Renee stayed up, said she wanted to finish her episode. Anthony woke at 2:14 a.m. The space beside him was empty. He lay still, listening. Faint light glowed from the hallway. He got up quietly and moved to the doorway. Renee stood in the hall, phone in hand, thumbs moving across the screen. She smiled at whatever she read, then typed a response. The blue light illuminated her face. Anthony cleared his throat. She jumped, nearly dropping the phone. Jesus, you scared me. Who are you texting it to in the morning? My sister. She's having problems with Brian again. That can't wait until tomorrow. She needed someone to talk to. Renee slipped the phone into her robe pocket. Go back to bed. I'll be there in a minute. Anthony returned to the bedroom, but didn't sleep. Renee came back 15 minutes later, climbed under the covers, and turned away from him. Her breathing slowed and deepened. He stared at the ceiling until dawn. The next morning, Anthony called Renee's sister while driving to his first appointment. Hey, Anthony, Linda answered. What's up? Quick question. Were you texting Renee last night? Last night? No, why? She said you two were talking about Brian. Brian and I are fine. We haven't fought in months. Anthony's grip tightened on the wheel. Must have misunderstood. Thanks, Linda. Everything okay? Yeah, just checking something. He ended the call. The itch became a burn. That afternoon, Anthony told his supervisor he wasn't feeling well and left work at 2. He drove home, parked his truck 3 blocks away on a side street, and walked back through the alley behind his house. The back door was unlocked. Renee never locked it during the day. Anthony slipped inside and stood in the kitchen listening. The house was silent. He moved through the living room, careful to avoid the floorboards that creaked. Upstairs, he entered the master bedroom and knelt beside the bed. The space underneath was tight, but he managed to squeeze in, pulling himself against the far wall where the shadows were deepest. Dust tickled his nose. He controlled his breathing, making each inhale and exhale deliberate and quiet. 20 minutes passed, then 40. At 3:15, he heard the front door open. Footsteps crossed the entryway. 2 sets, one heavier than the other. He's at work until at least 6, Renee's voice said. You sure? A man's voice. Deep, familiar somehow. I'm sure. He texted me his schedule this morning. You're killing me with all this sneaking around. It's hot. Admit it. The man laughed. The sound made Anthony's jaw clench. They moved into the living room. Anthony heard the clink of glasses, liquid being poured. Ice cubes rattling. Aubrey doesn't come home until 4, Renee said. Then we've got time. Come here. The voices dropped to murmurs. Anthony remained motionless, his muscles screaming from the cramped position. He focused on controlling his breathing, on staying perfectly still. Footsteps on the stairs. Coming closer. They entered the bedroom. Anthony saw shoes. Renee's heels, a pair of men's work boots. The boots were worn, scuffed at the toes. The bed frame creaked as weight settled on the mattress directly above him. God, I've been thinking about this all week, the man said. Me too. Anthony closed his eyes. Every word carved itself into his memory. They stayed for an hour. When they finally left the bedroom, Anthony heard them go back downstairs. More talking, more laughter. The front door opened and closed. A car engine started outside, faded down the street. Silence returned. Anthony waited another 10 minutes before sliding out from under the bed. His back seized as he stood, pain shooting down his left leg. He limped to the window and looked out. Renee's car was gone. In the kitchen, he found the evidence: 2 glasses in the sink, both with lipstick marks. One glass had a thumbprint on the side. He pulled out his phone and took pictures. The trash can held an empty whiskey bottle. Maker's mark. Anthony didn't drink whiskey. Neither did Renee. He photographed that too. Aubrey came home at 4:20. Anthony was sitting at the kitchen table, appearing to review some paperwork. Hey, Dad. Hey, kiddo. Where's Mom? Running errands. She'll be back for dinner. Aubrey grabbed a snack and disappeared upstairs. Renee returned at 5, carrying grocery bags. She smiled when she saw Anthony. You're home early. Wrapped up faster than expected. Help me with dinner? Sure. They worked side by side, Renee talking about her day at work, Anthony responding with single words. She didn't seem to notice his distance. During dinner, he watched her. She laughed at something Aubrey said, asked about homework, reminded their daughter about an upcoming dentist appointment. Normal. Easy. Like nothing had happened. That night, Renee fell asleep within minutes of hitting the pillow. Anthony lay awake, mind racing. He needed proof. Real proof. Something undeniable. The next day, Anthony went to an electronics store and bought 3 small security cameras. The kind advertised for home security, wireless, with cloud storage. He installed them over the weekend while Renee took Aubrey shopping. One in the living room behind a bookshelf, one in the kitchen on top of the refrigerator, one in the upstairs hallway. Monday morning, he left for work at his usual time. At 9:30, sitting in his truck between jobs, he opened the camera app on his phone. The living room camera showed an empty room. He switched to the kitchen. Also empty. The hallway, nothing. Anthony closed the app and drove to his next appointment. At 2:47 p.m., his phone buzzed with a motion alert. He pulled over and opened the app. The living room camera showed Renee and a man entering through the front door. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt. Anthony knew him. Marcus Lyle. They'd met at a neighborhood barbecue last summer. Marcus worked construction, lived a few miles away with his wife and 2 kids. He'd seemed friendly enough, talked about football, helped Anthony move a picnic table. On the screen, Marcus followed Renee into the kitchen. They reappeared on the living room camera minutes later, drinks in hand. Marcus sat on the couch. Renee sat close to him, her hand on his thigh. Anthony's vision narrowed. He gripped the phone so hard the case creaked. He watched them for 15 minutes before forcing himself to close the app. He sat in his truck, staring at nothing, until his breathing steadied. Then he opened a notes app and started documenting. Date, time, duration. He took screenshots of the camera footage and saved them to a hidden folder. That evening, he acted normal. Came home, ate dinner, watched TV. When Renee kissed his cheek before bed, he didn't flinch, but he didn't sleep either. Tuesday, Marcus came again. 2:35 p.m. Stayed until 3:50. Wednesday, 2:15 p.m. They didn't even wait to get upstairs this time. Thursday, Anthony saved every second of footage. Friday, he sat in his truck during lunch and reviewed everything he'd collected. 5 days of recordings. Dozens of screenshots. The pattern was clear, consistent, damning. He opened his banking app and checked their joint savings account. In the last 2 months, Renee had made 6 withdrawals, each for $500. The memo line read, Vacation Fund. They weren't planning a vacation. Anthony took screenshots of the banking activity too. That evening, Aubrey seemed quieter than usual. She picked at her dinner, barely touching the chicken he'd grilled. You okay? Anthony asked. Yeah. School going all right? It's fine. Renee reached over and squeezed Aubrey's hand. Growing pains. Right, sweetie? Aubrey pulled her hand away. I'm just tired. After dinner, Anthony found his daughter in her room, lying on her bed with headphones in. He He knocked on the doorframe. She pulled out one earbud. "Can I come in?" She shrugged. Anthony sat on the edge of her bed. "Talk to me." "About what?" "Whatever's bothering you." Aubrey stared at the ceiling. "Dad, are you mad at Mom?" The question hit him in the chest. He kept his expression neutral. "What makes you think that?" "I don't know. You just seem different. Like you're here, but not here." "I'm here. But are you mad at her?" Anthony looked at his daughter. 14 years old, perceptive, worried. He wanted to tell her everything. He wanted to shield her from all of it. "Not yet," he said quietly. Aubrey turned to look at him. "Not yet. Don't worry about it, kiddo. Everything's fine. Dad, get some sleep. School tomorrow." He left before she could ask more questions. Saturday morning, Dennis appeared while Anthony was checking his truck's oil. "Got a minute?" Dennis asked. "Sure." The older man glanced back at his own house, then stepped closer. "Listen, I didn't want to say anything before, but that guy who comes around, the one driving the silver Dodge." Anthony straightened. "What about him?" "He parks 2 streets over. Walks here. I see him most weekdays around 2:30. "How long has this been going on?" "Month, maybe more." "I figured you knew." Dennis rubbed the back of his neck. "When you asked about Aubrey, I realized maybe you didn't." "I didn't." "Christ, Anthony. I'm sorry. Don't be. You want a beer?" They sat on Anthony's back porch. Dennis talked, and Anthony listened. The retired firefighter had a good eye for detail. He'd noticed Marcus's truck specifically because it was the same model as his nephew's. He'd seen Marcus walking from the truck to Anthony's house multiple times. Always on weekdays, always mid-afternoon. His wife came by once too, Dennis added. Real pretty woman, dark hair. She knocked on your door, but nobody answered. She looked confused, like she expected someone to be home. "When was this?" 3 weeks ago, maybe. Thursday or Friday. Anthony filed the information away. They finished their beers. Dennis stood to leave, then paused. "You need anything, you let me know." "Understand. Understand." "Thanks, Dennis." After Dennis left, Anthony sat alone on the porch for a long time. The afternoon sun warmed his face. Birds sang in the trees. Everything looked peaceful, normal. He pulled out his phone and opened a browser. It took him 10 minutes to find Marcus Lyle's wife on social media. Janelle Lyle, 33, worked as a nurse at the hospital. Her profile showed pictures of her kids, her dog, Marcus, and a few older photos. Recent posts were sparse. Anthony created a fake email account. No name, just random letters and numbers. He composed a message carefully, attaching 3 screenshots from his security cameras and 2 from his banking app. The subject line read, "You deserve to know." The message was simple. "Your husband has been spending his afternoons at my house while I'm at work. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. These are from my security cameras. Check his phone record for the last 2 months." He hit send before he could second-guess himself. An hour later, his phone buzzed with a response from an email address he didn't recognize. The subject line, "Thank you." He opened it. "I knew something was wrong. Thank you for having the courage to tell me. You're not the only one being lied to. My husband has been working late for weeks. I found receipts he couldn't explain. Call me if you want to compare notes." A phone number followed. Anthony saved the contact. He didn't call yet. He wanted to think, to plan. But knowing he wasn't alone in this changed something. The anger crystallized into something colder, more focused. Sunday dinner was tense. Renee tried to make conversation. Aubrey barely spoke. Anthony ate mechanically, his mind elsewhere. "You're quiet tonight," Renee said. "Long week. You work too hard. Bills don't pay themselves." After dinner, Anthony went to his workshop in the garage. He had a small woodworking setup. Nothing fancy, just a table saw, some hand tools, a workbench. He'd been making cutting boards lately, selling them at the local farmer's market for extra cash. Tonight, he pulled up his banking app again and reviewed every transaction Renee had made in the last 6 months. The vacation fund withdrawals started in August. Small at first, 200 here, 300 there. By October, she'd taken $4,000. For $1,000 of their savings, transferred to an account he didn't have access to. He opened his email and messaged Janelle again. "Do you have access to your husband's phone records?" The response came within minutes. "Yes, I'm the primary account holder." "What? Can you check who he's been calling and texting for the last 3 months?" I'll do it tonight. Anthony set down his phone and picked up a piece of sandpaper. He ran it along the edge of a cutting board, smoothing the rough spots, focusing on the repetitive motion. The physical work calmed his mind, let him think clearly. His phone buzzed. Janelle had sent photos of phone records. Highlighted in yellow were dozens of calls and texts between Marcus and a number Anthony recognized, Renee's cell phone. Sometimes 20 texts a day, calls lasting 30, 40 minutes. The earliest entry was July 23rd. 3 months. This had been going on for 3 months. Anthony thanked Janelle and asked if she'd be willing to meet in person. She agreed. They arranged to meet at a coffee shop across town Tuesday morning. Monday, Anthony told his supervisor he needed a personal day. The man didn't ask questions. At 10 a.m., Anthony drove to the coffee shop. Janelle was already there, sitting at a corner table with 2 cups in front of her. She looked tired, dark circles under her eyes, but she smiled when he approached. "You must be Anthony." "That's me. Thanks for meeting." They shook hands. He sat across from her. "I brought copies of everything," Janelle said, sliding a folder across the table. "Phone records, credit card statements, some photos I found on his laptop. I haven't confronted him yet. I wanted to make sure I had all the facts first." Anthony opened the folder. The documentation was extensive, organized, thorough. "You're a nurse?" he asked. "I see you. 12-hour shifts, 3 days a week. I guess that gave them plenty of time. How long have you known?" "Suspected?" 6 weeks. "Knew for sure?" "Since he sent me those screenshots." She wrapped her hands around her coffee cup. "He's been different. Distracted. Happier, actually. That's what tipped me off." "He was happier." Anthony nodded. He understood. "Your wife?" Janelle asked. "How long have you known?" "Couple weeks. Neighbor said something that didn't add up. Found evidence after that." "What are you going to do?" "Still figuring that out." They sat in silence for a moment. "I'm filing for divorce," Janelle said. "My lawyer's already drawing up papers. But I want Marcus to feel what I felt. I want him to know what it's like when your world falls apart." "What did you have in mind?" She met his eyes. "I'm open to suggestions." They talked for 2 hours. By the time Anthony left the coffee shop, he had copies of everything Janelle had gathered, plus her phone number saved in his contacts. They'd agreed to stay in touch, to coordinate. Anthony drove home and added all of Janelle's documentation to his growing file. Phone records, credit card statements showing charges at hotels and restaurants he'd never been to, photos of Marcus and Renee together that someone had taken at a local park. The evidence was overwhelming. He now knew everything. When they met, where they went, how much money they'd spent. He knew Renee had been planning to tell him she wanted space after the holidays. He knew Marcus had promised to leave Janelle by New Year's. The lies had depth, layers planning. That evening, Renee asked if he wanted to watch a movie. "Sure," Anthony said. They sat on the couch, Renee curled against his side. On the screen, actors pretended to love each other. Anthony felt nothing. Anthony stared at his computer screen, reviewing the footage from Tuesday afternoon. Marcus arrived at 2:28 p.m., let himself in with a key Anthony hadn't known existed. Renee met him in the living room. They didn't waste time with pleasantries. He closed the laptop. Aubrey knocked on his workshop door. "Dad, dinner's ready. Be right there." He found Renee setting the table, humming to herself. She made pasta, garlic bread, salad. Anthony washed his hands at the kitchen sink and sat down. "Smells good," Aubrey said. "Thanks, sweetie." Renee passed the breadbasket. "How was your day, Anthony?" "Fine. Fixed 3 furnaces, replaced a water heater." "Sounds productive." He nodded, twirling pasta onto his fork. After dinner, he returned to the workshop. He'd started making a jewelry box for Aubrey's birthday. Intricate work, dovetail joints, a felt-lined interior. His hands moved on muscle memory while his mind worked through the problem. Confronting Renee directly wouldn't accomplish anything. She'd deny it, make excuses, maybe even turn it around on him somehow. He'd seen enough of her manipulation to know how that would play out. He needed leverage. Complete, undeniable leverage. His phone buzzed. Text from Janelle. "Marcus just told me he's working out of town this weekend. I checked with his company. He doesn't have any out-of-town projects scheduled." Anthony replied. Renee mentioned a girl's weekend with her co-workers. Convenient timing. What are you thinking? Let me call you. He stepped outside and dialed. Janelle answered on the first ring. They're getting sloppy, Anthony said. Or confident. Probably both. What do you want to do? I've been thinking about that. You said you want him to feel what you felt. I do. Then we need to catch them in a way they can't explain away. Something public, something that follows them. I'm listening. Anthony outlined his idea. Janelle asked questions, poked at the plan's weak points, suggested improvements. They talked for 40 minutes, refining the details. This could backfire, Janelle said finally. It won't. You sound sure. I am. Okay, I'm in. They hung up. Anthony stood in his driveway, looking at the house. Lights glowed in the windows. From the outside, it looked like a home. Warm, safe, full of life. Appearances meant nothing. Wednesday morning, Anthony told Renee he'd be working late the rest of the week. A big commercial job across town that needed to be finished before the weekend. That's fine, she said, barely looking up from her phone. I've got things to keep me busy. I'm sure you do. She glanced at him. What? Nothing. Have a good day. He kissed her cheek, mechanical, emotionless, and left for work. At his first job site, he pulled out a notebook and started writing. He listed every piece of evidence he had, every date, every detail. The list filled 3 pages. When he finished, he stared at it. 3 months of lies, documented down to the minute. His phone rang. Dennis. Hey, Dennis. Anthony. That silver Dodge is parked on Maple Street right now. Thought you'd want to know. Thanks. I appreciate you keeping an eye out. Anytime. Anthony opened his camera app and watched the living room feed. Empty so far. He set the phone on his dashboard, propped against the windshield, and waited. At 2:34 p.m., Marcus appeared on screen. Renee followed seconds later. They stood close, talking. Marcus touched her face. She leaned into him. Anthony saved the recording. Thursday, he drove to the courthouse during his lunch break. He picked up divorce papers and a petition for full custody. The clerk explained the process, filing fees, waiting periods, court dates. Anthony listened, asked questions, took notes. Do you have an attorney? The clerk asked. Not yet. You'll want one, especially if you're seeking full custody. I'll have proof. Proof helps, but an attorney helps more. Anthony thanked her and left with a folder full of forms. That evening, he sat in his workshop and filled out every page. Name, address, date of marriage, names of children, ground for divorce. The pen scratched across paper, each word permanent, official. When he reached the section asking for reason, he wrote, adultery and financial dishonesty. He signed his name at the bottom and dated it. Friday morning, Dennis flagged him down again as he loaded his truck. Got time to talk? The older man asked. Always. They sat on Dennis's front porch. Coffee steamed in mugs between them. I've been watching like you asked, Dennis said. The pattern's consistent. Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays. Sometimes Thursdays. Never Fridays. Why never Fridays? I don't know. Maybe he's actually working Fridays. Or meeting someone else. Dennis winced. Christ, Anthony, how are you so calm about this? Getting angry doesn't help. Still, I'd have burned the house down by now. Anthony sipped his coffee. Anger's just wasted energy. I'd rather use that energy for something productive. Like what? Making sure this doesn't happen to anyone else. Dennis studied him. You got a plan? I do. Need help. Just keep watching. And thanks for the coffee. Anthony went to work, but couldn't focus. He made careless mistakes, forgot tools, measured wrong, had to redo a vent installation twice. His supervisor noticed. You all right, Maddox? Yeah, just tired. Take the afternoon. You're no good to me like this. Anthony didn't argue. He drove home and parked in his usual spot. Inside, he went straight to his workshop and pulled out all his documentation. He arranged everything in chronological order. Photos, videos, bank statements, phone records. The evidence formed a timeline that told the complete story. 3 months of planning, lying, stealing. His phone rang. Janelle, I found something else, she said without preamble. Marcus has been looking at apartments, rental applications, credit checks. He's planning to move out. When applications are dated for January 1st. He's trying to line everything up for after the holidays. Renee's doing the same thing. She told her sister she wants space. What does that mean for us? It means they think they're in control. Anthony leaned back in his chair. We need to move faster. How fast? Next week. Are you ready? Janelle was quiet for a moment. Yes, I'm ready. Good. I'll call you tomorrow with the details. They hung up. Anthony sat in the silence of his workshop, surrounded by tools and half-finished projects. The jewelry box for Aubrey sat on the bench, still missing its hinges. He picked up a piece of sandpaper and got back to work. Saturday, Renee went shopping with Aubrey. Anthony waited until their car disappeared down the street, then called Janelle. We need to coordinate this perfectly, he said. No room for error. Tell me what you need me to do. They spent an hour going over every detail. Timing, locations, what to say, what not to say. Janelle took notes, asked clarifying questions, pointed out potential problems. What about Aubrey, she asked. Where will she be during all this? With my sister. I'll tell her it's a surprise trip for Renee and me. And when the truth comes out, she's old enough to understand. I'm not going to lie to her. That's good. Kids know when something's wrong anyway. Yeah. Anthony thought of Aubrey's question. Are you mad at Mom? They do. When Renee and Aubrey returned, Anthony was in the kitchen making lunch. He'd showered, changed clothes, cleaned up. Everything appeared normal. Hey, Dad. Aubrey carried shopping bags upstairs. Mom got me new jeans. That's great, kiddo. Renee set her purse on the counter. You seem better today. Do I? Less stressed. Did you figure out whatever was bothering you? Something like that. She smiled and kissed him. He let her, feeling nothing. Sunday, Anthony took Aubrey to breakfast, just the two of them. They went to her favorite diner and ordered pancakes. So, Aubrey said, drowning her stack in syrup, what's really going on? What do you mean? Come on, Dad. You've been weird for weeks. Mom's been weird. Something's happening. Anthony cut into his eggs. He'd always tried to be honest with his daughter, within reason. She deserved that much. Things are complicated right now, he said. Adult stuff. But I need you to know something. No matter what happens, I'm here. Always. Understand? Dad, you're scaring me. Don't be scared. Just trust me. She set down her fork. Is it about Mom? Eat your pancakes. We'll talk more later. Dad. Later, Aubrey. Please. She didn't push, but the worry didn't leave her face. That afternoon, Anthony told Renee he'd booked them a surprise weekend away. Just the two of them, no kids, no work. A cabin in the mountains, a chance to reconnect. Really, Renee looked surprised. When? Next Friday through Sunday. My sister's taking Aubrey. That's really sweet, Anthony. Thank you. We need it. Time together, away from everything. She hugged him. I think that's exactly what we need. He held her, counting the seconds until he could let go. Monday morning, Anthony called his sister and explained the situation in vague terms. She agreed to take Aubrey for the weekend without asking too many questions. You'll tell me what's happening eventually? She asked. Eventually. Is everyone safe? Everyone's safe. Okay, I trust you. Tuesday, Anthony finalized the plan with Janelle. They would execute Friday evening. Everything was arranged. The timing, the setup, the aftermath. Are you sure about this? Janelle asked one more time. I'm sure. No going back after Friday. I don't want to go back. Wednesday, Anthony worked a full day, then came home and helped Aubrey with her homework. Math problems, simple equations. The normalcy felt surreal. Dad, Aubrey looked up from her textbook. Where are you and Mom going this weekend? A cabin near Mount Hood. Supposed to be really peaceful. You don't seem excited. I'm excited. She didn't look convinced, but went back to her problems. Thursday evening, Anthony packed for the weekend. Clothes, toiletries, his phone charger. Renee packed too, humming while she folded sweaters. This is going to be great, she said. We haven't had a weekend alone in forever. No, we haven't. Maybe we can hike, if the weather's good. Or just stay in and relax. We'll see. That night, lying in bed, Renee turned to him. Anthony, yeah, thank you for doing this. I know work's been stressful, and I haven't been the easiest to live with lately. This means a lot. You're welcome. She kissed him and rolled over. Within minutes, her breathing deepened. Anthony stared at the ceiling, his mind racing through Friday's plan. Every step, every contingency. Nothing could go wrong. He wouldn't allow it. Friday morning arrived gray and cold. Anthony dropped Aubrey at his sister's house at 8 a.m. Have fun with Mom, Aubrey said, hugging him. Don't do anything boring. I'll try not to. And Dad? Whatever's wrong, it's going to be okay, right? He held her tight. It's going to be exactly what it needs to be. At 9, Anthony sent Renee a text. Running behind at work. Go ahead to the cabin without me. I'll meet you there by 3. She replied immediately. Can't wait. Drive safe. Anthony called Janelle. She's heading to the cabin now. Marcus just left too. He told me he has a work emergency in Portland. Perfect. Are you ready? I'm ready. See you at 2:30. Anthony spent the morning making final preparations. He checked the cameras one last time, backed up all the footage to 3 separate drives, printed copies of bank statements and phone records. Everything went into a large manila envelope. At 2, he drove to his house. Janelle's car was already parked down the street. He pulled into the driveway and sent a text to the group. In position. Janelle walked up the driveway, calm and composed. Anthony let her in through the front door. They're not here yet, he said. They will be. Janelle looked around the living room. This is where they... Yeah, I'm going to need a minute. Take your time. Janelle stood in the center of the room, arms crossed. Anthony could see her working through it. The betrayal, the violation, the sheer audacity of it all. Okay, she said finally. I'm good. They positioned themselves strategically. Janelle in the kitchen with a clear view of the living room, Anthony near the front entrance. The house was quiet except for the ticking of the wall clock. At 2:47 p.m., they heard a car pull up outside. Door slammed. Voices. Laughter. Anthony's phone buzzed with a motion alert from the security cameras. The front door opened. Marcus and Renee walked in together, comfortable, familiar. Marcus had his arm around Renee's waist. She was laughing at something he'd said. They both froze when they saw Anthony standing in the entryway. Hey, babe, Renee said, her smile flickering. I thought you were working. Change of plans. Anthony's voice was flat. Marcus didn't expect to see you here. Marcus's face went pale. Anthony, Save it. Anthony pulled out his phone. I've been recording everything for 2 weeks. Every visit, every lie, every dollar Renee stole from our account. Renee's expression shifted from confusion to panic. What are you talking about? Janelle stepped out of the kitchen. Hi, honey. Surprised to see me? Marcus actually stumbled backward. Janelle. What? How? Anthony called me. We've been comparing notes. Janelle held up her own phone. I've got your phone records, credit card statements, everything. Did you know he was planning to leave me? Renee? January 1st. Fresh start for both of you. Renee looked between Anthony and Janelle, calculating, searching for an angle. This is insane. You're both insane. Sit down, Anthony said. Not loud, not angry. Just firm. I'm not. Sit. Down. Something in his tone made them comply. Marcus and Renee sat on the couch. The same couch where they'd spent so many stolen afternoons. Anthony pulled up the security footage on his phone and turned it toward them. This is from last Tuesday. Want to explain what I'm seeing? On the screen, Marcus and Renee kissed in the living room, oblivious to the camera hidden in the bookshelf. Anthony, please, Renee started. Let me explain. Don't. I don't want explanations. I want you both to understand something. He pocketed his phone. This footage, along with copies of the bank records showing $3,000 in unauthorized withdrawals, has been sent to my lawyer. Janelle's lawyer has the phone records and credit card statements. By Monday, both divorces will be filed. You can't do this, Marcus said. I already have. Janelle walked closer to the couch. I called your supervisor, Marcus. Told him about the afternoons you've been taking off. He was very interested to know what you've been doing instead of working. Marcus's face went from pale to gray. And Renee, Anthony continued, your sister knows. Your parents know. By tomorrow morning, everyone will know. I made sure of that. You bastard, Renee hissed. You can't just. I can. I did. You both made choices. Now live with them. The room fell silent except for Renee's ragged breathing. Get out, Anthony said. Both of you. Now. This is my house, Renee said. Not anymore. Check your email. The divorce papers were filed an hour ago. I'm seeking full custody of Aubrey, and I'll get it. No judge will side with someone who stole from their family. Renee stood, shaking. You're going to regret this. I really won't. She grabbed her purse and stormed out. Marcus followed, not looking at anyone. When the door slammed, Janelle exhaled. That went better than expected. They'll try to fight back. Let them. We have everything. Anthony walked to the window and watched Marcus's truck pull away, Renee in the passenger seat. They'd probably go somewhere to regroup to plan their defense. It wouldn't matter. The damage was done, and it was irreversible. Anthony sat in his truck outside the electronics store, studying the equipment list on his phone. He needed more than just cameras now. He needed control. Inside, a kid with a name tag approached. Help you find something? Smart home system. Something that controls power, locks, lighting. You want the whole setup? Everything. The kid led him through the store, explaining features Anthony already understood. He left with 3 boxes and a receipt for $800. Money well spent. That evening, while Renee watched television, Anthony worked in the basement. He installed a smart breaker panel that could cut power to specific circuits remotely. The living room, kitchen, and front door, all on one switch he could control from his phone. The locks took longer. Smart deadbolts on the front and back doors, programmable, controllable from anywhere. He told Renee he was upgrading security after a neighbor reported a break-in. That's probably smart, she said, barely looking up from her show. By midnight, everything was installed and tested. Anthony sat in his workshop, phone in hand, practicing. Lights on, lights off, doors locked, doors unlocked. Simple as pressing a button. He called Janelle. It's done, he said. Everything's set up. When do we do this? Next week. I'll tell Renee I'm working out of town Wednesday through Friday. 3 days. That'll give them plenty of opportunities. What if they don't come to the house? They will. They always do. And you're sure about the power thing? That won't seem suspicious. Old house, old wiring. Power flickers all the time. They won't think twice about it. Janelle was quiet for a moment. This feels bigger than I thought it would. You can back out. No, I'm in. I just want to make sure we're doing this right. We are. Trust me. I do. That's what worries me. They spent an hour reviewing the plan. Every detail, every contingency. When they hung up, Anthony felt the familiar coldness settle over him. Not anger, not hatred, just focus. Monday morning, Anthony approached Renee in the kitchen. Got some news, he said. Big commercial job in Salem. They need me Wednesday through Friday, maybe into Saturday. Renee looked up from her coffee. All week. 3 for days. Good money, though. We could use it, I guess. When do you leave? Wednesday morning, early. Probably be gone before you wake up. Okay, I'll hold down the fort here. I know you will. That afternoon, Dennis stopped by while Anthony checked his truck. Heading somewhere, Dennis asked, Work trip, Salem. Be gone a few days. Want me to keep an eye on things? Anthony met the older man's eyes. Yeah, actually I do. If you see that silver Dodge, give me a call. You got it. And Dennis? Take pictures if you can. License plate, anything useful. Dennis nodded slowly. You're up to something. Just being careful. All right, I'll watch. Tuesday evening, Anthony packed a bag. Clothes, toiletries, work boots. He set it by the door where Renee could see it. Everything had to look normal. At dinner, Aubrey seemed quieter than usual. You okay? Anthony asked. Yeah, just tired. School going all right. It's fine, Dad. After dinner, he found her in her room. I'm leaving tomorrow for a few days, he said from the doorway. Work trip. I know. Mom told me. You'll be okay? I'm 14, not 4. I know. Just checking. Aubrey set down her phone. Dad, can I ask you something? Always. Are things going to be okay? Like really okay? Anthony sat on the edge of her bed. Define okay. I don't know. Normal, I guess. Things are going to be different. But different doesn't mean bad. That's not really an answer. It's the only answer I have right now. She studied his face. You're lying about the work trip, aren't you? Anthony's expression didn't change. Why would you think that? Because you've been planning something for weeks. I can tell. What I'm doing for us. For you. Trust me on that. I do trust you. That's not the problem. Then what is? I'm scared of what happens next. Anthony reached over and squeezed her hand. Whatever happens, we're going to be fine. I promise you that. Okay. He stood to leave. Dad, Aubrey said, be careful. I will. Wednesday morning, Anthony left at 5 a.m. He drove to a hotel 30 miles away, checked in, then drove back. By 7, he was parked 4 blocks from his house, watching the quiet street through his windshield. His phone buzzed. Text from Janelle. Marcus left for work at 6:45. I'm following him. Anthony replied. Let me know where he goes. 20 minutes later, he's heading toward your neighborhood. Parking on Maple Street. Perfect. Stay nearby. I'll text you when it's time. Anthony opened his security camera app. The house was empty. Renee had left for work at her usual time. Aubrey was at school. At 2:15 p.m., his phone buzzed with a motion alert. He switched to the live feed. Renee's car pulled into the driveway. She went inside, and 10 minutes later, Marcus appeared on camera, entering through the front door. Anthony watched them move through the house. Living room, kitchen, back to the living room. Marcus pulled Renee close. She laughed at something he said. Anthony opened the smart home app. His finger hovered over the power control. Not yet. He let them settle. Let them get comfortable. At 3:30, they were on the couch, drinks in hand, completely relaxed. Anthony pressed the button. On his phone screen, the house went dark. Renee and Marcus looked around, confused. Marcus pulled out his phone, using it as a flashlight. Anthony texted Janelle, now. He drove to his house and parked in the driveway, blocking Renee's car. He grabbed his phone and a small duffel bag from the passenger seat. The front door was locked, his doing remotely activated. He walked around back and used his key on the back door, which he'd left on manual override. Inside, the house was dark and silent. He could hear voices from the living room, Renee and Marcus arguing about the power. This is ridiculous, Renee said. The whole neighborhood can't be out. Maybe it's just your house, Marcus replied. How is that possible? I don't know. Old wiring or something. Anthony moved quietly to the basement stairs. Down in the mechanical room, he started the backup generator he'd installed 2 days ago. It rumbled to life, and within seconds, lights flickered on throughout the house. He climbed back upstairs, pulling out his phone and hitting record. When he walked into the living room, Renee and Marcus were standing by the window, trying to see if other houses had power. Lights work better when you pay attention to what's in front of you, Anthony said. They spun around. Renee's face went white. Marcus took a step back. Anthony, Renee breathed. What are you doing here? I live here. Question is, what's he doing here? I can explain. Don't bother. Anthony held up his phone, showing them the recording in progress. You two like sneaking around my house. Good. Now you'll explain in my house, while I record every word. Marcus moved toward the door. I'm leaving. Doors locked. All of them. Smart locks, controlled from my phone. You're not going anywhere until we're done talking. You can't keep us here, Marcus said, voice rising. That's illegal. So is adultery in Oregon. So is theft. Want to compare legal problems? Renee's hand shook. Anthony, please. Let's explain. Explain what? How you've been stealing from our savings account. How you've been planning to leave after the holidays. How Marcus here promised his wife he'd file for divorce by New Year's. Anthony's voice remained level, almost conversational. I know everything. Every date, every time, every lie. So go ahead. Explain. Start from the beginning. The front door opened. Janelle walked in, her own phone recording. Don't mind me. Just here to hear my husband's explanation, too. Marcus looked like he might throw up. Janelle, what? How? Anthony called me weeks ago. We've been comparing notes. You know, normal Wednesday afternoon stuff. She moved to stand beside Anthony. So please, both of you, explain how this happened. Renee sat down hard on the couch. Marcus remained standing, trapped between the two phones recording him. This is insane, Renee said weakly. No, Anthony replied. What's insane is thinking you could do this in my house with my money and there wouldn't be consequences. We didn't mean for it to happen. Marcus tried. When did it start? Janelle asked, her voice sharp. July. Renee answered, not looking at anyone. We ran into each other at the coffee shop downtown. July 23rd. Anthony said, That's when the first phone call shows up on the records. Want to guess how many calls and texts there have been since then? 347. Marcus's jaw clenched. You had no right to. I had every right. She's my wife. You're my house. You've been stealing my money and my life. Anthony lowered his phone slightly. So here's what happens next. This footage, along with everything else I've collected, gets sent to your families. Your employers. Anyone who needs to know what kind of people you are. Don't, Renee pleaded. Please don't do that. Why not? You didn't worry about consequences when you were planning your new life with my money. It's not like that. Then what's it like? Explain it to me. Renee looked up at him, tears streaming down her face. You've been distant for years. Cold. I felt alone in my own marriage. So you steal and cheat instead of talking to me? I tried talking. You never listened. That's a lie. Is it? When's the last time you asked about my day and actually cared about the answer? Anthony felt the old anger try to surface. He pushed it down, keeping his voice calm. You're right. I should have been better. But that doesn't excuse this. You made choices. Now you live with them. Marcus found his voice. What do you want? Money? We can pay you back. I don't want your money. I want you both to understand that actions have consequences. Anthony pocketed his phone. The footage is already uploaded. Cloud storage, backed up in 3 places. By tomorrow morning, everyone will know. You bastard, Renee hissed. Maybe, but I'm an honest bastard. Can you say the same? Janelle lowered her phone. I'm filing for divorce tomorrow. Marcus, my lawyer already has all the evidence. You'll be lucky to see the kids once a month. Janelle, please. Please what? Forgive you? Pretend this didn't happen? She laughed bitterly. I'm done pretending. Anthony unlocked the front door remotely. Get out. Both of you. Renee stood slowly. This isn't over. Yes, it is. You just don't know it yet. I made a mistake. Forgiveness is for people who don't remember, Anthony said quietly. I remember everything. Marcus grabbed Renee's arm and pulled her toward the door. They left without looking back. Through the window, Anthony watched them get into Marcus's truck and drive away. Janelle exhaled slowly. That was harder than I expected. It needed to happen. What now? Now we let the chips fall. Anthony sent the footage from an anonymous email address to both families. Renee's workplace, Marcus's former supervisor, and several mutual friends. No message, no explanation. Just the videos and the subject line, what they've been doing. By Thursday morning, his phone was ringing constantly. He ignored every call that wasn't from his lawyer or his daughter. Aubrey called at lunch. Dad, what's happening? Mom showed up at school crying. Where are you now? Office. Principal said I should call you. Stay there. I'm coming to get you. He picked her up 20 minutes later. In the truck, she turned to him. Did you do something? I did what needed to be done. Everyone's going to know, aren't they? Yes. Mom's friends, her work, everyone. Yes. Aubrey was quiet for a long moment. Good. Anthony glanced at her. Good. She should face consequences. That's what you always taught me. Actions have consequences. You're not upset? I'm upset that she did it. I'm not upset that you exposed it. Aubrey looked out the window. Does this mean we're leaving? Eventually. Not today, but soon. Okay. Can I pick where we go? You can help pick. That afternoon, Anthony met with Patricia Hoffman. The footage you sent, Patricia said, spreading papers across her desk. That's enough for full custody, no question. Her lawyer already called. They want to negotiate. No negotiations. Anthony, they're offering. I don't care what they're offering. I want full custody. She gets supervised visits until a judge says otherwise. Patricia leaned back. You're sure? Completely. Then we file tomorrow. The divorce proceedings moved quickly. Renee's lawyer tried to argue the evidence was obtained illegally, but Anthony's cameras were in his own house, documenting theft and adultery. The judge wasn't sympathetic. Marcus lost his job within a week. His supervisor cited unreliable attendance and misuse of company time. Janelle filed for divorce and got a restraining order after Marcus showed up drunk at her house. Renee tried calling Anthony repeatedly. He never answered. She tried showing up at the house. He called the police. Finally, she sent a text. Can we please talk? I need to explain. Anthony replied. Talk to your lawyer. 6 weeks after the confrontation, the judge granted Anthony full custody of Aubrey. Renee was given supervised visitation twice a month. She didn't show up for the first visit. Anthony and Aubrey started packing the next day. They found a smaller house across town, 3 bedrooms, a 2-car garage, a yard with fruit trees. Nothing fancy, but it was theirs alone. Moving day came in late January. Cold, gray, typical Oregon winter. Dennis helped load the truck. "You did what you had to do," Dennis said, hauling a box to the truck bed. "I did what was right." Same thing in this case. They worked in comfortable silence. By evening, the old house was empty. Anthony did a final walkthrough, checking closets and cabinets. In the master bedroom, he found one of Renee's scarves. He left it there. The new house felt different immediately. Lighter. Aubrey claimed the bedroom with a big window and started decorating before they'd even unloaded the kitchen boxes. Anthony set up his workshop in the garage. He'd been taking custom furniture orders, cutting boards, small tables, jewelry boxes. The work paid well, and word spread quickly. "Dad," Aubrey called from inside. "Can you help me hang this?" He found her holding a mirror, trying to find the right spot on the wall. "How about here?" she asked. "Little to the left." "Here." "Perfect." He marked the spot and drilled holes. She hung the mirror and stepped back, examining it. "This is better," she said. "The new place. It feels better." "It does." "Do you think Mom will try to get me back?" "She can try. Won't work." "How do you know?" "Because you're old enough to choose, and I have proof she's unstable." He set down the drill. "But if you want to see her, you can. I won't stop you." "I don't. Not for a while, anyway." "That's fair." The first month in the new house passed quietly. Anthony worked on furniture orders. Aubrey settled into a new school, and they established routines. Dinner at 6. Homework after. TV or reading before bed. Janelle stopped by one Saturday afternoon in February. She brought coffee and donuts. "Housewarming gift," she said. "Thanks. Come in." They sat in the living room, still mostly unfurnished. Aubrey was at a friend's house. "How are you doing?" Janelle asked. "Getting there." "You?" "Same. Divorce should be final next month." "That's good." Marcus is living with his brother. Lost visitation rights after showing up drunk twice. Kids doing okay. They're resilient. Therapy helps. Janelle sipped her coffee. "I wanted to thank you again for having the guts to do what needed to be done. We both did. Still, a lot of people would have just let it go, try to work it out. I'm not good at letting things go." "No," Janelle smiled. "You're really not." She left after an hour. Anthony appreciated her company, but there was no romantic tension, no expectation. Just mutual respect between two people who'd survived similar storms. Spring arrived slowly. Anthony's furniture business grew. He hired a kid from the community college, taught him woodworking basics. Orders increased, wedding gifts, anniversary presents, custom pieces for local restaurants. One evening in early April, Aubrey found him in the garage, sanding table. "Dad." "Yeah, kiddo. Mom texted me. She wants to get coffee this weekend." Anthony kept sanding. "What do you want to do?" "I don't know. Part of me is curious what she'd say." "Then go. But take your phone and call me if you need me." "You're not mad?" "Why would I be mad?" "I thought you'd want me to say no." Anthony set down the sandpaper and looked at his daughter. "What happened between your mother and me is between us. Your relationship with her is separate. You make your own choices about that." "Thanks, Dad." She met Renee Saturday morning at a coffee shop downtown. Anthony waited in the parking lot, reading on his phone. After 45 minutes, Aubrey came out. She climbed in the truck. "That was weird." "How so?" She kept trying to explain, like it wasn't really her fault. Blamed you for being distant, blamed Marcus for pushing her, blamed stress from work. Aubrey buckled her seatbelt. Never once said she was actually sorry for what it did to us. "That's who she is." "I see that now." Aubrey looked at him. "I told her I didn't want to see her again for a while." "How'd she take it?" "Not well. She cried. A lot." "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay." They drove home in silence. Months passed. Summer arrived with heat and long days. Anthony built a raised garden bed in the backyard. He and Aubrey planted tomatoes, peppers, herbs. Simple work, but satisfying. One evening in July, exactly a year after everything started, Aubrey asked the question Anthony had been waiting for. They were sitting on the back porch, watching fireflies in the yard. "Dad," Aubrey said, "do you ever think about Mom?" Anthony took a sip of his beer. He'd known this question would come eventually. "Only when I want to remind myself what weakness looks like." Aubrey looked at him. "That's harsh. It's honest." She had a choice: be honest with me about problems in our marriage, or lie and steal and cheat. She chose weakness. I chose strength. You don't miss her at all? I miss the person I thought she was. But that person never existed. Aubrey turned back to the fireflies. "I think I understand." "You don't have to understand. You just have to know that whatever you decide about your relationship with her, I support it. But for me, I'm done looking back." They sat in comfortable silence as darkness fell. Inside, Anthony's phone buzzed with another furniture order. Business was good. Life was stable. Aubrey was thriving. The world, once broken, now bent to his will. Not through force or anger, but through patience, planning, and unwavering focus. He'd taken control when it mattered most, and now he lived with the consequences of that choice. And those consequences felt exactly right. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The hospital smelled like bleach and fear. David Marin pushed through the double doors of the pediatric wing, his work boots squeaking against the polished floor. He'd come straight from his shift at the ER, still wearing his scrubs under his jacket. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, making everything look washed out and sick. Room 412. He stopped outside the door and took a breath. Through the small window, he could see his nephew Ty sitting up in bed, small and pale in a hospital gown that hung off his thin shoulders. Leona stood beside him, smoothing his hair with one hand while checking her phone with the other. David knocked once and entered. "Uncle David." Ty's face lit up, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. The boy looked exhausted, dark circles pooling under his eyes like bruises. "Hey, kid." David crossed the room and ruffled Ty's hair, gentler than Leona's fussing. "How you holding up?" "I'm okay." The lie was obvious. Ty's hands twisted the blanket in his lap. Leona looked up from her phone,